as a matter of fact. And we'll talk to him in just a second. Give me 1 second, Destiny. I'm gonna read all these.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Dirty D disagrees. Says my Knoxville shirt came 4 days early and looks great. It's centered on the chest and the fit is perfect. 10 out of 10. Would buy from the Ralph Retort shop again. Thank you, sir. Sometimes I've noticed the prints on these. I put them too low in the chest, but I put this one up basically as high as it would go, and I think it came out pretty well. I have one myself. Flex Tape says Big Chief Wonga heap big lawsuit. No more super berries for anti-retroviral peace pipe. Napalm Sun says Ronnie outed as JDL, and there's pictures too. God bless the goy that shined a light on this saboteur. Panzerfaust 217 says chat wants to hear the SBCC call again. Can you please play? And then he says Sargon need more dopamine. Yeah, I could probably play it later. I mean, I ain't gonna play it right this second. Loop says Donga's retarded excuse for the blood test was it didn't take, even though a nurse wouldn't stop until they hit the vein. But as retarded as it is, he at least gave an excuse. What on earth is the excuse for literally changing his name? Well, I said it earlier. I think he said he was trying to avoid harassment or something. I don't really think that would help, but whatever. Albanian Man says, of course, because Jim only wants to be entertained. Jim has always been the same since his debut with Jim, 81 Jim. Yeah, Jim's a pretty much constant every time I've dealt with him. All right, Destiny, hello. Welcome to the Killstream. How you doing, sir?
Hey, pretty good. Can I make one snowflake request? Can we try to hold down on the F words and the N words just so I don't get in trouble on Twitch so I could keep streaming it? That's okay.
Yeah, not fuck, right? We can say
Oh no, yeah, you're gonna say that, but yeah.
Yeah. So wait, the F word and what was the other word?
Like the N word or whatever other.
Okay, yeah. I understand.
Okay.
So you're restreaming this on Twitch. Okay. All right.
Yeah, more viewers will come in.
Yeah, that's cool. All right. So, again, thank you for coming on the show. I know there was some people on Twitter and elsewhere that saying, "What is Destiny doing coming on the Killstream? What's his deal? Why did you decide to come on the show?"
I don't know. I just wanted to shun you guys for a little bit. Aren't you the guy that wrote the article saying that I was under investigation for child porn or whatever? Was that you, or was that one of your workers?
That was actually me. Yeah.
Oh yeah, nice.
I mean, you did say that kind of on your stream, though.
No, I didn't really at all.
Well, I mean, technically, what you said was the FBI came by your house and visited you for child porn.
Yeah. Do you think any time somebody follows up on a tip that counts as under investigation?
Well, I mean, they came to your house. I don't know if it's official investigation, but that's an interpretation of it.
Well, no, it's not. That's just wait. No. Wait, hold on. No, that's not true. It's just wrong. What you just said was just wrong. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, the FBI has never come to my house.
Has anybody ever filed anonymous tips that you have child porn online or spammed it to the FBI to do it?
I don't know if they have or not. I would suspect not, but it's possible.
Okay, if somebody did it and somebody showed up at your house and was like, hey, we're following up on a tip, does that count as you being under investigation for child porn?
I could say you might be able to say that, yeah.
Okay, maybe we just have totally different standards for like journalism.
By the way, I mean, I wrote that to kind of just fuck with you anyway. I mean.
Oh, I mean, if you were trying to pretend like you're an idiot, I mean, you did a really good job at fooling me, so.
Well, I mean, the FBI, again, it's never come to my house for a child porn investigation, so.
Yeah, but I mean, who are you? I mean, does anybody report your shit to the FBI? I've got like tons of people with like forums dedicated to like spamming FBI reports and shit on me.
It's sort of because everybody thinks you're an idiot, though.
So because you think somebody's an idiot, you spam tips to the FBI about child porn?
With you.
Okay.
That's what they fuck with you with, like, because let's be honest, you do say some outlandish, retarded stuff.
I mean, I don't really think so, but I mean, we're welcome to address any of that.
Didn't you point a gun at the camera and talk about killing somebody on stream one time? Or
in the 9 years of streaming, I've probably talked about killing a fuck ton of people. I played League of Legends for 4 years.
You actually pulled out a pistol and pointed it at the fucking camera, right?
Why would I pull out a pistol and point it at the camera to pretend I'm killing someone?
You did. I mean, I have the screenshot if you really want me to.
You have a screenshot of me. I mean, I talk about guns a lot on my stream. I enjoy guns, yeah, but I didn't point at this thing and say I'm going to come and kill somebody. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, you're conflating, like, you realize I have like 10 years of broadcasted content. You're conflating like 17 different things right now.
So that never happened?
Which thing?
You pulling out a pistol and saying you were going to kill somebody. That never happened.
No, I don't think I've ever talked about killing people in conjunction with talking about guns on stream.
I mean, there's a clip of it. I mean, we can.
Yeah, let's watch it. Yeah, I'm actually curious.
I wasn't even going to treat you as a hostile guest, but I mean, I assumed that you might come in here like this, but.
Well, I mean, you literally published an article saying I'm under investigation for child porn. What did you expect me to come in here like?
Well, I took a clip from your stream where you said the FBI came and visited me over child pornography. And I took that clip and I put it on my backup channel, which I don't have anymore because they deleted me off YouTube altogether. And you actually ended up filing a DMCA against me.
Yeah, I did,
which I won. I mean, it got reinstated.
Well, you didn't win. You rejected it. And I didn't want to go to court because
because you just you're
that's winning.
You're not gonna do that. I won, so yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean you're the one with the deleted channel, but sure. I mean if you want, I guess sure. Okay.
Well, I mean, you filed a DMCA. You didn't take it to court. That means I won, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If you consider that winning, sure.
You have a habit of filing DMCA's against people, actually.
When people misappropriate my copyrighted content, yeah, I do. It's a legal protection I'm afforded under the law in the United States.
Well, I mean, you misrepresented that. I took a newsworthy clip, pulled it out. It wasn't the whole program. It didn't take away from the value of the stream itself. And you didn't take it to court because you would have lost.
I didn't take it to court because I don't even know if you have any money for me to get out of you if I were to win, and it's not worth my time. It's easier to shoot off a DMCA claim and then AFK than to actually start taking people to court for fucking around on YouTube.
I do pretty well.
Okay.
I mean, well enough for you to come on the show and run your mouth, so I must be doing something right.
I'm here because it's entertaining for me. I enjoy stuff like this. This is my recreation time.
Okay, well,
but we can back up. Let's chill out, okay? Because I came in pretty hot. I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty ass-pain about that article because it was kind of false. But what's up? How are you guys doing today? What do you normally talk about here?
Well, a lot of different stuff. I mean, yeah, and again, actually, I have no. Look, I put out the video. It's nothing personal. I just thought it was funny. You did say that you were under investigation, but whatever.
No, I didn't. I said the FBI came to my house to investigate.
You said that they had come and visited you. Okay, so if I had to rewrite the article, how could I have written that to still be accurate? Just say the FBI visited Destiny over child pornography. That would have been accurate.
Sure, yeah, based on an anonymous tip, yeah.
Okay.
If you were to swat somebody and somebody got swatted, you wouldn't say the police showed up at his house, like he's under investigation for holding someone hostage and threatening to kill someone, right? You would say the police showed up on a tip.
So just to put a bow on this whole conversation that I knew was going to come up, but did anything come out of that? Is that nothing? You know?
No, nothing. It's literally a bunch of kids on forum. Like I've also, if you want something else juicy, the FBI showed up at my house asking me if I'm going to bomb any schools too. I don't know if that counts as being under investigation for blowing up schools, but no, I've had the FBI show up to my house multiple times.
Did they ask to look at your computer and stuff?
Yeah, but I mean, I talked to him and everything was cool. I showed him what was going on, and I showed him the tips and everything that the people, because the guys that spam this stuff usually do it on public forums, so I directed them to all of that, and then, yeah, we left, and it was cool.
All right. Well, I don't know if you know. Yeah, I have a whole topic list here. If you want to go through some topics, I thought we'd take some calls too. Maybe, I don't know. I didn't really realize you would be rebroadcasting on Twitch. I can't really control what the callers say.
Yeah, that's all right. I can mute if it gets too bad.
Okay. So Tonka and Worski, you've had a history with both of those gentlemen. I think you were on Worski's show last month. I know Tonka tried to claim that you doxed him and a bunch of other things. And
yeah, Tonka claims that I doxed him because I made fun of his picture that was posted on IMDb. I think I retweeted the picture that was on IMDb, and he says I doxed him. He's got a huge victim complex.
Who are you rooting for in this fight if it actually happens?
Probably Andy Worski. I hate him to death too, but Tonka is like such a subhuman Neanderthal. It would be really funny to watch him get his ass kicked. Although I've had people email me and tell him apparently he ducked out of like a drug test or something, so it might not even be happening. I'm not sure if that's true or not.
Yeah, he not only did he submitted his blood work late and it had a different name on it, and he has legally changed his name. So now they're having to do an entirely new contract, and the fight is on Saturday supposedly. So I don't know if it's going to happen or not.
Why would he dodge a drug test? I mean, looking at that guy's body, there's no fucking way he's juicing.
I don't know why. It wasn't a drug test. They don't actually test you for drugs in the Tennessee Athletic Commission, I don't believe, at least in an amateur fight. He was late with his blood work.
For Hep C and AIDS.
Oh, for that, in case they like bleed on the ring or some shit?
Yeah, they still have to do that part, yeah.
Oh shit! So if he ducks out of that, I can say that he's got AIDS or some shit. I can spin that.
Well, we were joking about that.
Yeah, we already did that.
Gotcha. We're ahead of you on that. So you're rooting for Worski.
I wouldn't say I'm rooting for Worski. I would just say it would be really funny to watch Tonka get his ass kicked. Yeah.
Lesser of the two evils. Now you were on the Kumite, I believe, back in the day, and
yeah, a couple times I think. Yeah.
What did you think? You participated in blood sports, and what did you think of that whole phenomenon?
I don't know. I mean, it's in some ways it's enjoyable, in other ways it's incredibly sad. I mean, Tonka Trucks reaches levels of stupidity that I thought were unfathomable, and this is coming from somebody that talked to no bullshit. So, I mean, he was impressive with how stupid he was. He didn't even know what state he lived in. He didn't know the difference between North and South Carolina. So, I thought it was a very impressive conversation.
Now, you ended up getting kicked off Twitter
I think he mass reported me because I doxed him because I posted the picture that he had on IMDb on a tweet or whatever and made fun of how he looked, which was kind of mean, to be fair.
What do you think? Well, I'll get into the whole deplatforming thing here in a minute because I have a couple topics on that. What do you think of the whole doxing thing in the first place? Like, is that the worst thing ever, or what are your stance on doxing an individual?
I mean, you probably shouldn't do it. I mean, am I supposed to have a controversial take here? Doxing is pretty bad. Generally, when you do it, it's to threaten or hurt somebody, or threaten to hurt somebody. Like,
I mean, do you consider what you did doxing of Tonka, or?
No, somebody literally emailed me and they said, "Hey, here's his IMDb page," and I was like, "Oh," and I just tweeted his picture. I never tweeted like an address or a phone number or anything like that. Anything I ever posted about him was literally listed on the public IMDb page.
Now, I mean, he's a public figure though. He's wrestled matches. I mean, he still to this day everybody knows who Tonka is.
Okay.
We've seen videos of him speaking. It's the same voice. It's the same person. Now he still claims that anytime anybody shows one of his wrestling matches or talks about his career in the past, that is a doxing endeavor. Is that something you would agree with? I don't know. No,
this sounds like a Tonka Trucks tier take. Like it's really hard because I have to like simulate, like if I had 75 IQ, how would I think of this topic? And if I do that, then I can understand where he's coming from. But I mean, you can't simultaneously claim to hold on to whatever failing wrestling career you used to have and then also get mad at people whenever they bring it up to attack you with it. I mean, if he wants to be like the Tonka Trucks wrestler, blah, 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 I mean, he's got to get ready for people to throw back at him. That's kind of stupid to pretend otherwise. If he was like trying to totally rebrand, like let's say he renamed himself to like fucking, like Internet Warrior XXX69, whatever dumb shit he renamed himself, and he wanted to separate himself from the wrestling thing, and then people were to bring it up, I would consider that like pretty crummy. Like, okay, yeah, he's clearly trying to distance himself from it. Like, I don't know if I consider it doxing, but the fact that he has like people that draw like fucking fanfics and shit and cartoons of him being a fake wrestler, and then he also gets mad when people bring up that he was a wrestler. Like, I don't know, it seems really weird to me.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if he was going to try to branch out and do something else, and you brought it up, yeah, that might be fucked up. But Zidane, Gator, I'll let you guys ask anything. I have a whole list of things to ask, but I'll let you guys get in if you want.
Yeah, so the chat wants to know about the whole JonTron thing. You had a debate with JonTron a while back, and he sort of disappeared and does maybe 1 or 2 videos nowadays. What do you think you wronged him in any way?
No, he just came on to talk to me. How did I wrong him?
Well, I mean, he's been gone. It was a debate on IQ, correct? And FBI statistics.
And
do you think that there's anything you did that you were like, pushed it too far? I mean, you're pretty much calling him racist for stating FBI stats.
Firstly, he didn't state FBI stats. Secondly, I don't think I ever called him racist. We were just having a conversation and he brought up some really fucking weird shit.
What do you mean weird?
I don't know, like the whole wealthy black people commit more crimes than poor white people, and like the fucking ethnic, what did he say? The gene mixing or whatever that Hispanics should do with whites when they come over the border, shit like that. I just thought was kind of weird.
Yeah, because that's the only thing is like, I remember that from a while back. But you've been in a bunch of weird debates with Medicare and other people. I guess another thing is, what do you think of Amos Yee?
He seems like is the word provocateur. Like he goes over, I don't know. He might be an actual pedophile. I don't even fucking know at this point. But I don't follow his shit like real closely. But he seems like a guy that just like runs around the internet and tries to stir shit up. If anything, Mr. Medicare should like the guy, right? Because he gives him a lot of entertainment.
I think at one point Medicare got him to say that he was a troll.
Oh, I watched that video. I think Medicare was trying to ask him. Because Amos claims that he's not like big on the pedophilia thing, but it's like a big issue because he likes to debate it or whatever. I guess kind of like me and debating incest or whatever. And then Medicare was saying that Medicare was trying to get him to admit that it was all just a troll. And I think Amos said something like, well, yeah, I mean, I focus on this issue because it gets people the most mad. I don't know if that necessarily makes Amos a troll or not, but I mean, maybe. But again, like Amos is so insignificant and his positions are so fucking out of left field that I just don't spend a lot of time following his shit.
Now, you mentioned incest. I don't know that I've seen your stuff on incest. I do. I think a long time ago I did see somebody link that as trying to slam you. What's your take on that exactly? I don't know if you.
Incest is a good exploration to explore, a good conversation to explore because it illustrates a concept known as moral dumbfounding. So basically, we kind of have these built-in assumptions about what's right or wrong.
Don't fucking look at me like.
incest can kind of expose how some of these things are taken for granted. If you ask somebody, for instance, let's say you have two brothers that are both homosexual, they're 25 years old, and they're in college and they want to fuck each other, is it wrong? Most people would instinctively say yes, but when you actually try to justify that, it can be very, very difficult to do it.
All right, now I have to take the side here. I mean, as you said, I think most people would instinctively say, fucking your brother, fucking your sister, biological sister and mother and father and all that stuff is pretty disgusting. I mean,
yeah, but disgusting and wrong are two different things, right? Like,
well,
technically, I would say that
you...
eating shit is pretty disgusting. But I mean, if you've got like a scat fetish or whatever, I mean, as long as it's all consensual, like, fuck it.
So you don't think incest should be illegal?
Well, do you?
Yeah, I think it probably should. Yeah.
Sure. Why?
Well, it encourages behaviors that are a net negative to society.
Do you think marijuana and alcohol should be illegal?
No.
Why? Because I could say the same thing for them. How many people die for drunk driving accidents?
Incest, there could be offspring through this. It could cause a lot of different issues.
Sure. So the thing, without going all into this conversation, so every single thing you're going to bring up is not something that's unique to incest, but you think it's permissible in most other cases. So you bring up the offspring thing, right? So my question would be, okay, well, what about people that are highly predisposed towards having children that are going to be like genetically fucked? Should they not be allowed to have children? Should there be some sort of sterilization or disbarment from them having sex?
That's probably going a little too far for me. Although,
well, but that's exactly what you're saying here, right? If two consenting adults want to fuck because they're related to some level, like.
But all throughout history, we've known, and some people have went ahead and done it anyway. But all throughout history, we've known incest is a disgusting, bad thing for everyone.
Yeah, but historically, we could justify a whole bunch of really fucked arguments. Although I don't know where you guys fall on it, but things like slavery or the subjugation of like a certain sex or whatever. I mean, we can find a ton of historical things that we probably wouldn't agree with today.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I just never really thought we were going to be talking about incest. I thought that was just,
Hey, you brought it up. What do you want to talk about instead?
Actually, no, you brought it up. You said, well, I dabble in incest discussion. I didn't really.
Well, no. So in the context of the MOC thing, a lot of people know him for debating pedophilia, but he claims that he just uses it as like an instigator topic. And I made the reference that people seem to think I'm like the incest debater as well. But then you guys wanted to explore the issue more. I'm okay not talking about it at all.
All right.
But the thing is, that's the only thing Amos talks about is child porn and pedophilia. It's not like an inside anything. It's just that's the only topic he talks about.
Oh yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't follow his stuff that much. The only time I ever hear about him is when he's talking about that shit. So, and I don't hear about him at all. So, not anymore.
So just to wrap the incest combo, you don't think it should be illegal, or do you? I mean, I don't know.
No, generally, I'm a very big. I don't know what your audience is right now, but I'm very big into, I guess, like liberalism is what you would call it. So, individual rights, as long as two adults consent to something, I think it should take quite a bit to make that interaction illegal. So, like things like prostitution or the usage of drugs or fucking whoever, or whatever. As long as it's two consenting adults, I think you have to pass a really high bar there, have a really good argument to make that interaction illegal between people.
I think that does put a bow on it. Sargon Patreon. What were your thoughts on that?
That's a really hard one. I'm not sure. On one hand, I really am uncomfortable with the way that people are kind of policing people's behavior off platform. But then on another hand, Patreon doesn't really have a platform. It's all about what happens off platform because the videos are hosted on YouTube or other sites. But on the other hand, I don't know if that was streamed to Sargon's actual channel. But then on the other hand, I hate Sargon. He's a huge piece of shit, so fuck him anyway. He's a bad faith actor. I mean, I don't know. At the end of the day, I probably very slightly fall on the side of Patreon probably shouldn't have removed him. But
so what's your beef with Sargon exactly? I mean, I know a little bit about the history, but I'm not fully up to speed.
Oh, I just think he's a total fucking idiot.
Oh, I would have to agree with you there, but you don't really think Patreon should have nixed him, is what you're saying?
From my personal philosophy, I don't think you should be getting rid of people because of certain political views. That's just me personally. I mean, it's Patreon's platform. Technically, they can do what they want. But yeah, I mean, I would say if they wanted to kick off Sargon because of his horrible misrepresentation of certain facts or his inability to engage honestly with data, I'd be okay with that. But just for like saying the N-word or being hateful on some other planet, I don't know. I don't really care as much about that shit.
Now, I remember... I think it was, I want to say last fall, maybe it was before then, summer. I don't remember. You got kicked off Twitter, and I think a couple other things happened. I remember watching a video of yours where you said, well, I used to be all for not deplatforming anyone, even the alt-right, even, Sargon we talked about, people like that. but since people have taken it there, report anybody's videos, report whoever, and get them deplatformed. Is that still your stance, or was that just in the heat of the moment?
It's one of those issues where I'm just kind of like whatever on. Like if people want to do it, I'm not going to blame them for it anymore. I used to be really big on the extend shareability to the other side. I don't know how many people follow my Twitter in the past, but like when Sargon got, I think, kicked off of YouTube for a little bit, I tweeted my condolences. And when conservatives would get deplatformed from the past, I would always say like, hey, we shouldn't champion this. This isn't right. Originally, I came out and I defended Richard Spencer for getting punched in the street. And that was kind of my view on it. But then kind of one thing I noticed is that for a lot of right-leaning people, ideas like free speech and whatnot aren't really ends to themselves. They're just a means to spread their message. And as long as the people they don't like are being deplatformed, everybody is totally cool with it. And once I kind of realized that and stopped acting so naive, I realized like, well, fuck it. If the other side doesn't give a fuck about deplatforming people, I have literally nothing to gain by holding this stance. So yeah, like initially I would tell my followers like, hey, like we're not going to do like the spam report shit. That's not cool, guys. Like whatever. But now if people want to do it, I don't give a fuck. I'll just laugh at it. It's funny.
Gator, are you there, sir?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead. Do you have anything on that score or anything else?
Yeah, I do have one question for him. If you could set up another debate, kind of like John Tron or Mr. Medicare, who would be the person you would like to debate with the most?
I want to debate Ben Shapiro. It's like my dream. That's the dream that one day we're going to work up
Ben
to.
Shapiro. I don't know. I think he's still nursing his wounds from that disastrous Tucker Carlson sit down.
Oh, I don't even think I watched that. Ben Shapiro debated Tucker Carlson?
Yeah, it was at an event, and Tucker destroyed every one of his points. It was quite funny to watch.
I'm sorry, what do they disagree on?
A lot, apparently. Ben Shapiro's actually been going at Tucker for his views on the economy and immigration.
Economy and immigration.
Yeah, because he's not Tucker's more populist, so he's not like a.
Oh, so he's not like a free market guy. I understand.
He's not a Milton. He was like comparing him to like Milton.
Yeah, I just watched a video because Tucker Carlson is heading more towards that kind of like white nationalist area, right? Where he's like, listen, it sounded like it. The kind of guys that are like, fuck the economy, I don't care, like get these fucking brown people out of here, kind of that shit. He's not full on there, but
more so of protectivism and tariffs and not letting your country get raped by China. And
okay, yeah, so dumb populist Trump shit, pretty much. Okay. And Ben Shapiro lost that debate? How?
Because Ben Shapiro's an idiot.
Okay, he is, but that's a really easy debate to win. So I don't understand, but okay.
I heard you were going to debate Richard Spencerson. Is that true?
I don't know. I was under the impression that he wanted to a long time ago. And I think he's one of the few like good faith, like I think he's like a good faith white nationalist actor. And I thought that conversation would be interesting.
I know he's had some press over the weekend. Did you see any of that or?
No. What was it about?
Well, it was about his divorce. It was not friendly to him.
Oh yeah, wasn't there people are claiming that like he beat his wife or some shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't kept up on that at all. And honestly, I don't really care that much. But yeah, I haven't kept up on that at all.
Now that actually that rolls me into I didn't even have this on the list, but I saw was it Mothman or whatever the fuck that guy's name? What was that guy's name?
Dr. Deadmoth or something?
Yes, Dr. Deadmoth or Mr. Deadmoth or something Deadmoth.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it was his wife or whatever was throwing some type of something at him, some object, cardboard box or some shit at him, and he got up and smacked her around allegedly. And we did play a video of yours on this program where you said. I don't know if you said he was in the right necessarily, but that you could see where he was coming from.
Well, basically, in any type of situation like this, I don't like it when people are aggressors, especially in a domestic abuse situation. I have a really hard time siding against the person that's being aggressed on. And in this case, like the wife was the one that initiated every confrontation and kind of like escalated things to physical violence, throwing shit and whatnot. So I kind of took the side of the husband there. Unfortunately, because now I've got a bunch of fucking incel fans that think I'm in their camp now. But yeah, probably a lot of them on this show included. So.
Now, you were talking about, I want to say it was in a clip with Hassan Piker, and you guys were kind of going back and forth about this topic, and you said you had been in relationships where there had been physical violence, and that I don't want to put words in your mouth because I don't remember the exact quote. It was something about, I don't know if it was that clip or the other clip I'm talking about, but it was the same subject where you said, something to the effect of, I had to choke the bitch out or whatever to get her off of me or or something like that. Is
I
that
don't know if I
accurate?
said that specifically, but I'm pretty sure.
Something similar to something similar.
Yeah, maybe.
To that.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in a physically abusive relationship in the past. Yeah.
So what do you think there's ever an excuse for violence against women?
Yeah, sure, of course. What do you mean? They're giving an excuse for violence
I
against everyone.
I think that they're actually.
Wait, why would women be exempted from that? If there's an excuse for violence against men.
But there is this talking point that, well, you should never hit a woman. She's. She's
yeah, I don't buy into that. I'm a feminist, remember? Why would I believe that?
All right. So, Dead Moth did nothing wrong.
Well, no. I mean, he probably should have found a way to remove himself from the situation without calling the police. I mean, returning physical violence, especially in that situation, especially with your fucking kids around, is a pretty bad idea.
Well, also the camera was on. That seemed to be a very low IQ maneuver there. Maybe just hit end stream there on OBS. That might be a good idea.
Probably, yeah. Or at least hit the mute button. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, deplatforming in general. Where do you think that's going to go? I know you have your own. Basically sub model there on your website. I don't know how you have the payment processor stuff set up, but I'm assuming you have that worked out through your own business dealings. Do you think that's a model for others to follow? And it seems to be, I mean, I think you're probably good, but it seems to be more affecting people on the right where, of course, we were kicked off YouTube, kicked off Streamlabs. That's as far as it's gone until now. But do you think that's a model that others can follow, even people on the right, or is it just, left-wing people going to be able to do that?
I mean, anybody that can build a fan base can probably follow that model. I don't know if it matters if you're left-wing or right-wing.
But do you think it's a little bit, it's a little harder for the right-wing, don't you think?
Why?
Well, because you get blacklisted by MasterCard, you get blacklisted by PayPal and stuff like that. You have to.
Isn't that like literally only like alt-righters and shit? Like how many normal right-wing people are getting blacklisted by MasterCard and PayPal?
Well, some people critical of Islam. What's that guy's name? I want to say, is it Robert Spencer?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
No
so
relation to Richard.
Yeah, it's totally different than Richard Spencer.
So when you say critical of Islam, is he critical of Islam or is he full-on like cultural Bolshevism or whatever? Like full-on white nationalist, like conspiracy theory?
I think he is his site named Jihad Watch or something like that. I believe
Jihad
that's the name of his site. I mean, he is fairly critical of the religion. I'm not gonna, sugarcoat it. But what are your views? I guess that rolls into an entirely different.
So I'm just checking the wiki real quick because I want to make sure I'm not missing something. He's co-founded the anti-Muslim group Stop Islamization of America. I feel like this guy's not just like a normal right-wing dude. It sounds like this guy's like pretty
well
insane.
You have him, you have Alex Jones,
again Alex Jones. If these
Spencer,
are your,
we talked about Richard Spencer, he was kicked off.
So again, like you're giving me like literal like white nationalists, alt-right people, or like insane conspiracy theory. Like these shouldn't be your normal. This shouldn't be your bar for like normal right-leaning conservative. These should be more people like, as much as I hate to say it, like people like Steven Crowder and shit should probably be more the people you're looking at in terms of right versus left.
Even Tucker on Fox is getting his ads removed.
Yeah, but I mean, he's not getting blacklisted from PayPal or MasterCard. I mean, people pulling sponsors from programs has been happening since fucking dawn of time, right? But
you don't see that happening on the MSNBC or Rachel Maddow show.
Well, yeah,
it's usually only right-wing people.
Well, politically, right now, if you're right-wing, you're probably more likely to be doing hate-related shit than left-wing.
What does Tucker do that's hate-related?
I don't know. I would have to find out why he's getting ads removed. Why are sponsors pulling ads? Tucker Carlson.
He's on Fox News. I don't think he can really say anything crazy. We can
Tucker
say what
Carlson
we want
tonight
on here.
Loses at least 26 advertisers after immigration comments. What did he say?
I don't remember the exact quote. He said something about dirty. I don't know if he said dirty immigrants exactly, but something like that. Let me see if I can find the quote. Look here. Let me find it. He said, fuck. Let me see. That's an article about the ad pool. Basically, he said the country was getting dirtier.
Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck. I think I was right before. I backed off because I wasn't 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure Carlson's moving in the full white nationalist direction. Carlson sparked the controversy during last Thursday's broadcast, noting that he felt immigration was responsible for making the United States dirtier. Ugh, I don't know about that one.
Well, I mean, is that a beyond the bounds type comment or?
Well, no, I mean, if you think that, I guess brown people are dirty, I mean, it's par for the course. But I mean, people probably aren't going to be okay with that type of rhetoric today. I mean, it's current year, right?
I mean, could he also mean though that it's just, and I think there's a left-wing case, excuse me, for not encouraging mass immigration too. Matter of fact, a lot of unions and other people have talked about this as well. That mass immigration from the third world, from South America, from Mexico, actually lowers the wages for blacks and other lower class workers here in the United States. And
that's
I mean,
generally not substantiated by any data, though. I mean, like, unfortunately, I've dug into this more than I want to, and it's really, really hard to find any data that supports that point of view. The reverse seems to be true, that usually immigration, except for like a very hyper-specific subset of people, over the long term, immigration seems to boost wages for natives.
So, you know, a construction worker that can come and work, you know, $4 or $5 an hour because he doesn't have a social security number or a, you know, green card versus, you know, an American whose job he took used to make, you know, $15, $20 an hour or more.
Yeah, we got to be real careful when we have this conversation. There's a big difference between immigrants, refugees, and illegal immigrants. Obviously, somebody coming over and working without a social security number that's probably a bad thing. I don't think anybody is defending that position.
Okay, well, make the distinction. So versus... Go ahead. I mean,
well, I mean, like an immigrant can't come over and work for $4 or $5 an hour because they have to be paid a minimum wage, right?
Well, so you're against illegal immigration.
Yeah. I mean, illegal immigrant. Yeah, they should probably be documented. Yeah, we should find ways to get them social security numbers and shit to get them registered into the system. Yeah.
Oh, you want them? Okay, so you want them here.
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, like,
you don't want to send them back.
My priority, yeah, I don't care about like white superiority or any of that shit. And
well, no, it's just not. You don't even have to think of it that way. It's just a rule of law thing, right? They shouldn't be here to begin with. They broke the law.
Who the fuck cares about rule of law? What do you mean by that? It depends on the. It depends.
There is a way to come into every country, right? You have to apply for visas. You have to apply for different immigration ways to get in there. A visa,
and the way to come into the United States right now sucks shit. So I mean, if people go around it, it's whatever.
So you're okay with it?
Well, for example, my wife is. I married her. She's still going to school in London, even though we're married. There is a lot of paperwork, a lot of stuff that we still have to go through. Versus, somebody who just strolled across the border, they're here, and they should be able to stay because they're a dreamer or whatever excuse. I mean, to me, that's and I'm not the only one that feels that way. There are a lot of immigrants who've come to this country, done it the right way, and they're like, well, what the fuck? We didn't.
Yeah, but the wait list
to get special treatment.
Sure. So you're giving like a defensive hazing. I understand that the process in the past has sucked, and a lot of people have gone through the process. But just because there's been a shitty process that a lot of people have endured doesn't mean that shitty process should perpetuate itself into perpetuity. I mean, like the process between you and your wife sounds like it sucks, and the process to get here legally from Mexico is anywhere from like 10 to 20 years. That's shit. But just because some people have gone through it doesn't mean that we should just keep it forever. I think that we should make it a lot easier to immigrate to this country. It seems like it would fix a lot of problems. We've already got 13 million people here illegally. We might as well get them social security numbers or tax IDs so we can tax them, keep track of them better.
Now, should there be some penalty for them coming illegal in the first place?
Why? Most of them are poor anyway. They probably can't afford it. Why waste the time doing it? Like, just integrate them.
Well, I mean, come on, they broke the law. They have to pay some type of penalty or do something, right? I mean,
deport them, because if they're poor already, and
that's the hardcore. Yeah, hardcore is just they deport them and make them go the right way.
What are you going to tax them on anyway? If they're poor, they're not going to pay any in taxes. They're just going to take out of the system. So you're just letting in people who are going to suck the system dry as it is. As it is, food stamps, Social Security, they're all going to die
so the welfare state,
years.
If we were Sweden, we could be having this conversation. But the welfare state in the United States is not at such a point that people come in and can suck the system dry.
Well, but it's not just welfare. It's not just welfare. It's hospital care. It's schooling. It's infrastructure. These roads that we have are crumbling anyway.
Yeah, so schooling is paid for via taxes that you can't escape from.
But they're not going to be paying into taxes.
Yeah, they are. They have to. You can't avoid that.
Yes, you can.
I mean, sales tax, but
well, and not just sales tax, but schools are paid for in every area via property taxes. So if you stay in an apartment, even if you file a $15,000 W-2 with 2 tax credits and you get fucking money from the federal government and everything, you're still paying property tax. It's still going towards schools. There's a certain tax you can't escape from. Or if you drive a car and you buy gas, you're going to be paying gas tax at the pump, so you're going to be fixing the roads whether you like it or not. Like, yeah, in terms of federal income or state income tax, yeah, you can avoid those with tax subsidies and whatnot, but you're still paying into FICA, you're still paying gas tax, you're still paying sales tax, and you've got the economic boon of them being here in the first place, which is also increasing your tax receipts in other areas. Like, this is like a settled matter. Like, nobody debates anymore, like among economists, that immigrants are like a drain on the economy. It's just not a topic that it's like climate change. Like, nobody's really seriously debating this. It's only like white nationalists that are too scared to just say, I don't want brown people here for the sake of them being brown, who try to hide behind these weird economic arguments that nobody in the literature defends anymore.
Well, the fact of the matter is, I mean, you could take it to that point too. I mean, there aren't really any successful multiculturalist societies in the history of the world.
I mean, I'd say the United States is pretty successful.
I mean, yeah, for now, because it's still majority white. I mean, if you want to look at the history of the world, you look at Rome, you look at all these ancient civilizations. You can look at Europe. Brazil would be a good example of where it doesn't work. A multiculturalist nation without a dominant racial class, almost always, I can't think of one that succeeded, actually.
I mean, we're a pretty young civilization. What, 10,000 years is like our history right now? I mean, I'm pretty sure America is currently the longest running.
Well, I mean, we only have known history. We can't argue about stuff that hasn't
yeah, I know,
happened.
but like,
mean,
I guess
possibly,
like the problem is like these arguments of like what, like these kind of weird arguments of what worked in the past, and that's what we should always do. It's a very strange argument to make when a lot of what America did in its founding.
You mean through all of known history, this is the case? So
well, sure, but like, so in how much of known history were women subjugated from men? Like, should women not be allowed to vote because it's been that way for so much of history, or like, I don't know. It's just a really weird argument to make. Like, why not look at the data, see what's working, see what's not working, and then kind of like move forward in that direction, rather than just making these weird appeals to history.
I'm just saying, I can't think of a multicultural state without a dominant racial class.
I mean, even if that's, I mean, like,
now, if you have other cultures, that's not saying you can't have other cultures and have other peoples, but without one, majority racial class, it almost always devolves into sectarian strife, usually civil war. Usually a lot of people fucking die. I mean, that's usually what happens.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's always been caused by the fact that there was just one or not a dominant racial class or whatever. I mean, I would rather, again, like maybe I'm more of an empirical kind of person. Like, why not just collect data, model policies around what works, and then go from there, rather than making these strange appeals to history for like racial superiority.
Would history count as data as well, though? I mean,
yeah, but we can look at society as it exists right now, and we can see what's working or not working right now. Like, we wouldn't appeal to like how did something work in the 1500s in order to see how we should model society now, right?
Would you say America's working right now?
I mean, I guess it depends on your definition of working, but I'd say by most counts, yeah, it seems to be.
I mean, complete political paralysis, fights in the streets. I mean, I wouldn't call it full-scale civil unrest, but we've seen some bouts of that in the past 2 years. I mean, the country's kind of fallen apart. I mean, I'm just going to be honest.
Yeah, so the political things have nothing to do with multiculturalism, right? These have to do with...
You don't think that has anything to do with it?
I'm sorry, can you connect the dots for me? So how do things like the nuclear option in the Senate, how do you plug that into multicultural strife?
I think the political strife can definitely be tied into that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm really curious. I want to know the path. How do you get from multiculturalism to McConnell and other people triggering the nuclear option and blocking like Supreme Court justices in the Senate? I want to know that path.
Well, that's not the only example of political paralysis. They can't even pass a budget. We're in what?
So for the current budget, sure. So for the current budget, can you tell me how multiculturalism gets us to the president vetoing a budget that he doesn't like? How are these things connected?
Well, for one, you have majority districts with safe seats who are represented by, intransigent members. Also, I mean, you have that on the right too with safe seats. I think that's a big part of it, and this is grown out of the segmentation of American society. Where we don't have common experiences.
Okay, but sure. So common experiences are not shared between people that live in the city and live in the country. This has nothing to do with multiculturalism, right? White people in San Francisco are going to be way different than white people in Iowa, but it's not because they could be the same race. They just have completely different lived experiences.
Would you say that demographics vote a certain way?
I think empirically that's true. Yeah.
Okay, and would you say the changing landscape of demographics changes the landscape of the Senate, of the House, and that is a way that, makes impasses, makes things not happen, makes the budget not be what the president wants or whatever.
Not necessarily.
You could see the demographic changes in people they're voting in.
Yeah, but whites themselves are like a very divided demographic. Like if we can go.
I'm talking about minorities. Let's be honest. All minority, basically, 95 to 99% minorities all vote Democrat, right?
That's not. That's a way too high of a figure. But yeah, it does skew pretty hard democratically. But I mean, whose fault is that?
It's probably the fault of people giving illegals amnesty. And
what do we give
allowing
illegals
immigration.
Wait, you mean people like Reagan? I mean,
yeah, I know. I don't like Reagan. I don't like Reagan.
Because you don't like neoconservatives. You're a full-on white nationalist, or what do you mean? Why?
I'm not white, so I can't be a white nationalist. But no,
there's a lot of people that seem to
be
these days. But
yeah, I don't like neocons either. Why do we have to start wars for other countries? Why are we in Iraq? things of that nature. I'm not into that either. But you can see shifting demographics as a shift on politics. That's for sure. And racial changes in the country do have a broad impact on how the government runs, based on who they vote in and what they vote in for. You can just see it now.
And both parties. You can look at both political parties. 10 years ago, they were completely different. Somebody like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez would never have been elected 10 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, welcome to populism. No, that's not a shift. You think
our population of the country has also forcing both parties to the edges, so that the Democrat Party is becoming more left-wing, the Republican Party is right-wing.
This is a very
direct consequence of the changing landscape of not just the people of the United States, but their opinions shifting in tandem.
Okay, so Sarah Palin was the vice presidential nominee like 10 years ago. Okay, I don't know if you can say that people are just now becoming extreme. Also, the idea that any party in the U.S. is like super left-wing is hilariously America-centric. Like, even the Democratic Party would be considered right-wing in most European countries. Like, we don't have anything that's even remotely close to left-wing in the United States right now.
We're talking about the United States between one time point and another time point, not, whether the Democrat Party would be considered right-wing in England or not.
Okay, sure. But I don't think that the Democrats have moved extremist left-wing at all. Like, you're talking about one senator that got elected that's like she's not even a socialist. She's like a sock dem, isn't she? The Alexandria Cortez, she's not even pushing for socialism. Like, I don't know, the idea that like one senator somehow means the entire political landscape has changed. In New York, of all places. Like, I don't know, that just seems like a pretty hard buy to me.
Oh, no, it does, because the seat that she took was...
she's not even. I'm sorry. She's not even a senator. She's a congresswoman.
Yeah, the seat that she took was held by the fourth most powerful Democrat. I forgot his name, but he was an old white guy.
It was Crowley. I want to
Crowley.
say
Yeah, you're right.
yeah.
No, you're right. You're right. Yeah. It was Crowley. He was the fourth most popular or powerful Democrat, and she won that seat based on the shifting demographics of that district, not anything else. Because he's held that seat for 14 years.
So you're telling me, okay, hold on, because I hate to let this claim go unchallenged. You're telling me that if I were to go and look up demographic voting statistics right now, that white people didn't change the way they voted, and that it was literally just because of immigrants that she was able to win?
The district became 70% immigrant, and a lot of Hispanic and Muslim.
Wait, immigrant or white or what? Which we're throwing a lot of words around that are the same. Like, do white immigrants count as like?
I'm not. I haven't changed anything I said.
Well, no, I'm just trying to make sure that I understand. So are you saying
more brown and they voted in a brown woman?
Yeah, because you just said brown. So is it brown or immigrants or what?
I said what I said.
It's
I said
Puerto Rican heavy.
Yeah.
District. Yeah. I mean, it's New York. It's Puerto Rican heavy. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm curious if anyone in my chat can grab me demographics from.
I'm speaking English here, right?
Yeah, but the thing is it's like I'm just trying to. I could be me making the mistake, but I'm just because we'll go from immigrants to brown immigrants to different, like these are all different classes of people that function in different ways, right? So I'm just making sure we're on that same page.
I guess so. I don't know. I don't think it's you just understanding what I'm trying to say, but the demographics skewed in that district very hard, and she won based on that. Other than that, she's an idiot. She legit is one of the dumbest people that ever ran.
Is she? And wait, what she said that's so dumb? I don't follow her that much.
Oh.
Let me just read this. The race statistics from the district here. Let's see. It is 49% Hispanic, 16% Asian, 18% white, 11% black, 3.7 other, 0.4% Native American, probably Donga's relatives there in the district. That's a massive shift from what it was 14 years ago. I have to look up the old stats, but it's definitely kind of flopped, whatever you want to call it there, from the original stats. I mean, the guy was a white Irish dude, or whatever. Some people don't necessarily think the Irish are white, but it kind of shifted demographics there over the last 15 years.
Sure. So let's grant all this, because I'm not going to dig through the statistics from 14 years ago unless you have them on hand. But like, even if that
I don't have the old ones on hand, those are the current ones.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Even if that was true, what does that matter?
Well, he's pointing to that as a shift in the political system. I mean, that's kind of what we were talking about before.
Sure, but why can't Republicans appeal to Hispanic people? I don't understand.
Well, I mean, some of them think that they can, that Hispanics are natural conservatives.
I think they are, based on my personal experience. Hispanic people tend to be, in terms of family, whatnot, yes, Hispanic people tend to be far more socially conservative than white people. That's my experience. So I could be wrong. I should look at polling data if I really
In what ways would you say?
They tend to be more like conservative in terms of family members. So like if you've ever known like Mexican friends or whatnot, they have like quinceañeras and shit for their daughters. Like women tend to have long hair, men tend to be a certain way. Like there's that whole culture around Hispanic people. I'm generalizing quite a bit, but it seems to me that Hispanic people tend to fall more conservative in terms of like social issues and whatnot than white people do. Like, I mean, like, fuck, when you're coming over from Mexico and when you're coming over from Mexico as a Hispanic, like, you're really likely to be Catholic, which I would say is a more conservative-leaning, like, religion than, say, like, Lutherans or something, so.
Yeah, I mean, maybe socially, but do they vote for the conservative in the end, though?
So what's the question? So why wouldn't you vote for conservatives then?
In terms of, the social spending, not social issues, I mean, spending on, welfare and government programs tends to trump that, I would say.
Do you think maybe it might have something to do with like all of the racist rhetoric and the voter like depression and shit that comes out of Republican talking points as well, or do you think that might not play into it at all?
Historically, they've always voted Democrat, though. It's not a new thing.
Okay. Do you think historically,
I don't think
since the '60s, the Conservative Party has tended to be a bit racist as well, or?
No, I don't think so, and I don't think that being socially conservative and having a high appeal to your family means anything when you're voting. It doesn't matter.
Are you serious? People literally will single issue vote on issues like abortion. What do you mean?
And immigration.
Okay.
And that's Hispanics. The majority of them are
things
illegals.
Like abortion and things like gay marriage. Like you don't think these are single like wedge issues that people will vote on? Like,
well, they still voted in the midterms in Texas. 64% of Hispanics voted for Democrats.
Damn, sounds like Republicans are real racist then if they're losing votes from people like
that.
Yeah,
I don't think it's just a racist thing. I just think that demographically people vote a certain way. And
you don't think when your head of state is saying things like a lot of the people coming over from Mexico are rapists, thieves, and murderers, you don't think that might play with?
No, they might be. If they're illegal, you don't know. Do you? Do you know everyone who came over the border?
No, I don't think Trump does either. Wait, what do you mean?
Coming over. I mean, there are documented cases of rapists and murderers coming over.
There are documented cases of rapists and murderers being white people. What does that mean?
Well, yeah, but if you're already a citizen, that's one thing. That doesn't mean
no, that's not one thing. Wait, you feel better? Yeah, so you find out your friend. You can't
get rid of a United States citizen. They're already here. But if somebody broke the law to get here and then they came here and then they raped and murdered, that's a.
This is like I don't know. This is like that weird conservative delusion where it's like my friend was murdered and now I'm even more mad because I found out it was an illegal. Like I'm pretty sure these things are bad regardless of who does them.
Obviously, if it was your friend, it wouldn't matter who the fuck killed him. But I'm just saying, if somebody came here illegally then committed their murder versus a person who was already here. If you don't have a border, you don't have a fucking country. If people can just stroll over and no big deal and just let whoever come in, why even have a border in the first place? I mean, it's just. Don't have common language, common border, common culture, you don't have a fucking country.
We've never had we literally had a civil war. How can you say common culture in the United States? What does that mean?
Well, I mean, we've had a civil war, and it was one side won and one side lost.
Yeah, but I mean, this idea that we've had a common culture, like even to start the United States, the whole Federalist Papers and everything was written because even the 13 colonies viewed themselves as separate from one another. This idea of common culture in the U.S. is pretty fantastical, I think. I don't think we've ever been united. Well, the whole 13
I mean, look, that was a different time. We don't really have. I mean, people are still proud of their states and still, regionally, I would say maybe. But in terms of an individual state culture, I don't really think that much of that carries over from the founding. I mean, that's kind of.
Wait, you don't think that people in California don't view themselves as differently from people from like Alabama or
the mindset that they had back then? No, I don't really think that exists that much now. I don't think that's a big issue.
You wait. Hold on, just so I can understand. So you don't think that people in different states or different cities might very strongly identify?
I mean, they're still proud of their state, but the federal government is so powerful. The idea of the United States is so powerful now. We still have a federalist system, but the federal part of that federalist system is so much powerful now. I don't really think it's the same.
What does that have to do with culture? Culture isn't dictated to us by the federal government.
I think
I would beg to disagree.
Entirely different things.
Yeah, I thought we were talking about culture because you said like language borders culture.
So the federal government has no bearing on the culture of the United States whatsoever.
I mean, it might a very small one, sure, but like I don't think people that like live in Boston or Massachusetts or people that live in like in San Francisco and California, I don't think these people get like their culture from the federal government or the federal government has a big say there. I think that the culture across the United States is incredibly varied from one state to the next.
I think you could argue more of a regional cultures, but as far as state by state, I don't know. I don't really.
Sure, we can do regional as well if you want to. Regionally, like the culture of the Midwest is far different than the West Coast, which is far different than the DC area, which is far different than Florida, which is far different from Texas. I don't think we have a unifying culture across the United States. It's one of the cool things about the U.S. There's tons of different places and people here.
All right, let me read some of these. Panzerfowl says Mundane Fat is asking for likes because of YouTube algorithm checks. Check it out. What do you think of Mundane Matt? Or do you think about him at all?
Monday Matt?
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, poor Matt. Orange Juice Nut says Destiny is a basketball American, but at least he isn't Sargon. Venamine says right out of the gate, this manlet has to start arguing about semantics. No one cares. Aaron, let's see. Aaron Owl 84 says get Gator to look up Owen Benjamin's YouTube video. 208 cents the father for an epic soundboard clip. Okay, I'll save that for later. Grasscutter says ask Destiny about the Jews. What about the Jews, Destiny?
Oh boy.
What about them? That's a pretty vague question.
That is a pretty big question.
Do I believe like in the deep state that's ran by all the Jewish people and everything? No.
Do you think Israeli lobbyists and I guess ethnically Jewish individuals have an undue influence on the foreign policy and governance of the United States?
Probably not. I don't think so. I mean, there's a lot of pretty
not even foreign policy.
I mean, like non-Jewish people love fucking Israel. That's just like a fucking U.S. thing. Democrats and Republicans have always been united.
What do you think about Israel?
Fuck Israel. I don't like that shit. But I don't like a lot of our foreign involvement. I think we're really dishonest about it.
I was going to ask you this question later, but Tulsi Gabbard, she's kind of been getting slammed by some of the left-wing press. I guess because she's kind of a favorite of some people on the right. She's an anti-interventionist person as well. What do you think about her candidacy? I think she's going to run for president.
What's her name?
Tulsi Gabbard. She's a House member from Hawaii.
Honest to God, I avoid this shit until people like actually officially start running. I hate speculating on people that haven't like officially thrown in there. So I don't know. I'd have to look into her more.
She has. She came out officially and said she's running.
Yeah, I believe she is.
Maybe I'll look into her. We'll see.
Another super chat says, "Hey Destiny, remember the time you accidentally doxed yourself after trying to intimidate someone by showing them a picture of your handgun permit or your argument for ethical CP?" Then he has a little rejoinder there at the end that I won't read, but I'm not actually familiar. I have heard about the ethical CP thing, and we can talk about that if you want. I don't know about the doxing thing. I didn't actually see that. So.
Yeah, I mean, I've never accidentally doxed myself. My address has always been pretty public. I mean, it's just kind of a known thing. It's pretty hard to keep your shit private when everybody's going after you.
Now, ethical CP, did you want to weigh in on that or what?
As part of my 2-hour debate with Amos E, where I was arguing in favor of the age of consent, I think he asked me if there was ever a point where child porn could be used in an ethical manner, and somebody showed me research that it was possible to utilize old child porn to prevent new children from being raped. So in the case where you're keeping kids from getting raped, I said maybe there's something to do there, but I don't know. I don't know if there's like ever been research in that direction that like empirically demonstrated it or not. So
actually, giving child pornography to people who might rape kids might be an answer for that.
I have no idea. It would depend on if there were like clinical trials or if there was more research in that direction. But generally, anything that reduces the number of kids getting raped, I'm usually in favor of that.
All right. Dog Truth says Destiny reminds me of a soy-filled Edward Norton. Mine 1001 Ed Norton. Haven't heard that name in a while. Mine 1001 says Ralph. Well, I won the DMCA claim. Destiny says, well, that's just like your opinion, man. The Kiosk says, hey Destiny, is your ass still bleeding from the raping Jim gave you when he came on your stream and blew you the fuck out? What do you think about Mr. Medicare?
He's like the Joker guy or whatever, right? An agent of chaos. I mean, what do you mean? What do I think about him? I don't even know if he has any positions. He just kind of like he's here for the lulz.
How would you say your encounter with him went?
I mean, I thought it went well. Most of my fans think it went well, and then his fans think it went horribly. And I mean, or for me, it did. I mean, it's kind of one of those things where like anybody that I debate online, it's always going to be like my fans generally think I do well, and then their fans think they do well, and then the people in the middle kind of decide like I guess where it tips.
Commander says, I am very late, but your segment on the Armenian genocide last week was very surprising and heartfelt to me and my community. Thank you, and God bless the Killstream. Oh, well, thank you as well. Let's see. Baron von Ungern Sternberg says, incest is wrong because it's universally condemned in all major religious traditions worldwide as degenerate, and it results in mutant fucking fallout babies. Their simple explanation.
Yeah, fuck religion. I don't get my morals from that. But I mean, if that guy does, he's all more than welcome to. And then remember to follow whatever other crazy shit your book of choice says to do.
I didn't expect the incest debate, or I don't even know if I'd call it a debate. I didn't really prepare for that topic. Let's see. Art Abraxas says also homosexuality is degenerate and heterosexual incest is wrong because it creates defective children. I think that's a follow up on the last point. That being said, what do you think about? I'm trying to think of the word I would use. Maybe the transgenderification of the country. And we have the drag kid. We talked about drag kid Desmond. There's another one that I have pulled up to talk about tonight. Do you think transgenderism is kind of being marketed to the masses in a way that's ridiculous?
I've never seen any empirical evidence of this ever happening, so no.
Well, I mean, I think, what is it? Transgenders, I think, I want to say 0.2% of the population, but that's almost all we hear about on Twitter and everywhere else, and every single day it's a new tranny issue, and let's let kids get gender reassignment surgery at age 8 and stuff
so
like that.
Literally nobody says for kids to get gender reassignment surgery at age 8, and I don't know
well,
what you're
they start
on
putting
Twitter.
them on hormones and stuff like that.
Well, so I think you can get puberty blockers as early as 11 or 12, not generally 8, and this is always
they put them on the path on it at that age. They don't actually do the reassignment surgery.
Sure, I mean, if you've got like a psychiatrist, a child psychiatrist that's actually recommending this, if they think that they meet enough criteria, sure.
So you think kids should be able to get the gender reassignment surgery as early as possible?
I mean, I'm a fan of scientific data, and if the outcomes are positively associated with it for people not killing themselves, I'm generally in favor of it, yeah.
Well, I mean, science used to say a lot of things.
You literally just made the science is a liar sometimes argument that the one guy on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia made. Like, but you just made that argument unironically. So am I never supposed to trust science because at some points in time it was incorrect? Or I don't know what I'm supposed to take from that. Like,
I mean, I think kids getting gender reassignment surgery is pretty.
Why do you think that?
Well, for one, they're kids, and
okay. So have you ever heard Ben Shapiro say like, "My facts don't care about your feelings"? Like, I understand that you might feel uncomfortable with it, but I just have to appeal to the scientific data here or the scientific consensus on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it makes a lot of conservatives uncomfortable, but I don't know. I just don't really care. Like, I can't argue against somebody feeling uncomfortable at something. I just have to appeal to the scientific data. What does the APA say about it? And it seems like the recommendations for sex reassignment surgery are pretty strong. The outcomes associated with it are highly positive. And if it's possible to start somebody on,
who wants to be Batman, when they're 4, they have the same ability to say, "Well, now I want to be a woman," and that should be taken as gospel. And
yeah. So the way that we experience gender is very well documented, very well researched. I'm not aware of there being a lot of documented research about the way we experience being Batman.
I don't have any personal experience being Batman. No.
Yeah. So I don't think that's the same thing as being a transgender person.
I'm just saying a 4-year-old kid, whatever, 5-6-year-old. I don't really think they have the mental capability to say that.
But I mean, like, you're giving me your feelings right now. Like, we could hop on Google Scholar and I could show you study after study that shows that children as early as 6 months, possibly even children in the womb, are already experiencing things related to gender. Like, these are really well documented, really well observed, like, psychological facts. Like, gender is something that we experience and we act through at incredibly early ages, like in our natal years. Like, I don't know, this idea that a kid that's 6 has no idea. I mean, I guess like it sounds good or it feels good, but it's just not backed by anything in the literature. So I don't know how to engage with those types of arguments. If it feels wrong, I don't know what to say.
Gators, Dan, you have anything on that topic? Which actually had that for later, but go ahead if you have anything. I'll ask the next question.
I don't know if Gator has anything. He hasn't really said it a lot. Guess not.
Now, I saw you got into it with, well, I don't know if got into it's correct, but you kind of had a little discussion there with Hassan over the Jasmine Barnes situation in Houston.
Wait, holy shit. Jasmine Barnes?
I believe it was Jasmine Barnes. Now, you can correct me if I'm wrong if you didn't have that conversation. I believe you did, about the black girl that was murdered in Houston. And if you didn't have the conversation...
Oh, wait, is this the one where the white person shot the 7-year-old or whatever?
Well, it actually was a black person who did it, but they said it was a white person.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, what about it?
I mean, just your thoughts on that that whole case. I mean, if you don't know much about it, but I thought you'd already talked about it. So.
Well, I talked about the reporting. I'm very uncomfortable when people spin narratives out of stories before all of the facts are in, especially on breaking news. I think breaking news culture in the U.S. is cancerous as fuck. And I see a lot of right-leaning people do it with like Muslims and shit, so I don't like it being done when anybody doesn't. I think it's really damaging.
All right, fair enough. Let's see. Valley says people who practice incest can have healthy children with other people. Genetic dispositions don't have that luxury. I don't. Okay. Altabeef says, I'm with Destiny on liberalism. I should be free to I should be free to enter Dubai people, consensual, of course, into personal bondage, 21st century slavery for the new dawn of the white man.
To enter Dubai? What?
To purchase a human for slave purposes.
I mean, if the other person consents to it, I mean, we do that every day. It's called working under capitalism. I mean, you go and you enslave yourself to an employer, and then you get paid some percentage of what you create. I mean, like, we do that every day in America. I don't know if the person was trying to make a point, or maybe that guy's a socialist and he's trying to say that, we should take away, capital from the owners. I'm not sure what that guy was getting at.
Slurp Dirt 42 says, JonTron was quoting FBI stats. Destiny acted like a I will say homosexual with emotion, and that's how John lost. That's debates.
Sure. So the stats that were quoted. Firstly, I know the person that created that image because I was friends with a girl, and the guy was thirsty as fuck and was contacting her, and she found out who created that image. That image was citing Bureau of Justice Statistics stats that were not actually kept at the BJS, and we know this because other people emailed people from the BJS to find out where these stats came from, and the BJS themselves confirmed that those stats were invented. The FBI does not collect, the Bureau of Justice Statistics does not collect that type of information related to crime and race. It just doesn't exist. The way that person created that image was by conflating multiple sources and then making guesswork in other areas in order to prove his point. It was bad stats. By
the way, I saw a suggestion from Keenstar in the chat that you are on Adderall. Is that correct?
No.
He just said you were talking so fast. You sounded like you were on Adderall. Baron von Unger Sternberg says Lauren Southern got blacklisted by MasterCard, Patreon, and PayPal, and she's a libertarian who fucks black dudes. I would use her as the example of somebody who doesn't fall into the category of alt-right neo-Nazis.
Wait, I'm sorry, who are you talking about?
Lauren Southern. He was saying that she has a coitus with African-American gentlemen, and that she was still blacklisted from PayPal and MasterCard and Patreon.
Well, Lauren Southern is a blatant white nationalist. I don't know why she was specifically blacklisted, but Lauren Southern is absolutely a white nationalist. It's not even up for debate.
What makes her
Mike
white?
Cernovich is a white nationalist as well?
Cernovich is a fucking clown. I don't follow his shit as much, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I did follow Lauren Southern shit more, and she dog whistles so fucking hard for white nationalism. It's insane. She's got a whole video about how Paris is changing, where she just walks around filming brown people. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Anytime she's talking about Western values, she's talking about white values. I think it's.
I mean, Paris is changing, though, right?
Sure. I mean, the whole world is changing. That's how history has always worked. You can't put anything in a museum and expect it not to change. Culture is constantly changing and evolving all over the world.
Well, he means it specifically in the context of race that Paris is changing.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible too. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you show all these brown people who weren't here before, and you're like, well, Paris is changing. This is not really France. This is not what we historically know as France. I mean, is that racist, or is that just pointing out the obvious?
I mean, it's pointing out the obvious that you're racist. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I guess when I think of my country or what I value or whatever, it's not usually the color of people's skins. Maybe that's because I'm an American, but yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's just not. I just don't attach a particular value to skin color, especially when I've met so many fucking stupid white people. It just doesn't seem to be a value that's particularly worthwhile to have.
Let's see. Revel89 says, is Destiny willing to ask why black nationalist groups get a pass compared to white nationalist groups? Also ask him about, they said something about herpes. I won't get into that. I don't know anything about that. I don't know if that's a joke or whatever. But white nationalism versus black nationalists, is there a difference there?
I mean, if you want to go the hardcore sociology route, I mean, you can argue that black nationalists historically haven't had the same power to oppress white people as white people have to black people. Therefore, white nationalism might be a tier worse than black nationalism. I mean, I think that there are legitimate arguments you can go down there. I would never do any of those on a type of show like this. And I would probably just say that both groups are pretty stupid. I mean, I shit on black nationalists not all the time, because they're pretty fucking rare to see a black nationalist compared to a white nationalist, at least in the U.S. But I mean, both forms of nationalism are pretty stupid, I think. Any nationalism that's centered around the color of your skin, I think is pretty stupid. But
Juan Wick says all of your arguments are lies. Dirty D disagrees, says Destiny's boring. Dabarino says going to boot camp tomorrow, subbing even though I won't be able to watch the show for the next couple months. Can't abort the retort. I'm sorry, but Destiny is out of your league. Take the L. Well, thank you. Karanak says, can you ask the sister fucker what taxes some illegal immigrant that has 3+ kids and makes under $50K will pay?
Sure. So that guy is referring to federal and state taxes, in which case it's possible to not only not pay taxes, but get money back from the federal government because of the way refundable tax credits work. A lot of your audience, when they get past the age of 16, might learn about filing taxes. But that's a dig at your audience. I didn't mean that. But like, yeah, federal and state taxes, it's possible to get back from the government. However, FICA taxes are non-refundable. Those are always paid in. So things like Social Security, Medicaid, like these are things that you pay into regardless of whether you want to. And also consumption taxes are taxes that you don't get refunded either. So for instance, when you go to buy something at a store, you typically pay a sales tax. Some products are exempt from that, like food and diapers and shit. But that's a tax that you're not going to get back. When you go fill up your car with gas, a gasoline tax is typically charged on top of all gasoline sales. When you are renting a place, or if you're purchasing a house, like the property taxes you're paying are usually baked into your rent or something. Those are taxes you can avoid. There's tons of taxes that you're going to be paying. As just by virtue of existing in this country and purchasing things. Like the velocity of money is always tied to like taxes being paid and whatnot. It's just a thing.
I would say that your audience is younger than ours, actually.
That's almost for sure not true, but I can understand why you would say that.
Well, why would you say mine is so young? You don't have any data to make that claim. You're all about the science and the data. I mean,
yeah, that's true. I'm making a couple of assumptions, but typically like the disenfranchised, like really angry, kind of like adolescent white man that would be drawn to like Jordan Peterson and angry at like black people and trannies and stuff. Like if these are your main concerns of the day, is like what transgender people are doing on Twitter and whatnot, my guess is that the type of problems that you have are going to be like geared towards much younger people.
I came here and wanted to talk about trannies. I mean, that's what's every day. Oh, this Twitter moment, some drag kid, well, look at how lovely this is, or oh, it's great. I mean, that's not my choice to make it.
But I mean, to some extent it is. It shows the type of media you engage with. Like the things that I'm concerned about are things like healthcare for people in the United States. Things like Trump's new tax code has big impacts for me because I own a business. Things like international affairs are really busy. The people that are like obsessed with like what trainees are doing seem like people that don't really have any other problems where they would care that much about like the broader political landscape, Like transgender people and transgender rights are such a small subset of what even, I don't want to say what matters in the US, like it doesn't matter, but in terms of like all the issues going on, I feel like it takes a certain type of person to obsess over these.
So
like,
why
very
are they talking about it so much? They told me that's what I should be talking about, Destiny. I mean,
well, maybe because they're young and that's what they see the most, is they see people like raging about transgender people. Like,
I'm just saying that's what the news talks about. That's what's every
that's
day.
not what the news talks about. Right now, the news is focusing on like the government shutdown. It's focusing on every little thing that AOC says. It's focusing on a lot of Trump or Mueller related stuff recently that's been coming out. Like these are the huge hot button stories now. This idea that transgender people are headlining CNN, Fox News is just not usually happening.
They don't ever talk about this though.
I mean, I'm sure they do occasionally, but no, it's far from like the mainstream of what's being focused on today.
I would say the online media, maybe I could make that distinction, but
maybe Twitter. Yeah, but not like, but like the mainstream media sites are not spending all of their time covering like transgender issues. Like right now it's what?
I was going to say, what do you think about the shutdown?
I mean, it's pretty bad. It's the longest shutdown we've had on the books. I mean, if you're a federal, it's like something like 80% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. And now if you're employed by the federal government, you have no idea when you're getting paid again. Some people are being furloughed, so they're not going to get paid at all. Like it's pretty fucking disastrous.
So what? I mean, it's all over the wall, though. Basically, do you support the wall, or do you think that that's dumb? Or
the wall is really stupid, but the problem right now is that Trump has no political fucking wherewithal whatsoever. Like Trump has sent Pence to the White House, or Trump has sent Pence to Congress 2 times now with a deal in hand that both sides of Congress have agreed on, and has walked back to Trump only for him to tell him to fuck off because he was too busy watching Sean Hannity and got like a new idea in his head or something. Like Trump is totally fucking his party here, and it's just in a political point of view, it's really really bad what he's doing for the Republicans. I mean, I'm happy for it. I mean, it's probably going to play really well for Democrats, but yeah.
How do you think it's going to turn out?
I mean, at this point, the Democrats have dug in. I don't think they should give any ground here. I hope they don't. I would be really surprised if they do. But I mean, at some point, Republicans are going to have to turn against Trump or something, because it's going to depend on how the polling plays out. And what I was under the understanding of is that right now, the polling is playing out bad for Trump. So as long as it's not popular for Trump, it's politically wise for the Democrats to hold out for as long as possible, and it's politically expedient for Republicans to solve it as quickly as possible. So
actually, in a recent poll, he got more support for the wall, about 8% more support, up to 42%. So that's sort of untrue. And the wall is very popular. Also, it'll work. I don't know why you're against the wall.
Well, it won't work, but we can do one point at a time. Because a lot of drugs come to this country by sea and air. Secondly, a lot of drugs can just be shipped in by trucks via checkpoints.
It's not.
Well,
just
it's
drugs,
not going to
it's people.
stop. It won't stop the drugs. I could
sure. And
it
then thirdly, the majority of illegal immigrants that are here right now are here on overstayed. Sure,
it works pretty well in Israel. The wall. I mean, it does.
Do you think Israel's border is the same as the U.S. border?
As far as drugs, there's such a thirst for drugs. I mean, like drugs are going to get in the country no matter what. I mean,
sure, and illegal immigrants, most of the illegals that are here because they overstay visas anyway. So, I mean, we're talking about $5 billion for the wall. We've got billions worth of upkeep and a bunch of worthless federal jobs that'll be like created to man it. Like, I don't know, it just seems like a huge fucking waste of money to me. And the party that constantly jerks itself off over fiscal responsibility is driving us deeper and deeper into debt, like every single fucking year, especially with these recent tax cuts that weren't coupled with any budget cuts. So, I mean, I don't know, it just seems like a really fucking
but the
idea.
party that usually doesn't really care that much about spending is bitching about $5 billion, which is a drop in the bucket compared to what's usually spent. I mean, why not just give the $5 billion? And if it's if it's stupid, if it's a boondoggle, you can just run on that and get people back to work.
Well, at this point, because symbolically and ideologically, the Democrats should be horribly opposed to it. Even looking at Rasmussen polls, I see that Trump is like polling worse and worse. I don't understand where this idea comes from that people are supporting. And Rasmussen generally tends to lean pretty right, doesn't it? Am I incorrect in this?
That's usually one of the more
it's more accurate.
polls.
But it's not it's not a Trump poll. It's a poll on the wall.
Well, who cares about the specific poll on the wall? I mean, I'm sure his supporters...
Well, why not? That's what we're talking about. Why wouldn't a specific point on the specific thing that is causing this shutdown be important? How does that not make sense?
Well, I mean, I guess like even if people remain in support of the wall, if Trump's approval continues to drop and drop and drop, it would seem like the shutdown is not helping his approval. I mean, I guess I could be wrong on that. I guess what time will tell, but
yeah, you probably would be wrong in that, because if they're polling more positively for the talking point of the shutdown, the wall in general, and he gets the wall built, wouldn't that boost his polls? That makes
if he does, but
sense.
I mean, he couldn't even get even when he owned both houses of Congress, he couldn't do it. So I mean, how is he going to get the wall built now?
It seems like it's going to work out. The Democrats are going to cave.
Why do you think they're going to cave if Trump's support numbers are falling?
He's gonna fight for it regardless. Like, he shut down everything, correct? Like,
well,
it's
so you
done.
said there's no motivation for the Democrats to cave in. There's really not much motivation for Trump to cave in either, especially since this was such a big ticket item.
No, there's absolutely motivation, because Republicans don't want to lose the Senate coming up in the 2020 elections, and Republicans don't want to lose the president.
Well, the Republican Party might cave. I mean, that's a different story. I mean, Trump himself, if they end up doing a veto override or something like that, yeah, maybe. But Trump himself really doesn't have much motivation to cave at all.
Well, sure. I mean, in terms of Trump himself, yeah, Trump is a fucking idiot. I totally agree with you. Trump, there is a possibility that Trump will draw it out long enough, unless like a supermajority overrides. But I feel like it hurts the Republican Party if it comes to that. You don't want to be fighting your president and stuff like that.
And this was a poll from ABC and the Washington Post. Support for the border wall increased from 34 to 42%. Among college-educated, up 13. Among independents, up 11. Among Midwesterners, up 14. Among 18 to 39-year-olds, up 5. Among non-whites, up 6%.
Okay.
All right, let me read a couple of these. We'll take some calls, and then I'll read the rest, and we'll get you out of here. Church and McBiscuit says, the problem with unchecked and illegal immigration is that if the most wealthy, motivated, and skilled people... Oh, God, it went away. Oh, wait, here it goes. God damn it. It just updated while I was reading it. The problem with unchecked and illegal immigration is that if the most wealthy, motivated, and skilled people leave their country of origin to come here, it is a self-perpetuating cycle, as they are not fixing what caused them to leave. And yeah, I've heard that argument before as well.
Yeah, there's two really bad points to this. Is that one, even if that were true, who's to tell like talented people where they should or shouldn't go? I don't know if anybody necessarily has but then again, I'm not like a big like nationalist. If anybody has like an obligation to stay in a shitty country to fix it, I don't know if that's true or not. And then secondly, empirically, this doesn't seem to be true. I found a lot of mixed research on this. It was part of my debate with Fuentes, this idea that brain drain is the thing that happens. It seems like there are arguments made on both sides of it, where in some cases you do get a lot of talent that leaves, but then in other cases there's sometimes talent that leaves that returns with new knowledge, or sometimes there's funding for certain schools or whatever to prevent talent from leaving in a certain area that causes a bolster in that talent. Like the data is very mixed on this. I don't see like a clear or concise thing stating in one way that the brain drain is a real thing.
Albanian man says, God, fuck, this is a dumb midget. That was a little rude. Shiki Khan says, the argument appealing to history is wrong because we used to do bad things does not disprove the concept of we tried this before and it doesn't work. Multicultural societies have always failed. It's a false equivalency.
I wish I knew more about the history. I'm pretty sure that's not even true. Like, weren't societies like Rome like pretty multicultural? Like,
I mean, at certain points, but the Roman class were always dominant until towards the end, and then they farmed out their military and a lot of other things that kind of brought them down. But all right, let's take some calls. The super chats are updating. I will read all the super chats though. Let's take a caller here. I think it should work. Rand,
This
can you hear
nigga
my
don't
voice?
even know that word.
Oh,
Rand. Yeah.
Rand.
Oh, sorry.
Let's not.
I was commenting on stuff.
Yes, let's.
How you doing?
I did say that we wouldn't. We wouldn't say.
Try to watch out of the racial slurs.
Yeah, sorry, I'll try and watch out about that. So, how is this Cuban midget nigga faggot going?
Oh God!
All right. Are we kicking him off, or do I have to?
All right, Rand. Thank you.
How about we kick you off?
All right. Let's.
Let me grab one caller.
Go ahead.
Let me grab one.
Okay, just to be safe, if it happens too much, I don't hate you guys, but I might have to dip, okay? Because I gotta watch out for my own shit. All right. Just
I understand. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, Zidane. Pull somebody in.
Yeah, I'm trying. Give me 1 second. Here we go. Hey, you're on the air, Beeble. Oh, he left again. Okay. Well, that didn't work. I keep dragging this one. All right. Let me try one more time. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But keep moving him on air. And hey, you're on the air. No, it's not working. Okay, drag anybody else in. I tried twice, and he didn't. He kept leaving. So.
Okay, I see Coach Red Pill might come on too. Let's see. We can try someone else. That was an inauspicious start there. Let's see. Let's see. Let's try this person. What they called him before. The Great Saw. Go ahead.
Societies. This is towards Destiny. Multicultural societies don't work simply because anytime you bring in a bunch of people to your country and you're expecting multiple cultures to somehow blend, it just doesn't work. You need one culture to be the dominant one.
How does the United States survive then?
I'm an immigrant. I came here from Lebanon. My family came here from Lebanon.
Sure.
We learned to assimilate into the nation. We learned...
Wait, into what country?
We came from Lebanon here to the United States.
Sure, so what culture did you assimilate to?
We came from the Arabic culture to here. And
no, I'm asking you which culture you assimilate to.
Well, maybe more of a white, westernized culture.
Okay, wait, so how do you feel about...
I'm not ashamed to say that.
Sure. So how do you feel about, like, gay rights?
I'm fine with gay rights. And
okay, so you didn't assimilate to, like... You didn't assimilate...
Hold on. Look, I would say before coming here, and my father was coming from Lebanon too, and he was very conservative. Before, he didn't believe in gay rights, but it wasn't until coming to the United States he was for that. And also, when I'm a food salesman, so when I work in an area where it's mostly Muslim customers. Those people don't assimilate at all, and their cultures are terrible. And I'm sorry for people out there who are offended by that, but Islamic culture is by far the worst culture out there. Their women are treated horribly wrong. We don't want that in America.
It's very strange you say that when, like, there's 3 million Muslims living in the United States right now who have, like, soccer views on, like...
I think it's terrible. I think it's terrible that you see women dressed in hijabs and they act like it's a choice, but in reality, it's family forcing it upon them.
Yeah, I agree. Religious people have horrible views on this. Christians do it all the time in the U.S. as well. Are you going to go against the prevailing Christian culture?
It's Islamic culture. It's by far worse for Islamic culture.
Yeah, maybe, but it's the exact same idea. Christians do it as well. Christians do it as well, just as much in the U.S., bro.
How do Christians do it?
Christians shame women all the time for wearing clothing that's too revealing. It's a huge part of our puritanical culture.
We don't force. Yeah, but the difference is we don't force women to dress a certain way.
What do you mean? We absolutely do. Look how many people get upset at women wearing, like, sports bras and shit in gyms.
The difference is you're expecting. Okay, but if a guy tells his daughter, "Hey, don't dress in a short skirt," that's a little different from a guy telling his daughter, "Hey, dress up in a fucking hijab while you're living in Florida."
Really? What's the difference? Tell me what the difference is.
So you don't think it's it's oppressive to women? You don't find that impressive?
Yeah, I do. I think all forms of religious policing for what women should wear is oppressive to women.
Well, what is worse, Destiny? But which one is worse?
I'm not really interested in which one is worse. Getting my finger cut off to the first knuckle and the second knuckle are both bad, but I'm against both of them.
Things can both be bad, Destiny. Both things can be bad, but one thing can be worse than the other.
Yeah, but why not get rid of the bad thing completely? I don't care that Muslims. I don't care that some Muslims are a little bit worse on women's rights than some Christians are. I would rather, like, we not use.
But I do. If I live in the United States and I see this as an extremely liberal country, even though a lot of people here want it to be more conservative, our version of conservatism here in the United States is different. But for me, if I see Muslim women dressed in straight up hijabs and burqas and headscarves, I find that offensive to this country. I think if you come to the United States, you can be multiracial. I'm fine with that. Maybe not too much. But I don't want multiculturalism. I want people to come here and respect our values and believe in this idea that you can bring your religion here and follow those practices. I don't want that.
Dude, you should go back to Lebanon then, because you're never going to get a single unifying culture in a country as large as the U.S. You do way better in Lebanon. No, you can't. We haven't since the start of this country, my dude. That's never going to happen. I thought you had to learn like U.S. history for your citizenship test, didn't you? Wait, hold on. Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yeah, I am a U.S.
Did you have to learn any American history for your citizenship test, or did you like marry your way into the country?
I was a child when I came here.
Wait, are you like a dreamer then, or?
I knew you were about to say.
No, not a dreamer. No, my family came here. My father and family came here. And I was a child. I was like 6 years old when I came here.
Oh, okay. So you didn't have to test or anything. Okay, because it shows. Yeah, this idea that there's some single unifying like U.S. American culture or whatever is laughably stupid.
Okay, but dude, I lived in the Middle East as well. I've gone back and forth.
Congratulations. Okay, like.
But I'm trying to explain to you the differences in our culture versus theirs.
Wait, there is no Middle East culture. Why would you say that? You're from the Middle East? How much time did you spend over there? What?
I used to go back and forth from when I was 6 to 10.
Okay, so you're going to tell me that women are treated the same in Saudi Arabia as they are in like Indonesia, or like what? Like?
No. I'm not going to talk about. I'm talking about Middle Eastern culture, meaning Arab culture, and it also goes towards Christian culture too over there.
I don't know if there's a single unifying Islamic culture.
Women over there are significantly more oppressed. Even in Christian culture over there, women are significantly more oppressed over there than they are here. Women here aren't oppressed. Sure, if a dad tells his daughter not to dress a certain way, I don't find that like bad.
Yeah,
I mean,
what's the difference between a dad telling his daughter not to dress a certain way versus telling his daughter not to dress a certain way? I mean, Islamic people and Christian people do it the same.
Well, I wouldn't want my daughter to be hyper sexualized versus I wouldn't want my daughter to be dressed head down to my toes like a fucking ninja.
Wearing the full burqa is not like the most common Muslim position in the U.S. Like usually it's just a hijab. And what you just said, I don't want my daughter to be hypersexualized, is what a lot of Muslims would say, which is why they should wear a hijab to cover their hair.
All right, caller. I'm gonna have to call Tom.
Wait, give him the last word at least. Give him the last word because I don't know.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh yeah, Hassan, I see you watching this, dude. Why don't you have some balls and come over here? Because you're calling everybody here a Nazi and white supremacist like this fucking idiot, and that's it.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I mean, he can come in if he wants.
Don't do it, Hassan. These people are degenerates.
Alta Beef says, "Don't let this fucker." Well, I mean, you just argued for legalization of incest and ethical child pornography.
Yeah, but you never put up.
I would argue that that's fairly degenerate if you.
Yeah, of course, but you wouldn't argue it. You would say it because you didn't put up any arguments against either of those points.
I mean, it is said fucking your brother and your sister is degenerate. Period. I mean, I don't have.
Yeah,
that's
not. So that's not an argument. That's a statement of fact.
And you're sick for even saying it. If you want to know the truth about it, okay. I was trying to be polite, but that is disgusting. Yeah,
so this is where I have to retreat.
For ever even putting that out into the ether for people to hear your voice saying that makes you a fucking sick fuck. I mean, if you want to know the truth, what I actually think about it.
I'm sorry, I can't do it. Like the snowflakiness, I don't know what to say. I'm sorry for hurting your feelings, or I don't know.
No, I mean, you're sick in the head for even saying such a thing like that.
I'm sorry for hurting your feelings.
Is that what you wanted me to say? Is that what you were waiting for?
Yeah. I didn't know it was this easy to
You're
trigger.
Sick. You're fucking sick.
I didn't know it was that easy to trigger you, my dude. I'm sorry.
No, well, I mean, you said, well, you won't say. Yeah, I mean, come on.
You're really fucking triggered right now.
Inherently, that fucking your mother, your brother, your sister, that shit's fucking degenerate. It's disgusting.
Okay. I'm sorry I triggered you. We can talk about something different if you want.
I'm not triggered. I'm just saying.
You're super triggered, my dude. You're screaming at me without giving me a single argument. It's the definition of being triggered.
Well, what's your never mind. We could talk.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it either. It's a pretty hard topic to argue. I wouldn't want to go down that road. It's okay. Just stay triggered, or we can talk about something different.
Alta Beef says, "Don't let this fucker make you connect all the dots for him. Ask him how letting everyone do what the fuck they want works better for a society. Destiny, tell me how incest makes a better America. Take me down that path." Yes, so, how does fucking your brother and sister help? How does that benefit society?
I don't know if fucking anybody necessarily benefits society or necessarily doesn't benefit society. I'm generally in favor of a free society where people are allowed to do what they want so long as they're not hurting any other people. That's just my kind of like liberal, in the broad sense, background. Not like liberal conservative, but like liberalism. That's kind of my background. I'm in favor of like extended freedoms for people.
Let's see. Let's bring in another caller. Incest. I just can't. I don't. You've went beyond Sargon tier with that. I have to say that was just.
You could just like not fuck your siblings. Are you okay with that, or are you like drawn to it again?
Not fucking your kid, not fucking your siblings or your children. Yeah, I mean,
you probably should never fuck your children. I don't know who the fuck is arguing in favor of that.
Well, I mean, that's incest as well.
No, that's like hardcore power dynamics and shit. When you're talking about like a child and a parent,
I mean, I believe
sex,
that's classified under incest.
But it's not wrong because it's incest. It's wrong because you're like massively abusing some crazy power dynamics there. A kid could never knowingly say no or yes to a.
So you're against that. You're against, parents fucking their children, but brother and sister, that's okay.
Do you think that a dad fucking his daughter is the same as like two adults that happen to be
siblings
siblings fucking
each other?
There,
but I mean,
okay, well, cool. Then wait, then what do we disagree with?
Familial fucking, and it's all
not all just
sick.
familial fucking. Do you think that fucking a coworker is the same as fucking your boss?
No, but that's a totally different subject.
Exactly the same subject.
Realm.
Wait,
what do you mean coworker versus brother and sister? How is that even analogous?
So fucking okay, it's okay. I can draw the lines. I'm really good at this.
I mean,
I used to play with these books all the time where you have the numbers and then you take like the pencil. Sure. So for coworkers and bosses, you work with all these people. It's all the same job. So why would you fuck any of them? Well, you can fuck coworkers because you're typically seen as being on a level playing field as a coworker, whereas you can't fuck a boss because they have a lot of power over you. Same thing with incest in a family situation. Assuming that you're the same age, having sex with a sibling is whatever, but fucking a parent, that's a huge fucking no-no. There's a lot of abuse and shit that does occur there with parents that sexually abuse and molest their children. It's super fucked up. And it
would
could
you
even
ever
happen
personally engage in fucking your brother or sister?
No, fuck no. That's fucking gross as fuck.
Well, that's what I said.
No, you didn't. You said it was wrong.
I said it's disgusting. Well, I mean, it is wrong.
I don't think it's wrong. I just think it's gross. I would never fucking do it.
It's
much
gross,
the same.
But it's not wrong. I mean, isn't that splitting hairs a little bit? Don't you think?
Do you think that drinking piss is wrong?
Yes, it's wrong.
So if two
Don't
people,
drink piss.
Sure, so
drinking piss is wrong.
So if two people have a fetish for water sports, if they want to get together and fucking pee on each other, do you think that that's morally wrong that they're doing it if they both consent to it?
They're drinking piss?
Sure,
yeah, I think that probably qualifies. Yeah.
Okay, I guess the difference between you and me is I try not to prescribe moral wrongs to things I don't like, but maybe that's just the difference between our political
But it'll
positions.
make you ill and you'll fucking get sick and die if you drink enough piss. Like, what are you talking about? Yes, it's wrong.
I mean, alcohol can make you ill and die as well if you drink too much of it. I mean, what's your point? That's
experience there, but all right, I'll just stop. We could literally this conversation could never end. All right, let's the Discord. There's so many people in the green room that it won't even let me. Hold on, fuck. Drag Godspeed in somebody. I can't even drag him in because it's so far up the screen that it won't let me drag. Let me see. Why won't it fucking scroll? Oh my god.
Oh, hello. How are you guys?
Oh shit. Put him back in there. Sorry, I accidentally kicked him out because I had him on. Can somebody put him back in? Okay. All right. Now you back?
Oh.
All right. Now
I'm back.
let's adhere to the agreement. We won't say
No.
Yes.
But I would love to talk to Destiny as wild claims to authority on all the topics that you guys have talked about.
Claims to authority. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I mean, first off, when it comes to incest, you're entirely wrong. Inbreeding and the depression of IQ in the study of 72 countries by Michael Woodley completely destroys all of your. He's the Royal Holloway from the University of London in the UK. You claim that there was no scientific proof that inbreeding affects IQ, and it doesn't affect the quality of life. But it's completely untrue. And in this study, he said that it often leads to mental retardation and mutation, as well as multiple regression analysis revealed that in the absence of democracy index, percentage of consanguineous marriages, and educational index, that the rate of instability in a birth, especially with IQ and personal development, is commonly drawn to be a terrible thing for people that engage in incestuous acts. I mean, a Danish news outlet even did a whole study on it concerning the astonishing rate of stillbirths, physical deformities, and various mental illnesses caused by ever-imminent incest-filled landscapes, especially in the Muslim world, concluding that Pakistanis, Turkish, and Somali women were twice as likely to experience complications during childbirth. Nearly 70% of Pakistanis are the product of inbreeding in Islam, and they commonly have the ability to marry their own cousins. And when they go through this, it's literally been proven by multiple statistics and studies that people that engage in incest are at least 13 times more likely than the general population to have a child with a recessive genetic order, or any kind of crazy malnormative disability like retardation, Down syndrome, or something like that. So I'd really like to see your statistics that show that commingling and fucking your siblings doesn't have any harmful effects. Can you show me any of these statistics? Can we read them? I'd love to read them.
Was that directed at me?
I believe so. Yeah, I think you're the only one.
Oh, I'm sorry. I never came out in support of inbreeding. I was saying that incest is morally neutral. I don't know if you were talking to someone different.
You said. I just heard you not even an hour ago.
Nope, I've never defended inbreeding. Nope.
Are you high? The entire chat just listened to that.
Oh, sure, yeah. So how many people in the chat here heard me say that I think that a brother and a sister should be able to have babies with one another? I never said that. I was talking about incestual relationships.
You just said.
What do you think leads from sexual relations between brother and sister, though?
Okay, so I'm not sure what the average age is here again, but it is entirely possible to engage in a lot of sexual activity without having kids. I don't know if that's like beyond the scope.
That's not what you said. You said it was empirically impossible for people that engage in acts of incest to have children that don't have any kind of birth defects. And you did
I would
say that
love for you to grab me the clip where I said that. That betrays everything we know about biology. Of course,
me thing, but I'm just gonna go ahead.
So wait, hold on. So you think that I would sit here? Do you think that I would? Come on. You just talked for like 7. You just talked for like 7 minutes.
You've been talking for 2 hours, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, if you just want to come here and talk at me the whole time. I mean, if you want to sit here and pretend that I don't know about like year 1 biology, obviously 2 people that are siblings having sex with each other is going to have like a much higher degree of some sort of deformity with the child, right? Recessive genes and whatnot have a chance of showing up twice or whatever, and chromosomes.
We could have people look the live stream while we wait. And talking fast doesn't mean you're an authority. I asked you for specifics.
I'm not going to give you a specific that denies that because that's empirical scientific fact. Of course, 2 people incestually breeding is going to produce children that have.
Then why were you supporting it earlier?
I wasn't supporting inbreeding. I said that incestual relationships aren't necessarily wrong.
You were talking about it earlier.
Let me know when you're done. If you want to keep talking, you can, and then I'll get my point out. Jesus fuck.
Do you have a point? Because I'm asking you for specifics, and you're
You ever hear the phrase "God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth"?
Well, go ahead, Destiny.
Yeah. Okay. So inbreeding.
Let him go. Go ahead.
So inbreeding is probably a bad thing insofar as people that share a lot of genetic material and having sex with one another will probably produce bad things. Even like I want to say, is it Northern Ireland? People are saying the gene pool here might even be so small that they're running into problems like these. And I've heard similar claims about a lot of Muslim communities as well. I don't know how true any of these are. I haven't dug into them, but yeah, inbreeding can definitely produce a lot of problems. But an incestual relationship or any sexual relationship, 1, doesn't necessarily have to produce children, and 2, arguing against incest on the grounds that you could produce children with genetic deformities isn't an argument against incest. It's an argument against having children that could have genetic deformities.
It's an argument against degeneracy.
No, it's not an argument. Okay, so are you telling me that any person that has sex with another person?
You're terrible at this. No wonder you lost 2 debates to your mother.
You can't even stop talking. Are you okay?
Your ability to change topics.
I'm not changing topics. You're the one that just brought up my mom out of nowhere. I guess when you're 16, those are the kinds of jokes you go to, huh?
Oh, so now you're gonna go to insulting me? For somebody who's such
after
a fan
you just talked about my mom? Yeah, I am gonna go to insulting you. You open yourself up to it pretty well, my dude. You literally just brought up my mom.
Twice. Are you getting upset?
Anyway, no, I'm not upset at all, dude. This is fun for me.
Should we switch topics? Because we can get to Democrats, and I can dunk you on that too.
I mean, you haven't even let me finish dunking you on like your total straw man about me defending inbreeding.
All you've done is talk about how. All you've done is change your position now that you've been proven wrong.
Okay, let me know when you're done.
Originally, you were supportive of incest. Now you're not supportive, and you see that it's wrong.
I'd never changed my support of incest, and I've never even said I supported incest. I just said I was morally neutral on it. But let me know when you're done.
No, that's not what you said. We all listened to you an hour ago claim that you were okay with it and that there was no empirical evidence to show a correlation between IQ and deformity with people that engage in incestuous acts.
You think that I said that? No, I didn't. What are you talking? You're totally inventing this. I would love for you.
No, I'm not. People can go clip it.
Yeah, sure. People can. I'll wait for it. I would love to see that clip of me saying there's no correlation between IQ and incestuous relations. Why would I even say that? If anything, those things are probably positively correlated because the people that are most likely to engage in incestuous activities probably come from like backwoods fucking areas anyway.
Really? You just said that you supported it not even an hour ago, and you literally just changed your topic.
I can shit talk something and still support it. I also support people's abilities to do fucking psychedelics or marijuana and alcohol, and I can shit on those as well.
You're backpedaling now.
I'm not backpedaling anything. I'm sitting right here next to my goalpost. It hasn't moved at all, my dude.
You keep quoting Ben Shapiro. Facts don't care about your feeling. So why are you getting shook right now in your voice? You're going, oh. Come on, dude. Give me facts. I want to see actual empirical evidence. I cited a paper.
You haven't even gotten to fact shit. You can't even establish first order logic. Like, you can't even identify what I'm arguing about. You aren't.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about you. You're the one that can't establish a position.
Let me see if I can ask you a basic question. Do you think that inbreeding and incest are the same thing?
I think that inbreeding and incest are the same thing because you can't inbreed unless you engage in incest.
Okay, cool. Then we don't have to talk anymore. Like, you literally don't even understand the word, so there's nothing else to talk about. Yeah, I'm stupid.
You can't
What's the next thing you want to talk
inbreeding
about?
if you're not engaging in incest. Are you fucking
listen,
retarded?
I take the L here. You won, dude. Go to the next topic.
I know you take the L. So let's go ahead. Let's
let him do his next topic, and then
let
we'll
him do the next topic.
Go ahead.
So you said with Democrats, when it comes to immigrants, most people don't vote Democratic. That's inaccurate too, because according to the Political Impact Immigration Evidence from the United States, written by Anna Maria Maidia, and that actually came from the National Bureau of Economic Research. They just published their study in 2018. I believe it was in April. They completely disprove your idea that most people vote Democrat, especially with new immigrants. Most of the time they vote Republican, because when it comes to immigrants that come into this country, they're put into two things. One is a high-skilled immigrant and one is a low-skilled immigrant. And when you go and exploit the different geography and timing of the inflows between these two groups of immigrants, we find that the increase in the first type of immigrants decreases the share of the Republican vote. So, while an inflow of the second type increases it. So low-skilled immigrants most of the time tend to vote Republican, and they don't vote Democrat, which completely destroys your original claim where you claim that all these immigrants that are coming into this country commonly vote Democrat or commonly vote Republican. You were completely wrong by that. We also find that most of the time, low-skilled immigrants are never pro-Republican.
I don't think I ever said any of these things. I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to say.
Yeah. You were just arguing with Ralph about immigration. And then when it comes to gender dysmorphia, you're completely wrong about that too.
So it's first of all, hold on. Can we do one topic at a time? Holy shit! This guy's so fucking excited to get in here. So firstly,
hold on. Go ahead and respond to the first one. Then we can talk about
so firstly, I'm under the. So I think that my initial statement was that different immigrants probably vote in different ways. So earlier we got into that, which is something that you seem to have just come on here and support. So can I please finish a point? I know that this is like the first time you've ever spoke to somebody in your fucking life on the internet. You're super excited for it, but holy shit, shut the fuck up.
All the time.
I'm sorry. I mean, it shows. Okay, so firstly, we got into a disagreement earlier because I mentioned that different immigrants probably vote in different ways, and I'm pretty sure that I don't remember the name of the other guy, but we specifically talked about that point, where I said that like when we were talking about AOC's area, that different immigrants probably have different voting patterns. Like Hispanics probably vote one way, but people that immigrate from like European countries probably vote
Democrat, and you were completely wrong about that.
Wait, so you're saying Hispanics don't vote? You're saying that Hispanics don't vote Democrat?
You said that they weren't voting for her because they were Hispanic, and that was completely wrong.
I don't even know what your argument is now. Hold on, wait. Can you answer? I know it's really hard to do this. Can you answer your question? Wait. So do you think that Hispanic immigrants generally vote Democrat or Republican?
They most of the time vote Democrat, especially if they're new immigrants.
Okay, wait. So what did I say that you disagree with? Or what are we disagreeing on?
You said that they didn't. You said that that immigrants that were coming into the country were not affected by, the voting populace was not affected by new immigrants into a new neighborhood. You said that when fucking Zidane made the contention that AOC only got voted in because
did you just flip your point one? Did he just flip his point 180? I'm so fucking confused right now.
Well, we did have the discussion about immigrant populations, affecting the political system, and you kind of took issue with that and.
So you're saying that? Wait, so you're saying that
didn't affect the populace?
You're saying that immigrants coming here did? Oh no, I said I wasn't sure, but I said even if they did, does that matter? Is that necessarily a bad thing? I mean, we have ways in the U.S. for people to become citizens. Like, should that be changed? Or I mean, that's where the real debate is. That's where the real question is, right?
No, the debate is the fact that you made a claim that was incorrect, and I'm correcting you.
Which claim do you think I made again? Sorry, just getting this.
You said that low-skilled immigrants that come into this country don't affect the votes, and they did.
Wait, no, I didn't. Why would we were talking about that one specific region?
Dude, should we just start clipping you so that you can hear you? Like, do you just enjoy the sound of your voice so much that you forget the shit that you say?
I literally make these arguments on a daily basis, my dude. Trust me, I'm not losing track of them. We were talking about AOC's one specific district on whether or not a change in demographics resulted in her winning as congresswoman there. We weren't talking about the broad political landscape of the U.S. Yeah, it might have, it might not. I don't remember. We didn't get the changing demographics. A lot of people say that.
No, you don't remember, but before you did, and you acted very smarmy about it, but now you don't remember. That's
okay. I'm taking the L on this one too. What's your next topic? You want to talk about gender dysmorphia? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's the tranny situation.
What did you? Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, what are we talking about specifically again?
We're talking about trannies. You claim that.
Wait, but what was it called? Gender what?
Yeah, gender dysmorphia. That's what it's called. It's a DSM-4 gender dysmorphia.
So two things. One, we're on the DSM-5. One, we're on the DSM-5, not the DSM-4. And two, it's gender dysphoria, not gender dysmorphia. But okay, what's your topic?
Okay, what's the difference between dysmorphia and dysphoria?
I know what gender dysphoria is. I don't know what gender dysmorphia is.
Do you not know what dysmorphia is?
I've never heard the term gender dysmorphia before. No. Is that a real thing or?
Never heard that?
Nope. And I just Googled it. And apparently Google hasn't heard of it either. So maybe this is like your own research. Can you present us, please, with your own research? Go for it.
Oh, okay. Well,
anyway, unless you're thinking of body dysmorphia and you're confusing the two because you probably don't know either about either topic. But that's okay either. It's par for the course at this point.
I'm sorry. Are you such an expert? Would you like to elucidate us on the topics? Can you get us some...
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you what gender dysphoria is if you want me to, but I imagine you already know if you're here to argue. What?
Well, why don't you tell us?
Sure. So gender dysphoria is the extreme unhappiness caused by the difference between how you perceive your body versus what it actually is insofar as sex and gender goes.
Oh, you mean like when you engage in an act of dysmorphia where you can't perceive your body as what it actually... You know, kind of like how a fat person loses weight and they still see themselves as fat.
I'm not going to argue over like what the scientific terms are. I mean, you can go to Wikipedia and argue with the editors there, whatever, if you want to.
Arguing over semantics.
Well, it's not semantics. These are what the words are. I'm sorry if that bothers you, but what did you want to talk about in regards to transgender people?
It's upsetting you because you don't really have an argument. You were just trying to argue semantics and you failed at.
Okay. I mean, I was just going by what the words mean, but yeah.
Go ahead. You claim that it was okay for a child that is confused about their gender to get a sex change operation when they're young.
No, I didn't. I can draw the difference for you. I didn't say it was okay, because whether or not it's okay or not is a moral argument. What I said was that the research generally shows positive outcomes with these types of treatments. That's what I said.
No, it doesn't, because the suicide rate and the comorbidity is 47%. How is that a positive outcome?
Because
even after they get this.
Yeah, because measuring overall suicide rates between different groups of people before and after SRS doesn't tell you whether or not SRS is successful or not. You're citing you're doing the same thing that Ben.
It's a broad brush.
Sure. So I know the specific.
Suicide rate is 47%.
Let me know when you're done.
Actually, it's 47%. And the fact that they get the surgery is not a good thing, because they've already shown, especially in the World Health Organization's proposed analysis of ICD-11, which is the clinical utility of stakeholder agreement regarding the gender incongruence of childhood. They've already shown that the incongruent path does not match the norm, and that it's inappropriate to diagnose a child with a condition that will change as the child grows and matures. And in their sense of self-identity and esteem, most of the time they grow out of that gender confusion, and by the time they hit puberty, they don't feel the same way anymore. So for you to advocate that it's okay for you people to allow somebody with a sickness to get some kind of fucking permanent life-changing fucking surgery to become a full man or a full woman, oftentimes when the people, especially the patient, when they find out that it doesn't matter that they've got the surgery because they're still a man or they're still a woman, no matter what they do, they commit suicide afterwards. So how is that a positive outcome?
I stopped listening like halfway through. What was the first thing you said again?
I know. You're really rude. I listen to you.
Oh, wait, never mind. No, I'm sorry. These topics are so boring because I go over these same like Ben Shapiro talking points every time. So the first thing you're talking about suicide rates is
talking about
oh
Ben
my
Shapiro.
God. Am I allowed to mute people in here? I don't normally do it, but he won't shut the fuck up and let me answer. It's like triggering the fuck out of me.
Well, I mean, you have mentioned Ben Shapiro. You have mentioned Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, but like every time I try to respond, like this dude just literally monologued me for like 2 hours.
I don't know if you know this show, but we're not big fans of Ben Shapiro here on the Killstream.
Yeah, but he's like literally doing the Ben Shapiro talking point.
Nobody likes Ben Shapiro.
Okay, so taking the broad range of whether or not people kill themselves or commit suicide or not, and then looking at some groups of people that go after SRS and say that these people have also tried to kill themselves doesn't make any sense. Like, it doesn't make sense to compare or to try to say that you're making a point. Like, obviously these people are suicidal. That's why they're seeking SRS. So that very study has been cited in an incorrect way so many times that the actual author of that study has come out and given interviews to other websites where she talks about how upset she is that her research is miscited so fucking often about it. Firstly. Secondly, there are a lot of children that experience forms of gender dysphoria and then go back to the norm through puberty. That's fine. like child psychiatrists and child psychologists can identify that and let them, do their thing, work it out or whatever. Just because a child might be having some confusion about their gender early on doesn't mean you start pumping them full of fucking hormones and then sending them on their way. Thirdly, there is a ton of long-term empirical research related to SRS and hormone therapy, and most of it is immensely positive. People that go through sex reassignment surgery, people that have hormone therapy, have better outcomes longitudinally when you compare them with groups of people that haven't. Doing this thing where you look at all transgender people say that
most of the time they do not do well. Most of the time they suffer from severe depression. They have the highest depression rate of any other subgroup in the entire.
Sure. Okay. Here, I'll dump studies for you. You can go look at them and you can come back and argue with me later, because I don't want to do like the one-off fucking random dumbass Ben Shapiro things where you pretend that this is like people don't debate
so
this
you're
stuff.
not going to give me any real facts or present any real evidence. You're just going to claim moral authority and sit there in your high chair and talk shit to me.
No, I mean, here are two. I mean, we can read them if you want. I mean, I can read them for you. Okay.
Well, read some.
Right now.
Go ahead and read some.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's do it. Okay. So long-term follow-up, psychosocial outcomes of Belgian transsexuals after sex reassignment surgery. We've got the background, the aims, the method, the results. On the GAF scale, conclusion. While sex reassignment treatment is an effective therapy for transsexuals, also in the long term, the post-operative transsexual remains a fragile person in some respects. It's pretty well studied that these things have positive outcomes on people that we can read through the next link. We can read through this link. What does the scholar research say about the effect of gender transition on transgender well-being? Bottom line, the search found a robust international consensus in the peer-reviewed literature that gender transition, including medical treatment such as hormone therapy and surgeries, improves the overall well-being of transgender individuals. The literature also indicates that greater availability of medical and social support for gender transition contributes to better quality of life for those who identify as a transgender. Do people who have SRS still have problems afterwards? Yeah, of course. More than the normal population? Yeah, of course. But they generally do way better than before sex reassignment surgery. This just isn't something that's debated. I don't know what you want me to say.
That's weird, because it is debated, because Paul McHugh, the University Distinguished Service Professor of Psychiatry at Johns Hopkins University, completely destroyed that in his book that he recently released, calls it what do you call it? The transgenderism, a pathogenic meme.
I'm sorry, but one book doesn't destroy a meta-analysis of peer-reviewed
because I think I would believe the head of psychiatry at Johns Hopkins University over you.
Okay, I mean, you don't have to believe me. I'm just going by meta-analyses of peer-reviewed.
It's not easy nor wise to live in a counterfeit sexual organization.
Sure.
Well, what you said was it's not debated. I mean, it is debated, though.
I'm sorry. When I say it's not debated, what I'm saying is right now there appears to be a clear scientific consensus on the idea that SRS and hormone therapy does produce positive outcomes for people that identify as transgender people. That doesn't seem to be a debated thing. Now, whether or not there are better things that we could do or more appropriate paths we could do, yeah, I'm sure that there's probably something there as well. But
was completely disproved. We got a long-term follow-up of transgender persons undergoing sex reassignment surgery that was done with a joint op between Sweden and a few other Scandinavian countries, and they have proven that extending over 30 years of conducted research in Sweden, where the culture is strongly supportive of the transgender topic, they commonly are subject to lifelong mental unrest. 10 to 15 years after surgical reassignment, the suicide rate of those who undergo this sex reassignment rose to 20 times that of their comparable peers. McHugh points to the
reality. 20 times that? Yeah, but what was it before transitioning?
No, it was after transition.
No, but what was it before? Because it was 40 times their peers before transition, and then 20 times after. That shows an improvement. You realize that, right?
No, they're saying that the rate of suicide has increased 20 times to what it was normally.
I guess I would have to go dig into that book then, because it doesn't seem to be borne out of any other research.
To the reality
I don't know why you're citing a single researcher as well, but
it is frequently and commonly does not provide long-term wholeness and happiness that people. And I could just give it to you right now. Here's the thing: heritage.org, as well as his thesis, okay, as well as the long-term study from Sweden from the PLOS1. So I'll just call that a dunk too, because I'm pretty sure
you're calling it a dunk because you have one researcher that disagrees with
really? I just posted 3 researchers. You can't even provide me one.
First of all, I posted 3 different links, one of which is a meta-analysis or references one in this chat. Here's an interesting AMA.
Are they real doctors? Because these are real doctors. You realize Johns Hopkins University is one of the most well-known medical schools in the world. where some of the most prolific doctors come out of, as well as psychiatrists.
Okay. Do you think?
So I think I would believe the guy that's the head of the
no, come on, dude.
Hopkins
Dude, you just talked for literally like 20 minutes. Can you chill for like 2 seconds? So the idea that the only valid research that can come out of like a place on a topic has to be from like fucking John Hopkins. John Hopkins is hilariously fucking stupid. You know that, right? Like there are plenty of institutions around the world that can conduct research. Firstly, secondly, the idea that like this one guy is like the master on transgender issues and should be taken more seriously than like every other research related to this shows an incredible fucking bias. Thirdly, the idea that you're citing like a single book here as some means to like hand wave off the plethora of evidence that shows
a long-term scientific study like you did, except mine is longer than yours and completely disproves.
How do you know mine is longer than mine? And just why can't mine disprove yours? What are you talking about?
Sure that when you look over something
mine's longer than yours.
Long period of time, mine's longer than yours, so it's completely
Wait, what do you call something that looks over something a long period of time again?
It's a study.
What kind of
and
study?
My study was longer than yours.
Do you know what kind of study?
And it shows
you don't even know what it's called. You're so fucking out of your depth here. Why are you having this conversation like with me? What the fuck? It's called a longitudinal study. Is when you look at outcomes over a long period of time. I'm not upset. No, you're like a 4-year-old that's like throwing like these random things at me.
I'm sorry, man. Do you need a break? Do you want to go read something before you come back and act cocky again? It's okay. I'll just wait.
Hold on, wait. One of these studies you're talking about was a Swedish study?
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, somebody just linked me this study. So the conclusion is persons with transsexualism after sex reassignment have considerably higher risks for mortality, suicidal behavior, and psychiatric morbidity than the general population. Our findings suggest that sex reassignment, although alleviating gender dysphoria, may not suffice as treatments for transsexualism. So this is basically saying what I said earlier, that it actually does improve, but they don't quite get to where the norm is.
No.
That's exactly what that says.
You said that Ben Shapiro's comment was wrong. And
yeah, okay, hold on. Whoa. You're talking about two different studies now. Okay, here, so let me read you a quote. I'm sorry, you're talking about two different studies. So this is a quote from the researcher herself that did that first study. So this is a totally different study than what you cited before. So somebody is asking her, thank you for doing this AMA. As a researcher, how did you respond professionally, personally, to your work being presented in such a misleading fashion? And it has to do with that thing that Ben Shapiro commonly cites. It seems like an impossible task to correct every single news article, blog, or online comment misrepresenting the results of your study. And then her response is, thank you for your question, and I'm happy I was invited to this AMA. I'm aware of some of the misinterpretation.
What does that have to do with the facts again?
So this is the one that actually did the study. I know it's really boring to actually get into the data. You want to just like hammer home whatever talking point you have. But I'm aware of some of the misrepresentations of the study of PLOS One. Some of you say some are, as you say, very difficult to keep since they are keep track of since they are not published in scientific journals. I'm grateful to friends all over the world who notify me of publications outside of the scientific world. I do answer some of them, but I can't answer all. I have no good recommendations on what to do. I've said many times that the study is not designed to evaluate the outcome of the medical transition. It does not say that medical transition causes people to commit suicide. However, it does say that people who have transitions are more vulnerable and that we need to improve care. I'm happy that it has also been seen that way, and in those cases, help to secure more resources to transgender healthcare. So this is the person that was in charge of the study that people like Ben Shapiro often cite to say that transgender people that go through SRS have worse outcomes than people that don't. It's just not true.
Why does Ben Shapiro keep coming up? That's what
because he's like the main one that drives this argument. He's like the main person that drives it. So now
why do you keep bringing up Ben Shapiro?
Because that's where he's getting. That's where like this talking point comes from. I mean, other people also. Other people.
Let me hear him go. Let me hear him. Go ahead. Go ahead and answer.
Me? Oh, that talking point, that specific study is referenced like every time Ben Shapiro talks about transgender people.
You just keep bringing up Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro's not here. He'll never be here.
Sure. I mean, it doesn't change any. It doesn't change.
I give you a lot of credit for coming on the show. Ben Shapiro will not come on this show, so I give you credit there. But
sure, it doesn't change anything that I just said. That bringing up that specific study in that way is incredibly misleading. What was the next point that you wanted to take?
You just read us a fucking interview with a scientist that said she's abhorred that people are using it to push the anti-transgenderism.
Sure. So what was the next topic that you wanted to bring up? Because you don't even know how your own research works. Can you tell me what the next topic you want to bring up is?
The morbidity rate is incredibly high. It's on par with fucking Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto. It's like over 47% now.
Okay.
And in 2015, a new review.
I don't want to let him just sit here and like fucking read a book to us. Like, what was your next topic?
Consulting firm that evaluates the safety and health outcomes.
All right, let me know when you're done, and I'll be back. Oh, are you done?
Hayes found that the evidence of long-term sex reassignment was too sparse to support meaningful conclusions.
Sure. So what was the next topic that you wanted to talk about?
All right.
I just said hazing. I mean, should we go to multiculturalism so I can dunk you on that too?
Sure. I'm still waiting to get dunked on a topic, but what do you want to talk about related to multiculturalism?
I mean, I heard you say that it wasn't a bad thing, and you also tried to say that America doesn't have a centralized culture. What's Western culture?
I have no fucking idea what Western culture is.
Religion, human rights, liberty, democracy.
So do you always like gish gallop the fuck out of people, or do you ever leave them a chance to respond to any single point? Like, is your goal to just say so much stupid shit that it's like impossible to counteract it all? Or we can go by point if you want to have a real conversation.
I'm just doing what you've been doing to Ralph and Zidane and Gator for the past 2 weeks.
If I ever say something you disagree with, you can stop me at any point in time. We can go over any single point you want. I do this all day, every day, my dude. It's my literal fucking job. If you want to stop me at any point in time and go over any single individual point I make, you are always welcome to do so. I would hope you would extend the same courtesy to me. Are you afraid that if I like
said about Western culture?
I was in the middle of talking.
You were in the middle of laying out like 52 different points. Why don't we just go through them one at a time?
Okay, do it.
Yeah, so tell me what you think.
All right, wait.
Yeah, no, let's do it. So what do you think?
Let him go.
Yeah.
Let him go.
So tell me what are unifying Western culture values one at a time, and let's discuss them. Go ahead.
I said American concepts like freedom of expression. Religion,
so when you say, whoa, why can't you just do one thing at a time?
Because I'm literally going over all of them.
No. Let's just talk about them. Why can't we just talk about them one at a time?
Okay.
So let's talk about freedom of expression. Let's talk about freedom of expression. Do you think that Americans are united on what it means to have freedom of expression?
What is that? Does that take away from the fact that we have the ability to have freedom of expression?
So is your idea of Western culture just what's written in like a law? In that case, how do you reconcile the fact that the Nazi...
I mean, are you trying to tell me right now that because some people don't believe in freedom of expression, that's not something that's commonly associated with the American idea?
Sure, I'm telling you that we have vastly different ideas on what it means to have freedom of expression, even in the United States.
Yeah, and you know why? Because you have the freedom to express yourself and have your own ideas, thus proving the premise that freedom of expression exists in the United States.
So you think in any country where people... So you think that in...
the right to have your own opinion, that's freedom of expression.
Oh, shit. Are you done? So you think that any country where people have a difference in ideas is a country that necessarily has freedom of expression?
So you're telling me that if
you can't answer the question, let me know when you're ready to answer that question. I'm fucking around on my phone.
And I let you have your own opinion. Do you think that opinion would last very long?
Let me know when you're ready to answer my question.
I asked you a question.
Yeah, I know. I don't do the answer a question with the ask a question.
Okay, so what's your question? Go ahead and repeat it.
Yeah, so my question is, do you think that any country where people have a difference in opinion is necessarily a country that's unified on freedom of expression?
No.
Okay, then why the fuck would you say that because people have different opinions in America, we necessarily have this this?
It's enshrined into law. Yes, I'm saying.
You have the right. If I take you to fucking Iraq and you start talking about how it's so great to suck dick, are you going to be able to say that out loud for very long?
So then my question is, when you talk about what Western values are you just appealing?
Understand Western culture because you've never gone outside your fucking house.
First of all, I guarantee you that I've traveled more than you ever will in your entire life. So it's funny that you would say that. Firstly, okay. Secondly, when you talk about what Western culture is, then you want to just
Can you name one country you've lived in for more than a year? Besides the United States?
More than a year, no. I wouldn't want to. I don't even know if I can. I'd have to apply for like crazy fucking visas. But I've traveled quite a bit. Don't worry.
That's weird because I've lived out of the country and I have extensive experience with traveling around the world and I don't.
Wow, you sound like it. You go on a lot of vacations with mom and dad.
That's weird considering you just moved out of your mom's house to become a Twitch streamer in just a few years.
You really think damn, you should have done at least a little bit of research, my dude. But nice try. So when you talk about what Western values are, are you just talking about like what's written in law? Is that what you're appealing to? Like this is the legal doctrine?
No, I'm talking about Western values in general.
Okay, wait. Then why is it that you just told me what was written in the law when I told you that people disagree? You understand your own arguments aren't logically following. We're not even talking about like what's a fact or not, but your own arguments are failing their own merit.
I'm talking about freedom of expression. You're not understanding me, and you're trying to argue some retarded semantics because you think you're intelligent. I hate to break it to you, Dustin, but you're just not as smart as you think you are.
Sure. So let me walk you through the arguments you just made. Stop me when I disagree. So you said that freedom of expression is something that Western societies value, whatever. And I said, well, hold on. People have disagreements over this. And then you said, well, that's fine, but they can have it because that's the law. That gives us freedom of expression. I said, oh, okay. So you're telling me that you're just talking about the law then when you're talking about Western values, not what people actually think. And now you seem to be upset. Where did I miss?
I'm not upset. I think you're the one that's upset because you can't really explain to yourself. I mean, I said freedom of expression. I mean, how do you not understand that? You're free to
what I'm asking you is, in Western society, when you say freedom of expression,
that's common. associate it with other countries. It's not Asian. It's not African.
So when you say freedom of expression, how do you reconcile the fact that in the United Kingdom you're not allowed to film certain types of porn, or say in Scotland you're not allowed to teach your dog to do Nazi salutes, or say in the UK you know you've got different standards on what the media can report on? Like, how do you reconcile all of our differences in freedom of expression?
Because in the U.S. you can have your dog do a Nazi salute.
So you're not talking about Western culture. You're talking about U.S. culture.
We're talking about Western culture.
Then how do you reconcile all the differences?
Are you not understanding this? Are you slow?
How do you reconcile all the differences?
You're saying words, but you're not actually telling me anything.
I'm actually asking you pretty specific, pointed questions. I don't know if you think you're like slam dunking me here, but you're missing a lot of like. You're missing almost everything I'm saying. I can't actually tell if you're trolling or not.
I can call you a fucking faggot and get away with it because I live in America.
Yeah, that's great. So my question is, how do you reconcile the differences between all these different Western countries and how they look?
Wait. One at a time. Go ahead, Destiny.
How do you reconcile the differences in freedom of speech between all these Western countries?
Most countries don't have freedom of speech. Just look at Canada. They have an obscenity law. You can't call somebody a fucking retard on the internet without getting in trouble. Look at the UK. If you write a naughty word to somebody on Twitter, they send the fucking cops to your house. There is no other country in the world that has the freedom of expression.
Why do you keep saying, okay, and I don't know if maybe you're going to deny saying this or not. Why do you keep saying Western values then when you mean American values?
What's the most powerful Western country?
I would hope the United States right now.
Well, I mean, it's hands down the United States, right? I don't even think you could argue that.
Sure, unless you want to argue combined markets, the EU.
I mean, why do they call the president the leader of the free world? It's the leader of the Western world.
Well, no, that's why I'm just asking this guy why he keeps saying Western values then instead of American values. I'm just getting confused because now he just made my argument for me and telling me all these different ways that Western countries disagree with each other over freedom of expression.
The dominant in the world is America. Again, for somebody that is so traveled, you clearly don't fucking.
You cut off there. So.
Shit, Mom might be pulling the plug. It might be bedtime.
I mean, have you never fucking read the Death of the West, how the dying populations are latching onto the fucking country, written by fucking Pat Buchanan?
Fuck
What did you think he was talking about when he said the death of the West? He's talking about Western culture.
Okay, so wait. Okay, so I just want to see if we can finally get past this point. Are you talking about Western values or American values?
They're the same fucking thing. Are you like retarded?
If they're the same thing, you just went on this big diatribe. You just went on this big. Wait, hold on. So do you think the difference between Western values and American values, you think that's semantics?
Yeah, you're literally arguing semantics.
Okay, we gotta go. I'll take the L on this one. What's the next topic? I'm taking the L on this one. What's the next topic?
Western? Do you mean American?
I took the L on this one. What's the next topic?
I mean, you're fucking retarded.
I know I am. I'm too dumb. I'm too dumb for this topic. What's the next one? I take the L on this one. Go to the next one. What's the next one?
Go ahead, Zoom. I'll give you the last go round here, and then we're gonna take.
Oh yeah, well, multiculturalism doesn't work, and half the reason why we don't experience the same problems as well as I believe he said something about the rise in the crime rate. Half the reason we don't have the rise in the crime rate is because we didn't allow Syrians to invade our country and turn them into shitholes too. Just look at fucking Paris. The other day they were bombing fucking restaurants. And what do you think? Do you think those were nice Parisians that were blowing up the restaurant, or do you think they were Syrian refugees?
Syrian refugees historically don't seem to commit that much crime compared to other immigrant groups. Are you doing the thing where you conflate every single immigrant into the same group?
Are you sure about that? Because I'm pretty sure the 2015 influx of migrants and refugees, I believe there were 1.5 million asylum seekers that entered Germany last year, were all from Syria.
Okay, yeah. Can you go ahead and source me that? I'm curious because this is a pretty specific data. Can you go ahead and source me that? I'm curious.
AFD deputy leader Beatrix von Storch told BBC Radio 4 that we've
So this specific thing. Wait. Are you talking about like the gas leak thing, or what are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about the raising the crime rate that happened immediately after we allowed immigrants from Syria into the European culture. I was in the middle of explaining it, but then you had to talk over me again. It's really annoying.
Oh, in Paris, you were talking about the fucking gas leak shit. You were trying to say that was a bomb attack?
That wasn't a gas leak. A fucking bomb went off. I watched the fucking dude go through and do the whole thing live on YouTube.
Oh, you watched a YouTube video about it? Damn, all the mainstream media got shook, but you managed to sift through the garbage and find the truth. Damn, that's crazy. So I'm seeing the story now. Paris shaken awake, a powerful gas leak explosion. But yeah, go ahead, sorry. Do you believe that the Twin Towers, was that like a bomb too?
The 447 figure that the woman used referred to all asylum seekers and refugees, most of whom were in Germany illegally. Overall, this group was 15% of the, what was it, like 3,000 suspects linked to Germany crimes last year, which is crazy because what you don't realize is when you talk about statistics, crime in Germany was at one of its lowest rates since the 1990s. In 2014, there were 6.1 million offenses recorded by police. By 2016, literally 12 months after they allowed Syrian refugees into the country, the crime rose another 6.4 million. And these figures include immigration violations, which inevitably impact immigrants. Within that, violent crime rose from 180,000 cases to 193 between a 12-month period.
Wait a second. It rose from 180,000. Hold on. It rose from 180,000 to 190,000? What was the percentage increase in population, though?
I believe it was 14% in the one area.
180,000 to 190,000 is like that's like less than a 5% increase in crime, and the population rose 14%.
No,
because if that was true, that would be yeah. But if the population rose 14%, if the population rose 14% and the violent crime rose less than 5%, that would actually show that the immigrants coming in were less violent than the natives overall. Oof, that's really awkward. Do you have a different?
No, it showed that they were more likely to commit a crime than the original natives.
How could it be more likely to commit a crime if the per capita crime was following with more immigrants?
14%, and the number of rapes increased 8% over the same period of time.
Wait, I'm sorry, say that again?
The number of rapes and murders increased by 14.6% and 8% over the same 12-month period. And most
at
of the
a time
cases,
when there was a what percent increase in refugees or whatever?
And they weren't German. And when you look at
a time when 14%, when the immigration rate was 14%? Because if so, then it's all per capita. Then it sounds like it's on track anyway.
Again, I'm trying to fucking explain myself. You shut the fuck up.
Well, no, you're just like fucking, you're rambling off like fucking AFD stats, and you don't even have these numbers contextualized. Why would you even give like a raw numbers thing here when you're talking about like crime? It's so stupid.
Dropped by 10%. So your argument is moot.
Okay.
Because the people that were actual
I'm taking the L on this
citizens
one
of the
too.
country dropped by 10%.
Right, gotcha.
So dunked on that too.
Dunked on that one too.
All right, go ahead. Give your final thought, Zoom, and then you can give a final thought.
Yeah, this guy is the worst debater I've ever seen. He's fucking retarded. He can't give me any goddamn talking points.
Can't do
you
it
need to
at all.
hop back in your fucking high chair, take your sippy cup, and shut the fuck.
Gotcha. Wait, my final question. How old is that guy? Can he answer? I'm so curious.
I'm 31.
That's okay, my dude. You don't sound like it, but.
All right, thank you.
I know it's tough for you when somebody's smarter than you. You got to condescend to them, but you know, no matter what you do, you're always going to be looking up to me because you're short.
That's true, man. Be careful with that body gender dysmorphia in the future, my dude. All right, have fun.
Right,
okay. Enjoy arguing semantics. You're going to continue to lose and get done.
I know. I feel like I'm losing so hard over here with my 14,000 viewers.
Hold on,
Holy
Ralph, let me
shit!
get up. I don't want to hit Destiny with my balls when I leave the room.
Don't worry, my dude. They have to descend from your body before you can hit anybody with them first.
All right, let's take one more caller at least, and then because I have a lot of messages to read through, and then we'll wrap it. And I want to make sure I read those because they pay me to read them. Let's see. Let's see. Beeble Brox, you're on the air on the Killstream. Go ahead. If you're alive. You left. Apparently he said he had a economist background. But I mean, is that the second time we've tried to bring him in today?
Yeah. I thought he said he fixed it. Didn't fix it, so
no,
the economist can't use Discord.
He didn't fix it. Oh, you had to take the pot shot. Okay. Let's see. Who else wanted in? I'm looking at the chat here. So we'll take two more. Tally, you're on the air on the Killstream. By the way, the Killstream, I know we're on Twitch, rebroadcasting. The Killstream airs nightly at 10:05 p.m. Eastern, stream.me/TheRalphRetort. Go ahead, caller.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, what's up? I was just very interested. I came in when the conversation started with how multiculturalism affects societies. I'm from Denmark, by the way, so it's a very interesting topic for us because we're dealing with what you could call an immigration crisis right now.
All right, go ahead. Ask your question. Or go
my question is, what is Destiny's argument with multiculturalism not affecting society? Because we're seeing massive increases in violent crime, We're seeing what you would call ghettos now, no-go zones in Scandinavia. We are a very homogenous society, and it's very weird to see arguments like that it doesn't affect in any negative way at all.
No, I'm sure that mass immigration probably have a pretty negative effect on anywhere that it happens. Anytime you take in a whole new group of people, especially because these people are generally going to be of age groups that are most likely to commit crimes as well, right? Like younger men or even like younger women are going to be more likely to commit crimes than like 50 or 60-year-old natives. Yeah, the downplaying of problems caused by immigration, especially in, I'm sure that Denmark probably has a more generous welfare state as well, is probably going to have a bigger drain on society, depending on how it goes. I'm more familiar with how it plays out in Germany, but...
Yeah, that's very true. And the problem that we're seeing right now is that Denmark has always had a very large immigration of Middle Eastern. That's been our highest ethnic minority.
Okay.
The problem is now that we're not seeing good assimilation because they're coming in such huge droves. So what is happening is a lot of parallel societies are being created. And the frustration with Scandinavian people is that our politicians refuse to discuss the idea of Islam. It's like it's the only thing that seems to be taboo to talk about in politics, right? And you have one side who refuses to talk about it, and you have another side who wants to talk about it, but then you use racism and all this stuff when it's really an ideology you need to discuss in the Western world, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really difficult thing to talk about because both sides take pretty aggressive stances on it. I mean, like I could spend a lot of time talking about like I fucking hate Islam. I don't like the values that they teach in regards to most things. I feel the same way about Christians as well. I think that religious values in general, when it comes to talking about men and women, are fucking cancerous. But the problem is it's really hard to have that conversation because it's hard to find people that will criticize Islam without shitting on all Muslims, which gets you into weird areas. So there are a lot of people on the right that want to go like real fucking hard on brown people and Muslims, and then there are people on the left that don't even want to risk that, so they end up like I don't like talking about this as much because I don't know as much about your countries, but I think in Sweden they said that they were going to stop publishing like certain crime statistics related to race because they didn't want people to, and I don't know if that's generally the way to go, but I mean I can understand the frustration I guess on both sides. It's just a really difficult conversation to have without either side trying to hijack it for political narratives.
That's very true. And the problem we see in Scandinavia now is since the central parties we don't have a two-party system in Scandinavia. It's lots of different parties. And since the center parties are failing to come up with a solution, a lot of people feel disenfranchised.
Yeah, and then extremist parties are starting to rise. You've got the AFD in Germany.
Exactly. And that's what you're saying. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the best way to solve this would to bring the open debate of Islam, right? Without shitting on all over people. But
well, the problem is like,
how do we do this? The
problem is that like you can't really debate a religion. You like religion, and this is going to trigger the fuck out of a lot of people. But religion doesn't really mean much. You have to talk about the people and the culture and the values of a given society, I guess, or how you can kind of like move people in certain directions via economic freedoms or via policies. Because like two different Muslims in the same neighborhood might believe two totally different things. If you're Christian, like two Catholics in the same neighborhood can believe totally fucking different things. And the idea that you're ever going to have like this broad correction of like a religion is just, it's fantasy. It's never going to happen. People always point to how good Christianity is doing today, and they talk about the Reformation. Like that was hundreds of years ago. Like the Reformation isn't why Christians in the West are secular today. That's just been a slow process that's occurred over a long period of time. Sorry, go ahead.
So my question is then, so how do we deal with, in Denmark, for example, Denmark was one of the first countries to legalize gay marriage, right? And yes, I totally agree with you that the differences in radical views of different Muslims can change radically, right? Like you have some very extremist, some very moderate Muslims. The problem I see is that if you ask the average Muslim population, how many people think that gays should be punished, for example, or it should be against the law to be homosexual? How does a Western society like Denmark deal with the issue of a lot of Muslim immigration coming in that despise gay people, which is for us is such a big value that homosexuality should be not punishable, for example?
So I guess like my hope would be that any person given sufficient economic opportunity and ability to prosper in a secular country for some period of time will eventually progress more on kind of these values. That's kind of unfounded. That's just a feeling I have. If I were to try to point towards empirical data, I would point towards the fact that in Saudi Arabia, for instance, homosexuality is still seen as like a massive fucking problem. But in the United States, 45% of our Muslim population believe that homosexuality should be accepted, which is 10 points greater than what Mormons think, 7 points greater than what evangelicals think, right? Who are a massive voting base in the U.S. They're at 36%. 100% for the acceptance of homosexuality, right? And I don't think that the Muslims came to the U.S. and like changed their religion to become more secular. I think that just as a matter of like living around more people that are accepting of gay people, seeing gay people on TV and in media and all that, I think you kind of become more accepting of it over time. I do agree with you though that like it would be scary if you get like a massive amount of people that all immigrate together and then make their own community and kind of like insulate themselves from outside forces. That would be a problem. I don't know how much you can do that though if you live in a country. Like it seems like you're bound to assimilate at some point to certain types of ideas.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Tally. Give your final thought here because I have two more callers I want to get in, and then I got to read these.
Exactly.
And
sorry, my bad.
Go ahead.
So how do we deal with all the vigilante? Like, so what we're seeing now is that vigilante groups are arising on both sides. Like, for example, what you see in Copenhagen, certain areas. If you walk down as a white woman, you will be called a whore. I've had personal experiences with my female friends being called that on open streets. And how do we deny that Western culture is not changing when little codes, like areas of cities, are turning into different, like different culture? Like you'll hear calls to prayer in certain types of Copenhagen that's never happened before, and we cannot deny that Western culture is completely changing, at least in Denmark.
I mean, well, like culture is changing like literally all the time. So it's hard to like these arguments of like we got to keep culture from changing. I don't know. In terms of changing for the worse, I feel uncomfortable hammering this point because I don't know specifically about your areas. I do know that in Sweden, the idea of no-go zones and everything was heavily overblown. And I've got like a million people that are shooting me links of like reports of crimes fell by 30% between 2013 and 2017 in areas defined by the police as socially marginalized residential areas in Denmark. So even in your country, I'm not sure if like the crime rates are already falling. And it's hard for me to know exactly without having like the empirical data to know what's happening right now.
All right, thank you, Tally, for calling in.
Wait, I'm sorry. Yeah, give him the last. Give him the last
Go
thing.
ahead.
Right,
yeah, last quote.
No, I just wanted to say thank you. I do not agree with what the other guys said with Western cultures being only American culture. We have a very different view, and so
he didn't think it was only American. He said that America was the dominant Western culture.
No, but there's huge differences, right? I mean, for example,
there are differences, sure. I mean, for instance, you don't have freedom of speech in Europe, and we do. Yeah, I mean, I agree.
Yeah, I'm just saying that like your American culture is very much based on religion. When you politicians state.
So what's the dominant entertainment industry all over across the West? It's Hollywood.
No, I'm not saying you guys are not big. I'm just saying that
yeah, I mean, I agree. There are variations. Cultures. There are variants for sure. Yeah, I agree with that. All right.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you for calling in. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely differences. Okay, let's see. What is this guy's name again? Hold on. Let me go ahead and turn it down. Boogie is gay for The Rock. You're on the air on the Killstream.
Hello. Can you guys hear me all right? I just want to make sure.
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
So, long-time listener, first-time caller. I'll start with some butter, right? I'm going to butter Destiny out. We'll see how this works out. So, Mercedes-Benz. Mercedes makes multiple types of car, didn't you know?
Nice, ma'am. Right. Okay.
Do you remember that?
I remember how fucking stupid Tonka was, yeah.
Yeah, that was funny. I think we all in the audience can laugh about that. And there's an instance in which you talked with Dick Masterson, and they kept on coming back at you one after another. So you're dishonest, and he couldn't pick out a particular instance in which you were. You were just like a ninja, hitting him back in different positions, saying, "No, you have to tell me an exact instance in which you're being dishonest." Do you remember that particular debate?
Yeah, I do. Yep. You don't have to butter me up, my dude. You can just go in. It's okay.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll go right into it. So, the number one, you spoke with Hassan Piker recently. Hassan Piker refers to his female coworkers as good pussy. This label degrades women and reduces them to pieces. Do you take issue with him claiming to be a progressive that champions the ideals of feminism?
I don't know if he actually said that or not. I haven't heard this before.
Okay. Well, he has. He hasn't been taken to task for saying these comments. And
where did he say these comments at?
The Hard Bastard. Have you heard of that commentator on the internet? He follows like news stories and this, that, and the other.
Sure, but where did Hassan make these comments at? I just Googled it and I see nothing about this.
I'm sure it was probably like some leaks or something like that.
Okay, I mean, I Googled it and I literally don't see a single mention of this, even on like an alt-right site.
Let me read.
Someone else has heard.
Wait. Accusations of misogyny hit the Young Turks. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yes. I'm just making sure. I believe this is what he's talking about. Cenk Uygur however you say his name, host of the liberal left show The Young Turks, apologized last week for a series of now deleted blog and social media posts from the early 2000s. And there's some quotes in here. Let me see if I can find Piker's quote. Uncovered more evidence that the culture at the Young Turks did not actually change with Uyghur's political party, and appears to have run in his family with Chank's nephew Hassan Piker busted bashing women in various posts and video. And I guess we could
wait. So this is an anonymous source talking about posts from 20 years ago. I don't care.
Well, I don't know if it's 20 years ago.
Well, you said early 2000s. That's like that. We're at 2019 now, right? That's like 15 years. Well, Hassan was like 14. I've said like so much horrible shit. If you could find my old Battle.net account, like I'm pretty sure I could be an anti-Semite, anti-African. Like I don't care at all.
5 years ago, is that too long ago for you?
5 years. What was said 5 years ago?
Co-workers looking at the leaked nudes from the hacking scandal while I judged them. Those were nude photos that were made public without their consent, including Jennifer Lawrence, Kaylee Kuko, and Kate Upton.
Wait, so they looked at leaked nude photos?
Yeah, and took videos of it and posted on their social media accounts. Here's Hannah Kasparian with Hassan Piker. I guess she's taking a video of them looking at the fappening leaks.
Okay. Were they not supposed to look at the leaks? Is that a bad? I mean, I looked at them too.
I mean, I looked at them. Yeah, I mean, I definitely looked at them. But I'm just saying, but I don't claim to be a progressive champion or anything.
I mean, I claim to be pretty progressive, but if shit like that gets leaked, you better believe I'm gonna fucking look at it. Like, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, I agree with you. I don't take any issue with that at all. But I'm saying Jennifer Lawrence, and others have said, well, if you look at those pictures, you've raped those women in some way.
I don't think you have to agree with Jennifer Lawrence to be progressive.
Okay, fair enough. All right, go ahead, caller. I believe that's what he's talking about.
Okay. It seemed like a really weird, gotcha on the Young Turks, but sorry, go ahead.
So do you have members in your immediate or extended family that the average person would consider to be not white?
Yeah, half of I don't know, I guess. My mom's family, that whole half of my family is Cuban, but I don't know I look pretty white and so does my mom, so I don't know.
So would the average person consider these people to be white or not white?
They'd probably consider them to be. It really depends who you ask. Like Richard Spencer might not, but I think most people would probably consider that family to be white. My mom's sister is a little darker than her. I don't know. It's hard to say. I really don't know. I'm not trying to dodge it. Yeah, sorry.
This individual that you said a sister that might be a little bit darker, that might not be considered to be white. Would it be fair to say that?
Oh no, my sisters and brothers are much darker than me. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Very well. So I would say that when you said earlier about you don't care about Paris becoming browner, I don't think that it is because you have a real good point. It's more so that it'd be a very awkward Thanksgiving dinner to defend the whitening of Paris.
I mean, it's a funny assertion, but I hate my whole fucking family. I actually defriended all of them on Facebook over political shit, so I don't give a fuck about offending my family.
Wait. Your whole family? Now, why did you do that?
Because they're fucking crazy-ass Republican conservative Trump supporters. Fuck that. They're fucking crazy, dude.
We've heard what you and your mom
I fucking argue with my mom like crazy online. To be fair, let me be fair. In case my mom listens to this, I love my mom to death, but Jesus Christ, I can't get into political shit.
Because, we go back and forth with politics here on the show, but I've always taken the stance that, and if you don't want to see their Facebook post, that's one thing. But as far as cutting ties, with friends and family over politics, I've always been a long time opponent against. Now you still talk to your family, still love
a little bit, but I think it's totally valid.
A little bit.
I think. Well, no, I think it's totally valid to cut ties. Like the thing is,
really?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a big white person.
Politics.
Yeah, it's a big white person going to say it's just politics. But to some people, if you're a fucking DACA recipient, just politics to one person is literally your place in the future. Whether you're in this country or another one, just politics is a thing that white people say because they're not affected by shit. But to other people, it's very, very, very real shit. I totally could understand cutting off ties to certain people because of differences in opinions.
Politics are politics. Your family and your friends are your family and your friends. To me, that's just a foreign. I can't get behind that. I don't understand.
Okay, so I would argue that self-interest is one of the biggest incentives that human have to deal with, and I would say that you can't really be honest in your opinion about the browning of Paris. I can't.
All right, go ahead. Get to your next and final point because I'm going to get to the last caller, and I still have to read all these. So.
Okay. Do you deny the genocide of whites in Zimbabwe and South Africa?
That issue is so fucking complicated. It seems like some fucked up shit that's going on. But I know that Lawrence Southern uses it to show the genocide of white people over the world.
Yes camp or the no camp?
I'm in the agnostic. I don't know enough about the issue. It's kind of like Israel and Palestine. I'm really uncomfortable with what Israel does to Palestinians, but in terms of who's in the right, I don't fucking know, dude. Hamas, Hezbollah, Israel, that shit is really fucking complicated.
genocide is bad. So, do you think that taking down Trump is worth discrediting WikiLeaks as an arm of the Russian?
Caller, don't speak over me, caller. I just muted you, by the way.
Damn.
You did say fuck Israel earlier in this program.
Yeah, I did because I don't like it feels really one-sided in terms of the amount of like power, like military power that Israel has compared to Palestine. And I know I say a lot of Americans, but like politically, Democrats and Republicans are very big on that fucking Israel bandwagon. But like if we would have like a real conversation about it and who's the right, like I tried to spend a day like, okay, well I'm gonna get a good opinion on this, and Jesus fucking Christ, I have no idea. Like, you know, like in some ways like the Palestinians do elect Hamas and are fucked and are funded by people like Iran, but in other ways like fucking the Israelis like kidnap kids and kill them and then lie about it to try to like go in and like fuck with the West Bank. So I don't fucking know like who's in the right totally. That seems like a really fucked region.
All right, now caller, give your final statement. Please let me speak when I try to speak, and I always let you speak. Now go ahead and I'll give your final little thought here.
Apologies. Is attempting to take down Trump worth the discrediting of WikiLeaks as simply an arm of the Russian government?
All right, thank you, caller. Now go ahead.
I don't think it has anything to do with Trump. I think WikiLeaks is pretty solidly just like a Russian propaganda outlet. Assange just fucking hates the U.S. and especially fucking Hillary. But yeah, I have a big time trusting a lot of what comes out of WikiLeaks. They seem to be like pretty propaganda oriented.
They used to be pretty popular on the left, though, right? I mean, they helped spread the Snowden stuff, and
I mean, Snowden spread a lot of stuff like kind of on his own as well. Like the idea that was just WikiLeaks. Like the problem is like WikiLeaks showed such.
No, it's true. I'm not saying it was just WikiLeaks, but I'm saying they were a part of it.
WikiLeaks showed like such an extreme political
Chelsea Manning
bias
stuff?
that like transparency on just one side isn't transparency. Like it's just propaganda. So, and the fact that he admitted that he had stuff on Trump, but he didn't want to leak it because like I don't know, it's just really strange to me. Yeah, Snowden leaked a lot of stuff via The Guardian as well.
Wait,
I think too.
Did he admit that?
Yeah, The Guardian was a big part of it. Yeah, go ahead. I don't know. I never heard that he.
Yeah, I didn't think they had anything on Trump. Otherwise, he would have leaked it.
Oh no. He did admit that explicitly. He said that they had stuff on Trump, but his excuse was the stuff in the media right now is so much worse than what we have. We're not going to bother to leak it. That was the excuse he used at the time.
And that's a quote from him.
Yeah, I can actually try to find the exact thing. So Julian Assange won't leak Trump. I can try to find the exact quote for you.
Yeah, because I didn't hear that. I thought that they didn't have really anything on him because. I mean, he's been in the public eye for what, 50 years? There's not a lot that he doesn't do it's in public. So.
Yeah, I can just give me a second. People are saying it happened on Bill.
I would think I would have seen that quote. Now I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but as far as as strident as you portrayed it, I would have seen it. But
yeah, you like literally like give me like 1 minute.
They've got the P tapes. Don't worry, they've got the P tapes. That's what they're gonna release.
No, go ahead. Hiding. I mean, if you have the link, I'll admit, but
Dead air. I know. Yes.
Wait, what happened?
Perfect.
I was waiting for it.
There it is.
I know.
I was waiting. Literally, as soon as dead air came out of my mouth, there it was. Perfect, Gator.
Yeah, I timed it.
If anyone in chat has this code.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're having problems finding the link.
Well, no, but I know it exists. I've read this multiple times.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean,
just give me a second.
I'm not willing to stipulate it though without.
Yeah. No, that's fine. You shouldn't either. That's
evidence.
Fine.
Yeah, I mean,
because it's strange. I mean, he did leak stuff when they got Podesta's email. I mean, when you make your password, it's sort of your fault.
Well, and look at the Chelsea Manning stuff that was during the Obama administration. There was other stuff that they linked. You might could say they were anti-American more than Republican or Democrat in certain ways. I don't really feel that way, but I think that case would be easier made than.
Okay, so real quick, I linked this here. So some people have asked us, when will you release information on Donald Trump? Assange said later, and of course we're very interested in all countries to reveal the truth about any candidate so people can understand, but actually it's really hard for us to release anything worse than what has come out of Donald Trump's mouth every second day. I mean, it's part of his charismatic appeal that he speaks off the cuff, but that's difficult for Donald Trump to overcome. A lot of those things, even with a lot of great material coming out by WikiLeaks and other publications. So this makes it sound like maybe you could say I'm reading this too charitably.
I think you're reading into it too much.
It doesn't say he has dirt.
Yeah.
It says
it says it's really hard for us to release anything worse,
But wait, in the statement that you're quoting, now let me reread it. And of course, we're very interested in all countries to reveal the truth about any candidate so people can understand, but actually it's really hard for us to release anything worse than what comes out of Donald Trump's mouth every single day. I mean, that's actually a slam on Trump is what he's saying, and he doesn't say he has information on him, so I'd have to.
I mean, okay, yeah, I mean, I can understand you either way. I think I think the idea that they couldn't get any information on the RNC or Trump's campaign at all is pretty telling, especially considering how much dirt there is to be had on these people. When you talk about people like Comey, especially when you talk about people like Manafort, the idea that nothing existed that they could have leaked there, but for some reason we obsessed over the DNC for how long, you know, and like all of the Russian hacks related to the DNC.
Manafort's been a thing for what, 30 years?
Yeah.
He's not a new person on the,
so why didn't WikiLeaks leak anything related to Manafort when he was the head of Trump's campaign for 6 months?
What I'm saying is, I'm not saying there isn't dirt on almost anybody you could ever think of, especially, you know, big business figures like Trump and you know, the RNC political figures. But that statement doesn't that doesn't say.
Well, yeah, no, but what I'm saying, the ultimate point I'm trying to get across is that like people talk about like how any transparency is good, but transparency on one side isn't transparency. That's just propaganda. Because like yeah, go ahead.
Well, maybe that's all they had access to.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, but that's what I don't believe. I don't believe that. Like, there's no way that they only were able to hack one party and the RNC got by completely unscathed from anything. Like, that just sounds really hard to believe. It sounds like there was a pretty concerted effort to go after one side.
All right, one more caller, and then I'll read these, and then we'll get out of here. You've been very generous with your time. Thank you very much. All right, let's take one more caller. On air, Apocalypse Lemon. Go ahead, sir. I know you get a little spicy as well. We told Destiny we would keep it down a little bit on some of our colorful language here, but go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Okay, just want to make sure. Yeah, I'll keep the inflammatory language. So the first thing, because I was the one that brought it up. Your backtrack on incest is absurd because first off, the case that I brought up that started all this was father-child. It was
Wait, is this the same guy?
It is. Should I, as a father, teach my daughter how to have an orgasm? Was the question that you could not give a solid no answer on. So your idea that yeah, it's terrible if it's father-daughter. You couldn't even make that case. So
I mean, I absolutely could, but we're.
No, you couldn't.
No, I can.
There's video evidence.
Listen, dude. If you want to go with like the gotchas because you're too scared to have the convo, I can understand. What's your next point?
Oh no. We're gonna have a conversation. So that being the case, even on that shallow level, it's already absurd, right? So then let's get into the actual depth, the meat of the conversation. You said that incest is different from inbreeding. That's true, but where do you think inbreeding is more likely to occur? In a society that embraces incest or accepts it as a thing that's not necessarily amoral, or a society that shuns it, says it's amoral, not allowed, hates people who do it? Which one's going to have more inbreeding?
Probably more the former than the latter.
So there's no reason to condemn incest then, right? Because people just should do whatever they want.
So as somebody that generally believes in personal freedoms, I don't think the idea that there could be fallout from having a personal freedom is a good argument to prevent somebody from pursuing something. No, because that same argument you're using, I could turn against literally every single drug like alcohol or marijuana. So generally, I find that to be an unsatisfactory argument.
Oh, okay. So that's the other thing. You love dragging shit into the weeds. I love this. Hold on. Hold on.
I gotta respond to that. No. Please, come on, dude. No. Okay, hold on. Let me just explain. I didn't know that what I just said would go so far over your head that I needed to like bring it down for you. So let me explain. Can I please fucking just respond to your dumb fucking point? Okay, I'm just gonna keep talking then and save you.
Wait, gentlemen,
Jesus fucking Christ.
Gentlemen, hold on.
I'm not in the fucking weeds. It's literally how you form a logically fucking coherent argument. I can't believe this is so fucking hard for you. So you're saying no. Can I please finish my fucking point? Holy shit!
Wait, gentlemen.
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, so here is the generalized form of your argument. You're saying that some bad effect, such as having mutated fucking children, is worth making an otherwise okay act illegal. If your main argument against this act is that it can create mutated children, then you're saying, well, in a society where this bad act can happen, bad outcomes can result. Or in a society where a neutral act can happen, bad outcomes can result. Therefore, we should make that act illegal. That is the generalized form of your argument. This isn't, and I'm not asking you this.
That's not what I said at all.
I don't care. I'm telling you what you're fucking saying. So listen to me.
Okay. Now wait. Lemon, hold on.
I'm gonna get a drink. Help him figure out his own fucking argument. I gotta fucking get a drink.
Okay. Well, I mean, if he's not here to hear what you're saying, oh god.
Yeah. So anyway, what I was about to make the observation. Tonight you've watched him go from there are degrees of evil, right? So in the example he gave about which was it? I actually wrote this down. The hijab versus like mini skirts. There's no difference. That's exactly as bad. But then in the case of incest, when he had to backtrack, father-daughter was worse and more condemned than, sister-brother. So he likes to take this stance where sometimes there's shades of gray, sometimes there's not. And it's just all part of his weird wishy-washy strategy. And then he took my argument, which I never said the word illegal. I never said law. I never said anything regarding that. But then he made my argument into being about the law. I said society that condemns. I said cultural, not law. And if you can't understand why a culture should not allow incest versus what a law that doesn't allow incest is, you're an idiot.
Michael Flynn has a really good speech on TED Talks about how much improvement we've made in education over the past 200 years. One of the big differences he brings up is how people in the past were unable to engage with hypotheticals. It is astounding to me how many conservatives I talk to, or people that are socially conservative like you, are completely unable to extract a generalized argument from a specific matter. I don't know if it's a form of mental retardation or if you lack the education or critical thought to do it. I really am confused.
Your own alcohol argument already blows you the out on this.
How?
Okay? You understand. I don't approve of alcohol. Most Christians don't. Yet there is no law against it. But in a Christian society where people don't drink, things that are related, crimes that are related to alcohol are lower, are they not? Issues like drunk driving or spousal abuse relating to alcohol, is that lower in a society that doesn't approve of alcohol?
Wait. If you agree with this, why? Wait, if you agree with this, no, I agree with you. If you were willing to bite the bullet on that, then why didn't you just agree right off the bat? Why'd you get so fucking triggered? Why didn't you just say?
You didn't make my point. You restructured it as a legal argument. I never made
because the distinction between what should be legal or culturally acceptable in this argument is irrelevant. Whether or not we're talking about culture.
I don't believe.
Oh my fucking god!
Look at you trying to drag it back as if. So that's the only way you can win this. That's the thing. Right. You know that if you get me onto the law, legislating morality is terrible, and we all know it.
I don't care if it's like whether. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I forgot the snowflakes. I'm sorry. You're right. I didn't mean to say legally. I didn't mean to say legally. I'm so sorry. Okay, culturally condemned. We can use that word if you want. Okay. Multiple times. I'm sorry. Well, that's just because that's usually how I think of like accepting or not accepting. But we can talk about cultural if you want. We can say cultural acceptance and everything is the exact same. I'm sorry that I used legally with you, okay? Culturally acceptance.
Oh, is there no difference?
No, there absolutely is a difference. That's why. And so far as this argument goes, I didn't think there was a difference, but yeah. But we can say cultural difference here if that makes you feel better.
In a society that culturally rejects incest, is there going to be less inbreeding?
Probably, yeah. I would imagine so.
Okay. So is there any reason to moralize or reject in?
I personally don't think we should live in societies that reject behavior. Why did you say
Okay, go ahead. No, just go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Lemon, go ahead.
Just like finish fucking coming or
wait? Wait a minute. Go ahead, Lemon. Give your final point. We'll give Destiny the final point, and we actually have.
I wanted to finish his point about why incest is should not be condemned.
So on a broader level, I don't think we should condemn. In a broader level, I don't think we should condemn activities that can be practiced responsibly just because they might have negative outcomes.
Okay, so societies that have accepted incest as a somewhat regular aspect of their society, and they do have all these negative effects, they're just not responsible enough? Is that?
That's the cost of freedom, yeah.
Oh, okay. So the cost of freedom is inbreeding.
Are you pro or against? Well, wait, hold on. I'm just curious.
Sign me up for a totalitarian dictatorship.
Sure. Right. Are you pro? Wait, no. I have one question. Are you pro or against? Are you? Oh my God! Can I ask a question? Are you pro or against?
Wait, let's do it like this. Destiny, ask your question. Yeah. Lemon will give his answer, and we'll bring in the next caller.
Sure. Are you pro or against the Second Amendment in the United States? Should people be allowed to own guns?
Absolutely.
So you're okay with all the negative outcomes of there, But you're not okay with incest? Why?
I disagree with that. The outcomes are negative.
Well, how do you disagree? The fact that you even own a gun makes you like 60% higher to kill yourself with it than a person that doesn't. You disagree with school shootings, with people that kill themselves? Like 2/3 of all suicides, over 20,000 deaths a year, are attributed to gun violence. How can you not see the difference or see the exact sameness?
I mean, if the only reason you succeed to kill yourself is because you had a gun, you just weren't trying hard enough. There's ropes, there's pills, there's drops, there's everything.
Okay, and you can have children that have birth defects without incest. Dude, you just dunked your own argument so hard. You should have bit the bullet on that. I'm sorry.
All right, thank you.
Not even slightly.
Final thought. Go ahead.
Yeah, societies that accept incest, like the one that he's promoting, is a libertarian wonderland where there is no moral restrictions at all, and society embraces every form of degeneracy because it doesn't affect anybody else, leads to a place where you have massive amounts of inbreeding, loss of intellect and IQ, and a general decrease in the quality of population that also happens to have a vote that determines the outcome of your country.
Do you know this from firsthand experience? Are you the child of this type of
uneducated, unskilled immigrants into your country that also get to vote?
Okay, that's it. Thank you, Lemon. I appreciate you, sir.
Do your mom and dad call themselves brother and sister? Is that why this is such a passionate topic?
Oh my God, why are we?
Well, like the gun argument was the exact same.
Now I have to let him talk.
I mean, I don't know how you can accept the gun argument. Like, it's literally the exact same thing. Like, gun violence. Like, we talk about giving kids fucking Kevlar backpacks because they get shot up in school so much.
Father, when you were asked if a dude should fuck his daughter, when that question was asked to you, as a father, how did your brain go anywhere but I should tell this man not to have sex with
I don't think that I don't think that any father should ever fuck their daughter. I don't think that any father should ever fuck their daughter, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? That's disgusting. Are you pro pet? Wait, was that Amosi?
Much worse.
It did.
But it did get worse.
Thank you.
Is this Amosi right now? Dude, how's Singapore? Or do you live in the US still? Are you still begging people for places to stay or?
Lemon, Destiny, wait. Hold on. Gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. Stay here, Destiny. We have another caller. Lemon, I really do. Look, we could argue this for a while.
We could do this for another 2 hours.
I did not expect
that's my main point was that this is what he does. Every single argument, he blossoms out into 700 new ones. He picks one that he thinks he can win, and then he drives that down and just goes with ad hominems if he can't get you on.
Sure. So for the 15 people,
wait, no, we're not starting another. Thank you, Lemon. I appreciate it.
Okay, and then let me just explain in terms of what he's saying. For the 15 people that actually care, right? So typically what I do when I have these arguments is I'll take an argument and then I try to extract a generalized form of that argument and then I apply it to other specifics to see if you'll remain logically consistent. So if somebody tells me I am against incest, even though it on its own might be okay because it can lead to bad outcomes, then what I'll do is I'll extract and I'll say, okay, so if you have something that in and of itself is okay, but can lead to bad outcomes. Well, what if we apply this to other situations?
Well,
do you still
your strategy is to ask more questions? I mean, it's the Socratic method. It's not really a secret, but okay, let's bring in.
I didn't say it was a secret, and it's not the Socratic method either. But okay.
Okay, well, you just ask more questions in response to somebody's point. I mean,
just asking questions isn't the Socratic method.
Well, no, but that's one of the basic tenets of it. You just ask another question. Well, if this means this, well, why are you not for this? I mean, yeah, okay. I mean, it's standard. I mean, that's my view on what you do, but
gotcha.
You know, we could disagree.
Let's get this next guy.
Sure.
All right. Dick Masterson, host of the Dick Show.
I mean, it's not, Ralph. It's not the Socratic method. If you're talking about dads fucking their daughters, is it? Is that what we're?
Is this Amosi again? Holy shit! Why are there so many fucking pedophiles on this fucking show?
Than listening to that shit right
my
now.
God,
what was that,
dude? Why are there so many fucking pedophiles calling in? What the fuck is this?
Wait, what?
Why does everyone here want to talk about fucking daughters? This is so fucking weird.
Yeah. Hey, Des Tiny, it's good to talk to you again. It's been a while. I tuned in just a couple minutes ago.
Wait, is this Dick Masterson?
Getting tossed around.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Do you remember when you were crawling back to PKA and even they said you got fucking trash when we talked last? That was so fucking embarrassing. I felt bad for you there for a little bit.
I mean, it sounds like you're excited about it.
I am. I like it when I get a good dunk video, especially on people as popular as you, my dude.
I think everybody's got you pegged, man. You argue in bad faith. You generalize to a point. Like, I just listened to you say that the Second Amendment is somehow akin to incest. It's gibberish.
Do you think that, like, if you just say things and you leave them hanging there without ever justifying them, it, like, makes an argument? Or, like, I guess that's generally what you do, isn't it?
Destiny. The problem with
Des Tiny, remember? Des Tiny. That was your original joke when you came in, remember?
Destiny. The problem with incest is the grooming. It's not the Second Amendment. This is what you do. You drive people insane because you have some kind of mutant ability to shamelessly obfuscate arguments and argue
to form
in bad
logically
faith,
consistent opinions. To conservatives, that probably seems like black magic. I agree. I understand it can be confusing.
Yeah. Look, man, you want to entertain hypotheticals. Entertain the hypothetical of ever using a peephole in your front door.
What does that mean? Because I'm too short to use it? What does that mean?
Yeah. Where was that Trump quote, buddy? Where was that Trump quote that somebody?
Wait, you make like 20,000 a month on Patreon, and these are the kind of D- insults you come here with? Come on, dude, you got to have something more original than that.
It's remarkable how much I've come to respect how much you wind people up.
Yeah, I mean, it's what I do for a living, right?
I don't think you do it on purpose. I think you're doing a good thing, which is what makes everybody angry. It's what makes me angry about it.
Okay.
You cause less understanding. Like, you know goddamn well what people are saying. You know goddamn well what that guy's saying, and you choose to misunderstand it to get argument points.
Well, I'm not misunderstanding.
I think that's what pisses people off, because that's one of the big divides that, like, all of us are just regular guys calling in and trying to hammer shit out, and you argue for sport. And I think that's what makes you a son of a bitch. And I think a lot of people see it.
Yeah, so I think the problem is that what happens is, and we went over this in our last call, and I'll gladly revisit any of these topics if you want. The problem is that a lot of people don't realize that what they're making are incredibly feels-based arguments. And what I like to do is take your feels-based argument and run it through a filter and see if it's logically consistent. And more often than not, arguments that come from a place of feeling don't usually survive logical scrutiny. And that's where the frustration comes from. You feel like you have so much conviction with your point, and then you come in, and as soon as I ask one or two basic questions, your total worldview just completely collapses. And you're like, fuck, I'm so angry right now. And that's pretty much what I did to you the last time we spoke. I mean, I understand the frustration. It's really frustrating to analyze things you've never critically examined before.
You get off on that, but I think what you actually do is look for any place that you might introduce some wiggle room, and you start building a case around that. Like, you can work with the guy. You can work with the guy who's calling in and talking about incest. There's a lot of reason incest is bad. Grooming children is very bad. It's abusive. It's putting human beings that are in a state that are vulnerable in the care of other people. We're all very uncomfortable. But you choose to make it about the Second Amendment. Like, you choose to make it about very bizarre things to win an argument. You're like high school debate, man. You're not about helping people understand their positions. You're just about dominantly humping anything that you can see. You're like a wild dog just wandering around looking for something to hump because you can't see over the counter. Like, that's why I hate you, and I think that's why a lot of people hate you. It's all political at the end of the day. Like, I know you hate Trump, so you fight anything that has to do with Trump, but just as a person, that's why I hate you. And I think that's why a lot of people hate you too.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm okay with being hated for that. Like, my frustration is that when I got into politics, like, really only 3 or 4 years ago,
you didn't get into politics. Like, you're just what are you? I mean, who's paying you to get into politics? You just run your mouth on the fucking internet.
Thousands of subscribers I have, the people that watch my YouTube videos, the people that watch me on Twitter.
You're not getting into politics.
Okay, I'm sorry. What do you call what I do? What do you call what I do?
You run your mouth for a living on the internet.
Sure. So it's like Tucker Carlson.
Which is the exact same thing I do, so you're no better than me or anybody else.
It's not about being better. It's not. I never said anyone was better than anyone else, but I mean, like, if you get online and you make a... What?
That's what you are. You're entertainment.
Okay, sure. Political entertainment. Can I say that? I'm not into politics then, or we'll just say entertainment if that's the less triggering form for you. Okay. So when I got into,
I'm not triggered at all. You stupid fucker.
Like, I mean, you literally hopped into a YouTube stream with 1,500 viewers. The big shot Dick Masterson humbles himself down to the level of mortals to come on here to show me how upset he is with who I am. I'd say you're at least a little bit triggered there, Dick, just a tiny bit. So.
I'm very trickled.
I gotta understand.
I think you're a corrosive force. Like,
I understand, and I feel the same about you. Right? The problem is that when I got in.
Because everybody has this in them.
Yep, tell us how mad you are.
Wait, Destiny.
And you are 100%. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Dick. No, I mean, he was talking. He was getting on Zoom earlier about talking over him, and he was trying to talk over you. Go ahead, Dick. Give your thought.
Everybody has this niggling impulse to win no matter what. and you are that impulse. That's why you're popular, because you lead these throngs of your 72 virgins or whatever you got, your 1,000 following you around, and you are that. Like, you are this promise of this guy, no matter what the problem is, he's always going to logically hump everybody who opposes him. But I think you're a scumbag because you don't help people understand shit. You just argue to argue.
I mean, I don't argue to argue. I argue because I actually want to like figure out like what's correct in any given position. But most people don't. They just want to reinforce whatever it is they feel. That's why you're so frustrated whenever you have a conversation with me, is because you realize you have no way of actually justifying any of your positions. You just have a bunch of feelings and you get upset when anybody challenges them.
Destiny, I don't need to justify it. Trump's in office, dude. We won. We're getting that fucking
We're not
wall.
arguing about whether or not Trump is in office, though.
Shit, you little motherfucker.
Like, this is what I'm talking about. Listen how fucking, listen how triggered you are. Listen how triggered you are right now. You're so fucking mad, dude. Are you okay?
No. Yes,
like, you're literally pointing to an election that happened like fucking 3 years. Like, who cares that Trump won? Who cares that Trump won an election? Are we talking about that? Are you okay?
It's fine to be angry at you. It's totally fine to be angry because you represent something that is fundamentally flawed in people.
What, logic? Having like a reasonable discussion? Putting together an actual argument that logically follows? That's what triggers the fuck out of you? Tell me, Dick, how mad are you right now?
You are the one who shuns your family for politics. You are what's wrong with everyone.
Did you know that Trump won?
That's what I'm telling
you. You know that Trump won the election?
It's fine to be angry about that. It's totally fine. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't have any. There's nothing for me to respond to. It's literally just you being fucking triggered as fuck. I mean, you can keep going if you want, dude. You're on a roll.
Wait, you could say, oh, you're triggered. I mean, you were doing that with Zoom earlier. You seem pretty triggered with him. So anybody that gets any type of emotion in their argument, you did it with me too. Oh, well, you must be triggered. You're really mad right now. Whoa. But when you get upset, when you get loud, oh no, I'm just trying to examine the issues. I mean, that kind of seems like your MO.
Well, no, the problem is that like I try to like break things down in a logical fashion, but I can't. When someone like Dick just comes in and they're just real fucking mad and they can't engage with any argument. There's no way to really talk to a person. Well, there are, but I don't like talk to people this way. It's not fun for me.
Destiny, this is what a man sounds like when he's talking. I don't know why this is the first time you've heard this in your life, but this is.
I don't know why you think stupidity is like some exclusive manly feature or whatever. I mean, like there are plenty of men that are intelligent. Like I don't understand why you think that you have to be some blithering, emotional fucking douchebag in order to have a conversation. I mean, maybe that's what you sound like, but.
Did the douchebags take a woman from you, buddy? Is that what happened to you? Did you get wronged by douchebags in your life? And now you get so. Over on us.
Are you projecting a little bit there? Did you lose a girl to a progressive, some green-haired fucking screamy dude on some college campus? Or I mean, like, yeah, is that what happened?
That story is all this time. The Chad loses a girl to a guy who's really supportive of women's rights. I mean,
isn't that what you guys are talking about? White genocide? Isn't that what you guys cry about these days?
Is that
white genocide? The fucking the BBC is taking over all the fucking women and shit. I thought that was your guys' calling card.
Whose calling card is losing women to progressive 4-foot-tall soy fucks? Where does this happen?
I thought that was the whole fucking incel movement. You guys crying about losing fucking women because you don't make enough money or because feminism is destroying women fucking like incel dudes or some shit. Isn't this your shit?
Destiny, what the fuck?
No, that's
are you
my shit, actually.
About?
That's your shit? Okay.
Destiny, what are you talking about?
I don't know. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's our movement to lose women to men like you. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm just responding to your points, dude. Are you okay?
Dick,
no,
hang on, Dick, hang on.
Go ahead.
Destiny, hi, how's it going?
Is this another caller? What's up? Or are you someone that's?
It's Coach Red Pill. Go ahead, Coach.
Yeah. Well, I'm famously a horrible debater, so I'm not going to try to debate you, Destiny, because you'll beat me, you know. But one thing I have to point out, you said just now that what you want to do is argue from a point of logic and not emotion, that you argue with people to show that they are arguing out of emotion and you are arguing out of logic. Is that correct? Is that what you basically said?
That's my goal. I don't always. I mean, I fuck up sometimes, but that's generally my goal. Yeah.
Okay. Well, so earlier before, I mean, it's just what I heard you say. You said that you didn't see an issue of any kind of morality or anything wrong with incest, but then you said that it creeped you out and that's why you were opposed to it. So wouldn't that mean that you're arguing against incest from an emotional point of view as opposed to a rational point of view, isn't that kind of contradictory? You tell me.
No. So talking about a person's personal preferences isn't the same as making moral prescriptions for society. So, for instance, somebody might ask me.
Hang on a second.
Okay.
It's that you're saying that it creeps you out, and that's an emotional reaction, and that's why you were saying that you were against incest.
I never said I was against incest. I said I wouldn't do it.
Oh, okay. So
actually, he said it should be legal, and then he said, "No, it's gross. I wouldn't do it. Of course not."
No, that was when you asked me if I would fuck my sister or brother. I said,
"Well,
no,
I mean, that's incest. I mean,
yeah, but I wouldn't do it
because it's gross." So you're arguing out of emotions, and you can't define why it would be something that you're against.
So if somebody would ask me about like mint chocolate chip ice cream, this is the most disgusting fucking thing to have ever been invented on the earth. People that eat mint flavored anything are fucking gross. I don't like it, and I
like it.
I never eat mint flavored ice cream. Fuck that. But I would never make it illegal, right?
Chocolate chip mint's pretty good.
Fuck that. So if we were to go through the logical argument, right, I would say that eating chocolate chip mint ice cream or whatever, that's like a morally neutral thing. I wouldn't prescribe like a right or wrong. But I wouldn't do it myself.
It's a trivial issue. You're confusing those things that are morally more important with the trivial issue of mint chocolate, and you know that you're doing that. And let me just step back here. Hang on, let me just step back here a little bit and take up something that Dick was saying.
Wait, why can't we finish this
hang on a second.
Why are we going to a whole other thing?
Can I just make my point?
And I'll let it go back to Dick. Go ahead, Coach.
Okay. Well, Dick was pointing out something about you that is accurate, which is that, what people recognize, although they might not be able to articulate it, is that you're fundamentally nihilistic and you're arguing just to get a rise out of people. You're not interested in finding the truth. And you keep saying that what you're doing is arguing out of logic, but that's not it. You're basically pulling a gish gallop, arguing different points, jabbing at people constantly, but you don't want to get to a truth that can satisfy everybody or can help people build something more real insofar as their epistemology, their epistemic framework. You're not trying to build anything. You're just trying to break things down. And I think that's why people despise you, because they fundamentally recognize that you have no interest in building anything, which is what the point of a conversation usually is. You're just trying to destroy. Have you thought that maybe you should change, that maybe you would be happier and actually be more productive in your own life and the lives of the people who listen to you if you tried to build instead of just destroy?
Well, I'm sorry, what do you mean by epistemic framework?
Yeah, you undercut people's ability to know things by constantly arguing their positions on the nitpickiest of items and bypassing the fact that a lot of times when people refer to specific issues, we all know more or less what they're talking about, but then you try to nitpick so as to undermine their argument. You're trying to undermine people's epistemic framework. This is a basic concept in philosophy. If you're not familiar with it, that's understandable.
No, I know what epistemology is. I don't think you do. I was just curious why you use the term epistemic framework, because nothing that we're talking about here has anything to do with a theory of knowledge.
Yes, it does.
It really doesn't. We're not talking about like theories of truth or anything like that.
This is my specialty, so I think yes, it does. You're trying to undermine people's ability to build on the knowledge that they have, which is what people try to do when they have an argument, a conversation. You're trying to undermine any kind of epistemic certainty just for shits and giggles. And we all recognize that.
Okay. What's your point?
That wouldn't you be happier trying to build instead of destroy?
If that building is on subjective emotional feelings that have no foundation in
like your subjective emotions that you are
no. So when we make rational arguments,
incest because of feelings.
God. So typically when you make rational arguments, right, we're trying to employ forms of like deductive reasoning that are hopefully free.
Do you know what deductive reasoning is opposed to inductive reasoning or abductive reasoning? Do you know these terms?
I don't know what abductive reasoning is. Deductive reasoning generally means that a conclusion will always follow from some premises, right?
Okay,
so given premise A,
inductive
reasoning is something that can't be known 100%, but it's generally a more generalized argument.
No, that's not the definition of inductive.
Okay, my dude, tell me.
Inductive
Destiny, you're getting
reasoning.
blown the fuck out, dude.
I'm not. This guy just talked for like 10 minutes. Like,
No,
inductive reasoning is a method of reasoning in which the premises are viewed as supplying some evidence for the truth of the conclusion, while the conclusion of inductive argument is certain the truth of the
You're just reading a definition.
Yeah, I'm reading it now because it's basically what I just said.
Coach Redpill, you're a fucking genius.
The truth of the conclusion of an inductive argument may be probable based on the evidence given. Wait, how is this different from what I just said?
You look like an idiot.
Well, I mean, I could just sit here and Google anything I don't know and just read off the definition. I mean, that's
exactly. See, it's
Coach Redpill's fucking smart as dude.
He just literally said nothing for like 15 minutes. I don't know.
Well, I just demonstrated the fact that you're just trying to.
You didn't demonstrate anything. You made a statement. You didn't demonstrate anything.
Yes, I did.
What do you
Why
think
are
you
you
demonstrated?
creeped out by incest?
What?
Why are you
because I
creeped out by
personally,
incest?
because it's not. Here's a question. Can you tell me the difference?
Be logical, please. Tell us why you're creeped out by incest.
Do you know what the difference is between a descriptive statement versus a normative statement?
Yes, please explain.
Wait,
to
can you tell me the difference between these two things? Can you tell me the difference between these two things?
You're a big fan of logic, so you ought to be able to
please,
logically
philosophy
explain
expert.
why you're
This is
creeped
like
out
fucking
by
year zero.
incest.
Can you just tell me the difference between a descriptive and a normative statement?
Okay, look, I'm just not.
Okay,
as
I
smart
understand.
as you.
I understand. I
I'm just
understand
not
you
as
don't know.
smart as you.
No.
All I
It's
can
not about
see
being
is
smart.
that
It's just
you're
I'm just trying to figure out like what you're presenting yourself as, like because you bring up like epistemic framework and use it in a very like insane fashion. So I'm trying to figure out who the fuck I'm talking to. So the statement, the statement. I don't like incest.
I
The
know
statement.
what you're doing.
No, you don't know what I'm doing. This is very basic.
You're just
level
trying
one
to
logic.
undermine
Very
any
basic
argument just so that you can show yourself to be a winner.
Can I respond to your question, or am I not allowed to do that?
Well, I'm telling you.
I don't care what you're telling. You can't tell me what my arguments are. That's not how a discussion works.
And
why the fuck am I even here if you're just here to tell everyone what my argument is? Like, why you don't even need me here?
The fact that you're freaking out kind of like proves my point now, doesn't it?
I'm not freaking out. You're just misrepresenting it. I didn't get found out for anything.
Yes, you did.
You got found out by me, dude. I called it exactly what you were, and I'm an idiot. I'm a stupid jock Chad that played high school baseball.
This is the first thing you've said where I've ever fucking agreed with you 100%. I agree with you 100%. Amen, Dick. You're a fucking moron. I totally fucking agree with you 100%. You sound like a baseball player. Amen, brother. Amen, brother.
By the way, Dick, you're underselling. You're actually smart.
No, he's selling himself about it.
Dick, hang on a second. Hang on. Let me just.
Oh yeah, let him talk some more because I haven't responded to anything. So let Coach Red Pill go ahead and dialogue us some more. Go ahead.
Okay, let me just.
Go ahead. Write us more about how I'm destroying discourse. Yeah.
And I'm probably talking out of my ass, but you know.
Oh, we know you are. That's okay.
It seems to me that you try to undercut every argument and try to destroy any possibility of developing any kind of truth because you want to show everybody that you're the smartest guy in the room. Because probably, growing up, maybe people didn't think you were very clever, or maybe you weren't able to get the credentials that you thought you deserved.
A small dick.
But
I don't know.
It just seems to me that you're just trying to show off how clever you are by destroying. And that I find objectionable.
I understand you do. But when I'm in conversations with people like you, everything I do is going to look like I'm showing off my intelligence. Because Jesus fucking Christ.
You're not very smart.
Jesus fucking Christ. These are some fucking 12-year-old arguments.
Does not mean
I'm
that
not
you're
Googling stuff and
Destiny.
repeating definitions. We're having basic conversations about logical structures here. Like, if you want to talk about incest.
Tell me what abductive logic is.
I don't know what the fuck abductive logic is. I don't even know what the fuck.
Google it and repeat it.
I don't know. That's not relative to any of my arguments right now. Right? You're asking me, here was the original question 50 million lines of dialogue ago you asked me. You said, how can you think that incest is creepy but still argue it's morally neutral? This is why I asked you what the difference is between a descriptive statement and a normative statement. So descriptively, that is a statement of fact about the world. I can say, Stephen does not like incest. However, just because that statement, can I please?
I have your number.
I don't care.
You're insecure and you're trying to show off.
Is this an
I'm not insecure. I don't give a fuck. Everyone has my fucking number, dog. My shit has been public for so long. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care.
Take seriously
somebody. Oh my god. Let me know when I can finish my argument before I get cut off again. Holy shit.
Okay. Hey Gator, hey Zidane, man, I haven't talked to you in the longest time, man. How have you been?
He really can't handle me even stating a single argument. Holy shit,
dude. See,
okay, I'll just keep talking until I get muted.
And you're a better debater than me.
It's not about being a better debater. It's about you being irrational. Like you're being irrational.
You're smarter.
You think that me saying I don't like something is the same as saying that something is wrong. Any level fucking any like 7-year-old person can understand the difference between those two positions. I don't know why you can't.
who wants to show up that he's smart and he's got some sort of power because he feels powerless in the world.
Okay.
He feels powerless.
How can I
and
feel
he
powerless?
recognizes that he has been pushed aside by the world.
No.
And he
Pushed
found a
aside.
little niche
Poor
where
me.
he impresses people.
Being white and wealthy in the
and
United
people
States,
think
I'm
that
so
he's smart,
underprivileged.
but
Oh
he's
my
not.
God. I just
And
don't know
you
how I'm going to
only
handle myself.
destroy. You don't build anything.
Just scraping
And that's
by in
why
Los
people
Angeles. I don't know
despise
how I'm
you.
going to be able to do it. Oh,
Steven,
life is shitting
I
on me
hope
so
for your
much.
sake that you change because you're going to have a very lonely life, man.
I know. I'm so lonely right now on this
Yes,
godforsaken
yes,
stream.
I'm sure
Surrounded
you
by
are.
people that are...
I know you are.
Holy shit.
Okay. Where does that rate on the
I gotta
logic
hop.
meter?
Because it's
Yeah,
very
you gotta hop. You
clear,
better
and I
before
gotta go to
anyone can
sleep.
respond to you.
All right,
Take it easy.
Holy shit.
Later, CRP.
It's just the Killstream trio here, and Dick and Destiny. CRP made a little guest appearance there.
It's like the fucking anime character that comes in the side and drops like a big soliloquy and then like fucking walks out. Like, holy shit. Okay.
It's not a soliloquy, it's an execution.
I don't even think you know what a soliloquy is. But okay, my dude.
That was funny to you?
I thought it was. Well, because you like corrected me and you're like clearly fucking lost here. You just like some lost child that wandered in to like say here and call names to people and you have no fucking idea what you're actually doing here. And you're desperately on the sidelines like trying to hook into any fucking sentence. Like maybe I can get a short joke in there or whatever. And you even self-admittedly are like too fucking stupid for the subject matter. So I don't know why the fuck you
Dick
came in here.
Masterson is? You know he's legitimately smarter than you, right?
I know that he's popular on Patreon. That's all I know about him.
Well, I mean that's... Yeah, I guess you don't know anything about him, but he's...
I mean, I've had the mispleasure. I've had the mispleasure of having a...
I'm not just saying that, but he's legitimately...
I've had like a 2-hour conversation. He's not. He's a pretty fucking stupid guy. I mean, he's just like every other conservative. They talk about their feelings and how they wish society was, and then that's all they fucking do. Like that's pretty much what Dick does.
It's fine. It's fine for Destiny to do this as his job, and it's cool to show off and show off at how much you can logically debate people and fuck up other people's points for fun. But fundamentally, you're contributing to people not understanding each other, and I hope everybody who watches you grows out of it.
Okay.
Because I think what you do leads to unhappiness.
Yeah, and right back at you. I feel the exact same way about you, Dick. The people like you are the reason why democracy is failing in the West. People that don't realize when they're making emotional, stupid fucking arguments and can't engage with the real world.
Dude, you just said it's fine to disown your family over politics, and I kind of talked about that, but
yeah, and you didn't even disagree with that. Yeah. Or did you want to argue? We could argue that point if you want. You don't think it's fine to just...
No, I don't. I've said that
Okay, here's
forever.
a question. Let's say that you got a family member that's a Nazi. Do you think it's okay to disown that family member?
Still your family.
I mean, here we go again.
Well, you can't even answer yes or no question. Yeah, here we go again. You can't even respond to a simple...
Of course, you go to the most extreme. But
yeah, because I'm illustrating the absurdity of your argument. Your argument just fell in on itself.
I wouldn't disown my family member for being a Nazi.
Oh, cool. Okay, well, at least you're consistent. I think most people would.
Well, okay, that might be most... Actually, I don't agree with you that most people would. Politics is politics.
So. Okay, my dude.
Family is family. I was raised like that. I take that to the grave. I don't give a fuck. You or anybody else can come here and tell me different. I would never accept that. No.
What if one of your family members was a murderer? Would you disown him then?
No.
Damn. Okay.
Destiny, I wouldn't even disown a family member if it was you.
Wow. Thanks, dude.
But no, if a murder, I mean, that doesn't mean I support their murder, but would I disown my family member because they killed somebody? No, absolutely not.
All right, cool. That's good. I don't give a fuck about the idea that like family bonds are like unbreakable.
Would you?
Yeah, fuck that shit, dude. I don't know who choose who the fuck I'm born with. Why the fuck would I value that connection over any other?
I'm of the strong belief that any person's capable of a murder, actually.
Yeah, I agree with you. But still, I don't choose my family. Why would I feel some special fucking bond with them? Like fuck. Well,
so if you believe that anybody could fall short or have a moment of weakness where they actually kill another human being, which I do believe that. I don't think that's a very controversial thought. Why would you disown your family member because they fell short or had a moment?
I disown a friend if they did it too. I would disown anyone in my life that fucking murdered someone because I can choose who I associate with.
Why would you? What,
because I don't want to associate with
people. They made a mistake. Why would you disown them just because they murdered somebody?
Because if somebody's values misalign with mine so much, I wouldn't want to be friends with that person.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying. Now that doesn't mean
what a fucking weird way to go through life.
It's not weird at all. Are a lot of your like friends like progressive SJWs? Probably not. You're probably generally surrounded by people that, for the most part, line up with your values. That's a pretty common human thing.
I mean, I have a lot of friends who don't.
In the middle of LA. Are you fucking kidding me? Nobody lines up with me at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, in the middle. Hey, you and George should go out sometime. We can get a drink, Dick.
I have friends from 20 years ago that I grew up with who don't even pay attention to anything I do online, and I'm still friends with them, and we still talk.
Right,
and
you're a fucking
it's
saint,
not really
man.
an issue.
Amen, dude. I'm saying a prayer for you right now. You're so fucking holy.
Yeah, but why would they care? I mean, it's friendship's friendship. I mean, I don't understand.
Okay.
I don't know. If that's the
all
way
right,
you want to live.
it's been real, guys. Talking
Thank
with
you, Dick.
2.5 men here tonight. I gotta go.
Dick,
Coach Red Pill's the bomb. I can't debate for shit. I know I always sound like an asshole, but I pretty much have Destiny pegged, and I think everybody can see it. I love the show.
Okay, I'll catch you around sometime, Dick. I live in Glendale now, so maybe we'll run into each other somewhere, okay? You can peg me in real life, all right?
A reminder, incest is illegal, so don't get any funny ideas. And
Okay,
you
sure
get
thing.
kids.
Don't worry, we're not
you.
actually
See you in
related.
Knoxville soon. By the way, thank you for having me on the show Sunday. I appreciate it, man.
Hey, Knoxville Friday. I'm trying to put something together for Friday.
Yeah, did you see some of the suggestions there in the Twitter thread? There was a couple of.
I did.
Yeah.
We're calling them all.
Okay.
We're calling them all.
All right. Thank you, sir. And just let me know. Hit me up on any of that. Thank you.
I will. Absolutely. Immediately. Bye, guys.
Later, Dick.
Wow, this has been quite the night. Now, Destiny, we've had some back and forth. I think you've been a very enjoyable guest, though, to be honest with you. I am going to do this. I'm going to read these, and you can weigh in on them as you please. But again, they were sponsored comments, so I feel like that I have a responsibility to read them while you're still here. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, knock yourself out, as long as there aren't any super bad words.
Well, no. Well, there's already been some with some words that.
Yeah, I know, but I have to mute or take off. I can't endorse it or whatever. So.
Yeah, that's okay. Let's see. Let me get here. Flandra Scarlet. I don't know if that's how you say it. It should be. I would think Flanders Scarlet, but it actually says Flandra Scarlet. Says this ain't hard. We fill our country with a demographic that single issue votes on immigration, and this has no deleterious effects on our society at all. Apocalypse Lemon, who you spoke with, says Destiny doesn't drag arguments into the weeds. He never leaves the weeds. He's such a big-brained nibba, which I believe we can say. He couldn't even come to the conclusion that you shouldn't fuck your own daughter. Napalm Sun says the federal constitution principles are the unifying culture, or were. Lord Akira says, does Destiny think that Jontron... Actually, I'd like to get you to weigh in on this. Does Destiny think that Jontron is an actual racist still? Or was? Or should he still be exonerated? Or should he be exonerated now, I guess would be the...
I mean, I'm not in favor of super shaming people. I don't know if Jontron was an actual racist or not. He was parroting a lot of racist views, but I think he was just getting force-fed lines from Poland shit. I don't know how far gone he is. I haven't talked to him enough to really know.
You wouldn't support a blacklist on him, is what you're saying?
No, actually on Twitter I came out and I was opposed to that shitty game or whatever that took him off the game just because of his views. I generally don't like it, or I didn't like it when people do that to people, and I publicly stood up for him for that. Not that anyone cares, but yeah.
Well, I'll give credit where credit's due. I mean, first off, you came on this show. There's a lot of lefties that just won't come on this program.
I wonder why.
Look, I understand.
Coach Red Pill literally here was threatening to. Here's a funny thing that nobody will talk about.
What did Coach? No, wait a minute. What did Coach threaten to do?
He threatened to dox me.
I don't think so.
He literally said he literally
doxed you. Everybody knows
he told me to be careful because he has my number.
No, that's not what he meant. Are you serious?
Wait, really?
I think he meant your number as in
that's
debating.
Not what he meant.
Your debate style.
Destiny, come on, you can't be real right now.
Okay, maybe he was doing it. Maybe it was just his phrase. Okay.
Coach Red Pill's 50 years old. He meant he had your number. That's an old saying. I have your number. I know what you are.
Maybe.
Oh, come on,
dude. No,
Wait, you're joking right now, right?
I don't know, dude.
That's a literal boomer saying.
No, dude, he was just saying I have your number. I know who you are, not that he literally had your number.
I don't know, man. I wonder sometimes if you guys do a lot of dog whistling in here.
No.
Oh shit, that was pretty good though. I've been doxxed for 5 years, so I don't even care. Mr. Man says this person, which is not what it said originally, talks fast like Shapiro. Then when he sees that his opponent may have something, he obfuscates the original point and plays dumb like Shapiro. I find Sargon more tolerable than this cock gobbler. I think I can say cock gobbler.
World.
Right?
I can say
Hey, Ethan.
Steven does not.
Coach, you're back.
Yeah, because I was listening to you while I was getting ready to go to bed,
However,
man. And
you weren't threatening to dox Destiny, right? That was not.
No, but
wait,
now
hold on.
I'm gonna threaten to squash the little guy.
Hold on, I'll be back. Give me like 15 seconds. 1 second, guys. Hold on.
All right, give him 15 seconds. I thought he was kidding actually at first. I
No,
mean,
he's not kidding. He's
I've got
like
your
typical,
number. I mean,
yeah.
that's pretty standard fare, right? Like I got your number. I know who you are.
That's an
I know,
old time saying.
Yeah, that's
basically
old.
he's meant that I know who this guy is.
By the way, Coach, I can't.
Just because that statement, can I please?
I have your number.
Okay, hold on. Let me check. Because
I
that
have
statement,
your
can I
number.
please?
I have your number.
I don't care.
You're insecure and you're trying to show off.
Is this an
I'm not
SAT
insecure.
question?
I don't give a fuck. Everyone has my fucking number, dog. My shit has been public for so long. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. Oh, he probably, man. I have your number like that, right? Probably? Fuck, I can't tell. I'm too paranoid when I talk to these people. Okay, all right.
Coach is coming in the evening on
Okay,
Thursday,
What's up?
and I'll have to come in during the afternoon, so I'll have to stay. I'll have to keep the powder dry.
Okay, hang on a second. I just want to talk to this guy for just a second.
No, wait, I don't want to talk, dude. All you do is fucking talk at me. I didn't get to respond to a single thing you said last time. I don't want to.
Okay, well, wait. No, wait.
Just let him make a fucking. Just let him make a YouTube video. Yeah, I misunderstood you saying. You were doing the "I have your number" like a fucking meme or whatever. I understand.
I know your number. I know who you are. And when you lose, like you lost now, you start getting hysterical and saying, like you are getting hysterical now, saying that I was threatening to dox you.
Wait, when you say you have my number, you're just using that like as a phrase, right? Not like you have my phone number.
I don't even know where you fucking live.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I misunderstood you. I thought when you said like I have your number, I thought
care.
I don't know. You
loser.
You care enough to come into a fucking Google. How can you say you don't care when you're in here in the fucking hangout talking to me?
Little man.
Wait, what do you? By definition, you care. You not only did you come in here talking, you came in a second time. Not only did you come in a second time, you had to listen to the stream after you left for me to mention you, and then you came back in to talk to me. And while you do that, you say you don't don't How do you even like reconcile these positions?
Steven.
I'm not hysterical. You're the one that was listening to the stream. You came in here afterwards, after you heard me bring you up. Like, I gotta get in here. I gotta give him a word. I'm not gonna let him get away. I'm not gonna let him sully the good name of Coach Red Pill. I'm gonna take him out.
Guys,
can we talk one at a time? Go ahead. Go ahead, Coach. Yes.
Because the only thing you had going for you was that you were able to solve Rubik's cubes and be annoying to people.
I'm not gonna lie. I actually don't know how to solve a Rubik's cube. I wouldn't be able to do it if you gave it to me.
A guy who just annoys for the sake of annoying so as to prove that he's the smartest guy in the room.
That's literally what I do.
You think that
You're so
I haven't
smart,
met
dude.
guys like you
Are you like a
before?
psychologist? Do you do these diagnoses? Do I
No,
owe you for this?
I'm just an old fart who's seen a lot.
Do I owe you money for the diagnosis? Like,
I know who you are.
Wait, like personally? Was that a dox?
Like you before. I don't know who you are in the literal sense.
But you just said you know who I... Wait, are you undermining my epistemic framework using adductive logic? Holy shit.
Abductive, you imbecile. Abductive, not adaptive.
I said adductive. Are we done with this? Who's the next caller?
I know
I need to
who
be
you
done
are.
with this.
And I'm going to tell you something.
Yeah, I know you are. That's all you've been doing since you got in here is telling me things. I'm not bitter at all, my dude. I'm having a lot of fun right now.
Okay? And you're going to, and I'll tell you this.
Yeah.
I'll lay odds 3 to 5.
3 to 5. What strange
odds? You off
odds.
Yourself by the time you're 45.
Oh, Coach!
45. 3 to, not 1 to 2 odds. 3 to 5 odds. I like very specific there. You're an exact like what a level. I almost want to ask you like what is like your how did you get your Bayesian analysis? Where did you get to that 3 to 5? That exact fucking like odds to give?
Because I knew a couple of guys just like you. One committed suicide. The other had a nervous breakdown.
What the fuck?
How much will you give me? Can I wait? So 45. So how old are you now?
50.
I've seen your videos. You're pretty fat. You're probably not going to be around to honor that bet in 15 years. But if you are, I'll put $1,000 on it or whatever.
No, wait, so you already knew who Coach Red Pill was then?
Yeah, he's the guy that does like the 15 different camera angles or whatever.
Yeah, it's Coach
to be
Kino,
fair,
so you already knew who he was. You try to act like you didn't know who he was.
Well, I don't know like specifically, but I've seen some of his videos.
Oh,
and
okay,
actually,
so
and to be fair, I've seen his videos. His videos
Steven,
are actually like generally
I've
okay.
got your number.
As much.
I've got your number. You know that I know who you are.
I mean, you don't at all, but...
So next time we cross paths, you better fucking run. Because I'm going to BTS you again. Okay.
If you ever want to have like a one-on-one conversation, go ahead and hit me up, dude.
We're
we can
having
do it.
a one-on-one conversation.
No, we're not. Did you call us a one-on-one conversation?
Man. So go back to solving Rubik's cubes and entertain foolish children who think that you're intelligent.
Let me tell Destiny this. Coach does a stream weekly every Sunday night at 11 p.m. Eastern. I don't know if you're free on Sundays.
That's great. I'm sure the 75 viewers that watch it are super entertained.
I'm usually there myself, but I'm not the host in that situation. I'm just a co-host,
just a favored guest.
Yes, exactly. Just a favorite guest. And if you'd like to show up on those, I actually think the conversation between you and Coach is pretty interesting. So
I thought it would be. I've actually watched some of Coach's videos, and they're not horrible. I've seen some of them; they're okay. I didn't think it would be this bad talking to him in person. I'm actually a little bit disappointed, but yeah.
Coach gives good advice.
Good that you're sucking up because you're recognizing.
I'm not sucking up to you. You're a horrible interlocutor. You can't have conversations for shit.
Everybody knows that I suck at debate.
It's not about it. No, you don't suck at debate. You suck at having a conversation.
You sounded like a fucking retard.
You suck at having a conversation. If you admit that you suck at debating, why would you call someone else stupid? Like if you're clearly out of your league here, like why not just step back and?
I'm not. Look.
Why not just make a YouTube video about it? It seems like that's what you excel at.
I do.
It's not about
IQ
IQ
probably
points.
You know more things than I do, and you're certainly faster at Googling stuff than I am.
Oh man.
But that doesn't mean that you're wise or intelligent. Okay?
Okay.
It doesn't.
Knowing more stuff, knowing how to acquire more information, and being a better talker doesn't make you more intelligent. But the wisdom that comes with age and multiple camera angles, I guess, somehow confers upon you some great intellectual advantage.
If you do off yourself, like I bet you will, or have a breakdown, which is we'll call it the same thing. I'll expect $20 from you, please, because I'll be winning that bet.
Okay. Gotcha.
Take it easy, guys.
Thank you, Coach. I'll give another plug because you have quite the viewership there on Twitch. You're doing pretty well. Also, we don't even try to go on Twitch because it would be over in about 20 minutes. But yeah, stream.me/TheRalphRetort, 10:05 p.m. Eastern, 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. I'll do my cheap plug there.
All right. My God, did I survive? Are we done yet?
Nothing wrong with that, right? I mean, I have to get my cheap plug in, right?
Yeah, knock yourself out. It's the least I can do for you.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. No, there are a few more. I'm gonna read these and then we'll be done. I do appreciate you staying with us. I've had a lot of fun with you on the program, even though the incest thing I didn't expect that. That was let's see. Right wing LARPer, the name. It says, Destiny, do you think gender dysphoria is in part a socially contagious phenomenon similar to the spread of bulimia after its popularization in media? I would refer to the article in The Economist in September of this year.
I haven't seen any evidence for that. There was one study that was cited before that we dug into before, and the main problem with that study is the groups that were claiming that transgenderism is spreading throughout society came from a self-selected group of parents who had children that were posting on like online LGBT forums. Like the selection the selection of that was done in like a pretty biased way. But like other than that one singular study, I've never seen like evidence that like more people in society are becoming transgender. That doesn't seem to be a phenomenon.
Let's see. Death Wish says, ask Destiny about his current standing with Richard Lewis. They used to be friends and even did Unfiltered together. I think Richard Lewis, that's the esports reporter, right?
Yeah, I guess he hates me over political stuff now. He was one of the few people that I could disagree with him on political stuff. But after the JonTron shit, he got super ass-banned, and now I guess he hates me.
Well, he was following your advice, though, right? You can disavow anybody over.
Yeah, if he wants to. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, look, and by the way, I'm 1000% serious. I don't disavow friends or family over politics. That to me, that's just, I just hate that mentality. Now, that's not to say don't argue with them, don't get into it with them. But as far as disavowing people, and that's not speaking on Richard Lewis personally or anything. I think he follows me on Twitter, but I just don't get into that mentality. Let's see. Orange Juice Nut says, I can't stand Destiny. Sorry, Ralph. I'm not going to listen, but have some money instead. Well, that'll work. Thank you. Colonel J says, how is it possible that Donga pulled a literal gay op and purposefully got paused with AIDS and is turning in the Bloodberg late on purpose to let the fuck flu fester?
What are we talking about right now?
He's talking about the Donga blood test. God damn it. I really hope this fucking fight happens on Saturday because...
Oh, the Tonka Trucks thing?
Yeah, I really want that to happen. By the way, why do you hate Worski?
He's just a little influential dipshit. He just kind of goes where the wind takes him, or whoever's farts he's following at that point in time. He's kind of like a cloud chaser.
But weren't you on his show just?
Yeah, to make fun of him and because I gained viewership off of it, sure. But I don't like the guy.
What, do you hate us too?
Yeah, probably. I don't know your views enough, but
why?
Because your political views are fucking horrible.
Well, I don't hate you. I don't hate you.
That's great. I'm glad you don't. I mean, I wouldn't like kill you or anything, but I mean, I definitely don't like any of the views you have as a person.
But I mean, you've been on this show. We talk normally. Christy Winters is going to be on here tomorrow. Kevin Logan. We've had leftists on this show before. I don't hate them.
I'm here because it helps my viewership a fuck ton. I'm basically fucking leeching popularity off of you by getting viewers to come and watch me do
That's true.
this.
I mean, that's true.
That's what I'm here
but
for.
you understand that this is basically an advertisement for our show too on Twitch, right?
Yeah, a little bit. I have to weigh the pros and cons of that. My hope is that my message reaches enough people that
if there's
hopefully
10,000 plus watching you, and you know, I mean, basically that's an advertisement for us as well.
Yeah, that's
right?
the trade-off. But I mean, I engage with the other side all the time, so that's the trade-off that I always have to be willing to accept. I just have to hope that the arguments that I've platformed are convincing enough.
But you hate us? I'm kind of offended right now. Why do you hate us so much?
Because you're the type of people I believe that lead to the world being such a fucking shithole that it is right now. Like you're the for instance, like I've moved so far away from my belief that democracy is an institution that can survive for much longer, or that people in general like are capable of forming rational or logical arguments. Like people like you dissuade me from having a generally positive outlook of humans in general.
So why do I give that general impression to you?
Because you're not capable of like rationally forming arguments. Everything you're doing is emotionally driven. You're unable to critically analyze or think about things that you believe on your own. Like these are all like really common thinking points of a lot of like conservative people, and I think it's a horribly fucking destructive mentality. And you defend it with honor and pride.
So in which way specifically?
Sure. So like your inability to engage with anything related to the incest thing. You can't critically analyze your own kind of like moral assumptions.
Destiny. Most people don't. I mean, when you go into incest, that is something. You know, it's
yeah, sure. Today the topic is incest. Tomorrow, yeah, sure. I mean, sure. Today, yeah, but a lot of people would say the same thing about like about interracial relationships or about women in the workplace.
Destiny,
like how many
I'm married to a fucking Pakistani.
Okay, that's great. That's great that you believe this.
So you're talking about, wow, yeah, this guy's a huge fucking racist. What are you talking about? Even?
Yeah. So again, like you're incapable of engaging with a hypothetical. So my problem isn't with the incest thing in specific. I don't give a fuck what your specific view on incest is. It's your inability to analyze your underlying moral assumptions. Why do I think something is right? Why do I think something is wrong, right? This discussion on meta-ethics. How can we know what is goodness, right? These are the types of things that most people are incapable of engaging with that makes these types of conversations impossible to fucking have. Instead, it's just a bunch of people screaming at each other about how they feel.
I think we've been pretty fair to you on this program.
Yeah,
actually.
You've been more than fair, I'd say. Yeah, you've been fair. Yeah, I would never say you've been unfair to me. You've given me a lot of time to talk, maybe even more than I would have expected. Yeah, for sure. But just because you've been fair to me doesn't mean I have to like you.
Well, no, that's true. That doesn't mean I have to like you either.
Exactly.
But I just...
It's okay. We can hate each other and still talk to each other.
I mean, hatred is another level. I don't hate almost anybody. There are a few people online that I do hate, but it's very rare that I actually hate somebody. I don't hate you. I think it's been
okay. Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Okay. Let's see. Despised username says, "Why is Des Tiny not able to understand that if people on welfare couldn't vote, the Democrat Party would cease to exist, since no Gibbs means no Democratic votes?"
I mean, there are plenty of white people that vote for Democrats too. I don't.
All right. Right-wing LARPer says, "Destiny, do you think that?" Wait, I already read that one. Okay, let's see.
How many more of these do we have? I'm fucking tired.
There are a few. I'll try to speed run them. Bunny Corn says, "Destiny, my main issue with basically anyone is the expectation, of people accepting their oddities. Should people have two?"
Have to have people accept their oddities?
Yeah,
I mean, you don't have to accept anything. You just have to be able to live alongside someone and not fucking kill them.
All right. Literally nobody says, "Well, studies also suggest that most people who transition regret doing so later in life." I believe that is true. That's what I've read as well. But and 42% of trans people end up committing suicide. I've also read that as well. We could go into that, but I'll just keep reading. Reloaded AK says, "Gender is a made-up construct from a man by the name of John Money, who psychologically tortured a boy and his twin for years because the boy ended up going through a botched circumcision." I actually don't know the history of that, but that sounds dark. Redacted WSF says, "Destiny pulls a lot of appeals to authority. Does he think there are no agencies that manipulate data to create support for their agenda?"
Yeah, so a lot of people use appeal to authority incorrectly. There's a such thing as a fallacious appeal to authority. This can be used in two ways. In one way, I could say, hey, Dr. Frederick says that this medicine is bad, but Dr. Frederick might be a PhD of psychology, so he doesn't really have any business giving his opinion there, right? That would be a false appeal to authority. Another false appeal to authority would be me saying, hey, I am critically analyzing the study and I disagree with it, and then saying, well, you're wrong because that researcher is a researcher. They're right. That would be a fallacious appeal to authority. Citing scientific consensus in a field is not fallacious appeal to authority. Is it possible that there might be widespread corruption or some sort of, academic problems in a certain field? Yeah, that of course it's always a problem. And if somebody thinks that can be, talked about, then yeah, just demonstrate it and we can have a discussion about that. Pointing broadly to things like cultural Marxism is not a valid objection to academic consensus on something.
Apocalypse Lemon basically says you were faking not being able to hear us, and you do that to buy time to think of arguments and to give yourself an air of importance. You do that in every debate.
What do I do?
Destiny is faking. Destiny is.
See what you did there.
Never mind.
Wait, no, fuck! I literally, I hit miss.
At that point, no.
Wait, no! Oh my god! I'm sorry. Wait, did I just do what he said?
You have to be kidding at that.
Did he say that I asked the same question again in order to think of an answer?
Never mind. Bilbo.
Wait, did I just meme I leaned back to like fucking wipe my eyes.
That was actually my favorite part of your appearance on this episode. I'll have to say, Bilbo Nutbag.
Wait, well, okay, well, let me like broadly, if that was the question, let me broadly. The reason why sometimes like I might come off more well-spoken than I actually am is just because I've said these answers like a million times before. It's not because I'm like super intelligent or a great, debater or interlocutor or some shit. It's just because I've literally given these answers a million times before. I talk about this shit like every fucking day on my stream. So like it would be expected that I can give
wait, you're telling me now you weren't joking with me right then?
No. I literally, you can watch my stream. I was leaning my head back and I was like taking a breather and I missed
it.
Okay,
I thought you were doing that to play into the comment.
No, yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I really wasn't.
Okay.
What was the criticism? He said, wait, okay, someone in my chat said.
Read the comment.
Yeah, someone in my chat said it. He said you ask questions and ask people to repeat themselves because you want to buy time. Oh, no, I would never do that. I usually have my answers pretty quickly. I just want to make sure I understand the other person.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Just so perfectly. Anyway, I thought you were joking, but.
I know, I'm sorry.
Bilbo Nutbaggin says, Destiny, you aren't as smart as you think you are. Purple Paladino says, I don't put a value to skin color unless it's to, and then that was your quote, I think. Unless it's to give someone a job, aka affirmative action, right? Should have just called Sargon a pot. A pot? Is he a pot? I don't know. Instead of that long-winded fedora tipping insult, you fucking kettle. Okay, now I get it.
Got it. Nice.
What do you think about affirmative action? Just real quick. I know we're trying to get through these, but
it's a really complicated one. I mean, like directly, I'm not a big fan of like giving some person a job over another person just because their skin color, if there are limited resources available. If you're talking about programs that start up that are literally funded to give other people advantages that are targeted towards skin color and that funding wouldn't exist otherwise, I'm probably more okay with that. It's a really complicated thing that I go back and forth on. On one hand, I want to say we shouldn't prefer one skin color over another just because of their advantages or disadvantages. But then people would say, okay, well, Jim Crow laws weren't targeted at, socioeconomically disadvantaged people. They were targeted like, so you can go back and forth on that. I don't have like a really strong opinion. I could be swayed either way. It depends.
By the way, chat is now calling you incestiny.
Nice.
That's pretty good, right?
Never heard that one before.
Underwizard says you cite all these statistics when academia is often rotten to the core. Trying to do studies against social justice gets you fired. Your stats mean nothing when what science you can do is manipulate it. Excuse me. Grasscutter says there's little overlap between Jordan Peterson's audience and the Killstream. It takes a child to think Destiny is smart just because he talks fast. You're out of your element. Favor Owen says, I'm just here to shit on Destiny. Fair enough. Thank you for the super chat. Woke Turn Left says, Destiny, why do blacks and Hispanics have the lowest level of support for First and Second Amendment, according to Pew polling? Also ask Destiny what majority black country he would like to live in.
I mean, Hispanics, I think, commit less violence than other groups generally. I think I could be wrong on that. For blacks, you probably don't like the Second Amendment because when black people organize and exercise the Second Amendment rights, they get fucked by the police. So why the fuck would you care about the Second Amendment if you were fucking black? I mean, look at like what happened to like the Black Panthers and shit in California. Like when black people get together and they get guns and shit, they get fucking destroyed by police forces. When white people, remember in the United States, the group of fucking farmers in the West that took over like that plot of federal land with like arms and everything?
Yeah,
nobody
gave a fuck
about that.
Right?
Yeah, dude, could you imagine? imagine if those were black people or Muslims? Holy shit. That would be like the biggest fucking news story of the decade. But because it was like a bunch of fucking white people, literally no one gave a fuck, that a group of essentially terrorists took over parts of the United States to like hold hot. Like,
well, look, one of those guys actually got killed by the federal government.
The man's son got shot and killed.
Yeah, and the Black Panthers murdered people.
Okay. Yeah, and we could talk about
they were basically domestic terrorists.
What's his name? Bill Ayers. I mean, there are left-wing domestic terrorists that have gotten away with a lot. Even now, Antifa gets away with a lot. And
I mean, like, I'm just saying, like, if you had a group of black people, these guys were literally pointing guns at federal agents. Like, I mean, the fact that one of them got killed isn't surprising. These were black people. These guys would have been fucking nuked, dude. It would have been like Oregon Oshima. All right, these people would have been wiped off the face of the earth.
All right, Guns Down in Hell says, talk about how he set up his own social media apps and payment system / subsystem to insulate himself from the purges. I know this is one thing that Mr. Medicare himself actually wanted to know more about. We kind of talked about it a little bit earlier, but I guess how, if you want to get into how, but how and why did you do so?
I mean, ownership of your viewers is really important. If you're trying to establish a business, you want to own as much of your customer and customer data as possible. So, I mean, I have my own subscribers on my own website. It gives me more control and flexibility over monetizing my audience or interacting with my audience. I think it's a good business for anybody to do. This is why people always try to get users on their platform.
Did you do that all in-house, or did you like hire somebody to do that?
I mean, I have a guy that does it for me. It's like in-house with like my people, but I mean, like Scenes and Chat, and then Stamped were the two big people that helped me with that. Or help me. I mean, they did all the work, and then right now I've got other people that manage it for me.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you that that is a very good move that you made. I just don't know that it's available as far and wide to people like us. I know PayPal. I don't know if that's your main option. I think that is on some of your stuff. But yeah, I agree with you. It's a smart move. Panzerfaust 217 says, does Destiny really think that the guy standing outside of Home Depot who gets paid in cash pays into Social Security and Medicare?
No, if you get paid in cash without a Social Security number, you don't generally pay into that. However, there are illegal immigrants that use false Social Security numbers that pay into taxes that will never get them back because they only pay in and they can't withdraw when they get into retirement because it's not their Social Security number. I don't know who's more, like how many people like get paid in cash versus pay with false Social Security numbers. It's really hard to collect data on illegals because they're undocumented, right?
All right. RT Shackelford says, my game stream audience are older than your political audience. And then that was, I think he was quoting you or making fun of you.
Oh, maybe. I mean, most of my audiences, I mean, when I do politics, I get my biggest audiences these days, not.
I was actually watching your game stream a little bit earlier, and it was almost triple when you started talking to us. I'm older than any of you. I've got 2 kids, and I'd rather they not be told shit like girls can have penises and that they're evil oppressors because they're white. And yes, this happens. Let me ask you something about Twitch in general, because you basically hosted our stream on Twitch, and you have a huge audience for it, and I'm glad because it gives us more exposure. That being said, do you think your position as a leftist, your position as I don't know if you'd say a mainstay of Twitch, but one of the bigger Twitch streamers, gives you a little more leeway, whereas if we were to go over there and try to fire up the Killstream, it might not go as well. We might get deleted from Twitch. Is that fair, or do you think that that's accurate, my interpretation on that? Or?
I mean, I don't know. Well, so based on what I've seen, like the Twitch community guidelines exist in a way that's supposed to keep the platform relatively free of things like hate speech or hateful conduct. So generally the way that I conduct my stream is I have a zero tolerance policy on like hateful conduct. So that's why I'm telling you guys, if you're going to be using the N-word a lot or F-slur words a lot, that I have to mute these things or I have to not participate if you're going to have these conversations. If you bring people on and they're constantly donating these types of messages, then a platform like Twitch is probably going to ban you because you're encouraging hateful conduct to exist on the platform.
So what do you think about our program tonight? I mean, it's mostly been hosted on your channel. Do you think that's...
Yeah, but I mean, some of your donations sound pretty racy. I mean, like you've had to self-censor quite a bit of like racial...
Well, that's true. I mean...
Yeah. And then the chat, I've watched your chat the entire time too. Holy fucking shit. That would 100% get you banned.
Are you responsible for the things people say in your chat?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, you have a little bit of leeway, but yeah, I mean, I try to go above and beyond on that. Yeah, I'm very low tolerance.
So on chat, I very rarely, I mean, I just mostly let chat say whatever they want, unless it's so much spam that I can't even read it. But yeah, I don't know. I just think I think that it's just kind of joggles the old noggin there, that you pretty much hosted our show, which is fine. You've been on the show. There's nothing wrong with that. and that it was all good, and you have a huge audience on Twitch, and I feel like we could probably do the same thing if we were allowed to, but
well, I mean, again, like I point to the main difference is that it's pretty clear when you come to my platform that I have very low to no tolerance of like hateful conduct or hateful speech. The chat room reflects that, my messaging reflects that, and the kind of the words and speech I allow in here reflect that. Whereas for your guys' stuff, like the donations you're receiving are pretty loaded with like homophobic slurs or racist terms, and then like your chat, they're literally right now spamming Nazi symbols and the N-word and the F-word. Like I'm watching it scroll on my screen right now. So I mean, like,
well, but I mean, that's the chat.
Okay, well, yeah, but you're partly responsible for the chat, right? Because the community that you breed on Twitch is part of the Twitch platform and is inevitably going to make.
When did I tell anybody to spam anything like that?
Doesn't matter what you tell people to do. What matters is the impact you have on the platform, right?
Yeah, but I don't know. That's Orwellian to say what. Why am I responsible for?
That's American. I mean, in the United States,
maybe Twitch has banned that on their own. Maybe I shouldn't have to be responsible for.
Well, but if you've got one person that leads to a bunch of people coming on and spreading Nazi or racist rhetoric, wouldn't it make more sense to ban the one person than to try to ban every single person that enters their chat and does it?
I mean, maybe it would make more sense to just let people say whatever they want.
Yeah, but then what do you do when advertisers start pulling from your platform? Or rather, what if those things that people are expressing run contrary to your own values as a platform?
I actually think, and I've said this publicly, that the major social media platforms, and I guess I would include Twitch on this, Twitter though, especially Facebook, YouTube, should be barred by law from stopping people from using their platform so long as they're not violating the law. That's my view.
Damn, I guess. Are you okay? That's a huge discussion on First Amendment rights, but.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about the whole free market bullshit. That doesn't even occur to me. I don't give a fuck. My free market? Nah, the free market can suck my dick. I think that social media platforms should be forced to allow you to use their platform so long as you're not breaking the law. Now, if you're breaking the law, if you're inciting to violence explicitly, or doing stuff like that, no, you shouldn't be able to. But other than that, I think that they should be forced by the rule of law to let you use those platforms.
It sounds vaguely socialist, but okay.
That's fine with me. That doesn't bother me at all.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you can call it socialist, you can call it fascist, you can call it whatever the fuck you want. That is my view on that. Pharaoh Owen says, Ralph, love this show. Wish I could watch live more often. Destiny, please eat your own salt. I thought he was about to say shit, but Tom, and then a bunch of numbers, says the wall is superficial. Criminals are adaptive cockroaches and will find ways to get around laws and walls. Despise username says Destiny is lying about what the BJS said. Blacks in urban areas.
Everything I cited was literally 100% people emailed the BJS. A ton of these screenshots were flying around, and they responded officially and said that they don't keep those types of stats. I mean,
he said blacks in urban areas had similar rates of violence as poor blacks in suburban and rural areas. I haven't studied any of that. I can't say. Dirty D disagrees, says the overstayed visas myth. They've only been gathering data on this since 2016, and the statistic includes people who stayed one day past their visa and aren't in the country but still count for that year. It's bullshit. Apocalypse Lemon says a mass of immigrants literally destroyed the Roman Empire. Fair point. Panzerfaust says the Secure Fence Act passed in the Senate in 2016. Government shutdowns.
I don't wait. That one guy, I'm just looking at this up. Overstays have exceeded those entering illegally every year since 2007. Why does he think that overstaying visas is data that was literally just collected 1 year ago or 2 years ago?
I don't know. I don't have the data.
Yeah, that sounds like total bullshit. I don't know why he thinks we would only just now start studying that, but sorry, okay.
Yeah, I don't have the look. I'm just reading.
Okay.
Didn't hurt Republicans in 96 or after. Actually, I don't think that this is going to hurt the Republicans much, the shutdown. I guess we'll see. And it depends also on how long. I mean, if it's 6 months or a year, all bets are off. Who knows what'll happen. But I actually think the keeping things shut down for Trump is probably the smart move for at least as long as he can stomach it, because then he can go, the wall was his big ticket item. So he can go to the electorate and say, well, I did everything I could for the wall. And when they're trying to tell me, oh, you said you were going to build the wall, blah, 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 and you didn't build it. Well, here's the reason why I wasn't able to build it. So I do think whether the wall actually gets built or not, I think that that's Trump's main gambit through this. So he can go to people and say, well, I did what I could do and blah, blah, blah. Right. That seems that seems like that to you, right? Too. I mean,
No, I think the wall is going to play badly for Trump. I think it makes him look really bad. This government shutdown stuff. I don't think it's going to.
Well, look, when you run your election and say the wall, I'm going to build the fucking wall, and you get elected. And
I mean, he also said he was going to
lock up.
He also said he was going to lock up Hillary. That didn't happen. He said that anybody under FBI investigation shouldn't.
Actually say it.
Wait, whoa. What? You're telling me that he didn't
let
lead
the
chance?
crowd chant lock
Okay,
her
so
up.
firstly, Trump literally said that in a debate against Hillary Clinton.
It's like the chat chanting things in the chat right now. He didn't say he would
hold
lock
on,
up
whoa!
Hillary.
You can't
He
revise
said,
history.
I would lock you up.
Can't revise history that literally happened 2 years ago that I can look up on YouTube.
I don't know if he actually said. I would
So
lock
he
you up.
literally told Hillary in a
Because
debate.
you'd be in jail.
Yes, he said that.
You'd be in jail. He didn't say I'd lock you up. He
Oh
was
my
making a
God!
joke.
Are we really equivocating that hard?
Yes.
He said that under his and also in that same quote, he said that he was going to get a special counsel to investigate Hillary Clinton, and that under his regime he would be locked up. But that's not saying he's going to lock her up.
Did he say I'm
You're
going
trying
to
to
lock
make
you
a
up?
comparison between a clear campaign point that he articulated from the very beginning of his campaign to the very end of his campaign versus a quip in a debate.
That's not just
and
one
a
quip.
A zinger line that he used with the crowd to hype the crowd up.
That's not
I
just
don't think
one quip.
anybody
He
was
said
under any actual belief that a sitting president was going to investigate a political rival.
He's said that though. He said it after he was elected.
But it never happened.
Yeah, I know. Just like the wall's not happening.
I'm just saying. I mean, people say.
He also said that Mexico would pay for the wall explicitly, and that sure as fuck isn't happening either. Like,
I don't know that he ever said.
No, he came out.
Oh my God, kill
Hillary
me.
will
Just
be in
fucking
jail.
Kill me, please. Just fucking kill me. Sorry. Keep
Okay,
going.
well, give me the quote. No, wait a minute. Just go ahead and give me the quote.
Okay, hold on. For Trump,
he went on a number of interviews and said how Mexico would pay for it, and it'd be through trade deals and taxes and things of that nature.
He backed off that. That was after the Mexican president shit on him, saying that he would never pay for the fucking wall.
No. This was before that. This was during the campaign. I think it was on Fox News, and I think it was on Handy's show, to be quite honest. And he said that it'd be through trade deals and taxes and tariffs and things of that nature. Not that they would ever sign over a check for $20 billion for the wall. I don't think anybody was like, oh yeah, they're just going to give us a
I
check.
linked something. I'm just going to listen to this for 1 minute real quick, okay? I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mexico's going to pay for it. Obviously, I never said this, and I never meant they're going to write out a check. I will build a great wall, and I will have Mexico pay for that wall. Mark my words. A lot of politicians have said, oh, they're not going to pay. They never read the art of the deal. We lose. We have a trade imbalance. But with
Mr.
Mexico,
Trump, hold on a second.
John, of $50 billion.
We're at 60.
I said, you're not going to do it. And everybody told me, this is like the wall. Believe me, we're going to build a wall. Mexico's going to pay for it. They don't get it because I'm a business guy. That's what I do. It's going to be built. It's going to be paid for by Canada, by the way. It's going to be paid for. Maybe I'll get Canada paid. Going to be paid for by Mexico. Their politicians are sharper and shrewder than our politicians. You know, I went to an Ivy League school. I was a good student. Mexico, in some form, and there are many different forms, will reimburse us, whether it's a tax or whether it's a payment. Probably less likely that it's a payment. There will be a payment. It will be in a form, perhaps a complicated form. We're working on a tax reform bill that will reduce our trade deficits, increase American exports, and will generate revenue from Mexico that will pay for the wall if we decide to go that route. We're thinking about building the wall as a solar wall, so it creates energy and pays for itself. What we save on that just with Mexico will pay for the wall many times over. I view that as absolutely Mexico is paying for the wall. And when I said Mexico will pay for the wall in front of thousands and thousands of people, obviously they're not going to write a check.
They're not going to write us a check, but
They'll pay. In one form.
Immigrants.
Okay, I'm
police
back.
Station,
So
the
do you see
police
the
stations suffer grenade and rocket attacks and no-go zones. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
So
I was trying to read a few.
His shit shifted like pretty hardcore post-election after the Mexican president said like we're not actually fucking paying for it. Notice the shift in rhetoric from like they will pay us either through a tax or they'll pay us to like we'll get them to pay
I mean, you realize that was him talking shit from the start.
Oh my
Mexico
God.
was never going to explicitly pay for the wall. I mean,
I mean, I like to hold heads of state at their word, but I mean,
yeah, I mean,
okay.
like
is that your reasoning? Is that they would be like keep President Trump $25 billion for a wall?
Yeah, when I heard Trump say, "and Mexico's going to pay for it," I laughed because it was funny. I mean, it was just, to me, it was a shit talk at Mexico. Like, it wasn't even, oh yeah, they're actually going to pay for it.
So here is what came from the Donald Trump website. Compelling Mexico to pay for the wall. Introduction. The provision of the Patriot Act, Section 326, the Know Your Customer provision, compelling financial institutions to demand identity documents for opening accounts and conducting financial transactions, is a fundamental element of the outline below. That section authorized the executive branch to issue detailed regulations on the subject, found at blah, blah, blah. It's an easy decision for Mexico. Make a one-time payment of $5 to $10 billion to ensure that $24 billion continues to flow into their country year after year. There are several ways to compel Mexico to pay for the wall, including the following. And then there's a bunch of ways that they can pay. I mean, maybe it's all memes on the website too, like
I don't know. I'm just telling you that I personally just saw him as taking a piss take at Mexico.
Okay,
That's
well, like this is earlier when you asked me why I hated you. This is part of the reason why, right? Like we can't even agree on what reality is. We can't even agree on what reality is.
Why do you hate me? You don't even know me, Destiny.
Because I can't even talk to you about reality. I don't even know what the fuck. We're coming from totally different fucking worlds.
He did actually say, no, look, he did actually say that Mexico was going to pay for it.
Okay,
I agree with you. But I'm saying when I heard that, I said, well, no, of course, Mexico is not going to officially pay for it because
he said that on the show very publicly that he never thought Mexico was going to pay for it.
He said it after the Mexican president told him to fuck off.
One of the points.
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Let me ask this, and I'll let Dan get in because I know he wants to get in. Do you believe every single thing that you hear from a politician ever? I mean, you hear things from Ocasio-Cortez and Sanders and, oh, we're going to give all these money and they're going to go to school for free and just... You know, I mean, there's a lot of shit that you hear and it's like, yeah, okay, that's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, generally when politicians make promises, I usually believe them. So, for instance, a lot of people...
Really?
Yes.
Why?
Because that's what they run on. That's why a lot of people were...
90% of them.
That's why people are mad at him. That's why people are mad at Trudeau that election reform never happened in Canada. That's why people are mad at Obama that Guantanamo Bay was never shut down. That he never pulled out of Iraq.
Like fucking sold you down the river. I mean, this is what
but people don't just
all about.
Yeah, but even Democrats don't just say, "Oh, well, you know, Obama was just memeing. Obama was just memeing about Guantanamo Bay." No, people are really fucking mad at him for that shit.
Actually, you want to know what I think about Obama? I think he did want to close Guantanamo Bay. And then he got into office and he said, oh, well, this ain't going to be that easy.
Yeah, and I think Trump really did want Mexico to pay for the wall.
The same information other presidents had access to. And so
and he also said,
okay, it's not as easy as just waving my finger.
Remember who knew healthcare could be so complicated? That's literally my whole point. And Trump probably wanted Mexico to pay for the wall either. And then he found out, well, hold on.
Maybe he did. And then he got into office and said, well, yeah, they're not actually, I won't actually be able to make them pay for it.
Oh, then we agree with each other.
The entire point we were talking about is that the wall is the most important part of the Trump doctrine because it's literally his slogan and everything that he ran on. It is number one on his list of things that he ran on. It is bullet point number one, bolded, underlined, italicized.
What I'm saying
is to campaign for the wall.
Yes, and what I'm saying is when you make that such a big part of your platform, you have to go balls to the wall to at least try to get it done. Now, whether it gets done, maybe it doesn't. But at least you can show I did what I could to get it done. When I naturally hear a politician speak, I don't know if you think I'm some, Trump maniac or something. I don't believe anybody, much less politicians. So when I naturally hear a politician speak, I say they're full of shit. And it doesn't matter whether they're right, left, center. It doesn't matter because most of them
of Trump on some of the blunders that he's made.
Well, dude, most people are full of shit, much less politicians. So if you're asking me, was I counting on Trump to do everything he said? No, absolutely not.
The problem is Trump didn't do anything with 2 years of both halves of Congress.
Okay, well, what did Obama do that he said he was going to do? Besides healthcare, he did actually get that through, but although that's been
why the fuck are we talking about Obama?
Pretty much gutted.
The two huge things that Obama did was one was the Iran deal, which was groundbreaking, and then the second thing
was a disaster.
How was it a disaster? We prevented Iran from pursuing nuclear weapons.
But it was historic. Look, I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah?
I actually have no desire to fight another war for Israel. I don't despise the actual nation state of Israel. I despise the Likud party. I despise Benjamin Netanyahu. I see no need for any American to lose their life or spill their blood.
What does this have to
for the
do
benefit
with
of Israel?
About the
now
Iran
let me
deal?
finish. Let me finish.
It's a point about Iran.
That being said,
war with Iran.
So maybe you think, well, yeah, I'm in favor of the Iran deal. I'm in favor of never going to war with Iran, period, because it doesn't affect our national interests. The actual Iran deal is a joke.
Well, how is it a joke?
Because it is. I mean,
that's not an answer, dog. You can't just say it was a joke because it is. That's called a tautology.
I don't give a fuck if Iran has a nuclear missile. I don't care.
Okay, well, everybody that's in the interest of not having people fucking nuking people in the world generally doesn't want people like Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
Okay, so are you against them having a nuclear missile?
Yes, I would probably want nuclear proliferation to be as low as possible.
I would tell you that the agreement that Obama signed doesn't do anything to stop them from having one.
Except it absolutely did, because it got their centrifuges shut down. It gave us 24. It absolutely did.
Okay,
we had independent UN investigators that went in.
I'm sure a criminal regime signing an agreement prevents them from having a nuclear missile.
It wasn't just a criminal regime.
North Korea signed all kinds of agreements, and now they have, 20, 30, 40, 50 nuclear missiles. Oh, wow, that did a lot of good. None of these agreements did any good.
I mean, you're just wrong.
No,
the Iran deal gave us
how many agreements did North Korea sign?
Because we don't have real agreements with North Korea, dog. We do with Iran. Because we had sanctions.
You're full of shit. They actually did sign those agreements in the 90s. Do you know anything?
Okay, I mean, all I know is that the UN had independent
you're telling me
investigators
North
that
Korea
verified.
didn't sign
I'm not talking
any
about North
agreements
Korea.
and
Why do you
say
pivot?
that
Notice,
we're gonna do that.
I love it when everybody does this. Every time somebody says, "Oh, I attack Trump all the time," and then anytime you bring up something wrong about Trump, they pivot. Well, what about Obama's promises? Well, what about North Korea? We're not talking about Obama. We're not talking about North Korea. Right now, we're talking about the Iran deal. The Iran deal had independent UN investigators that had access to the nuclear reactors in that country that verified every
Who the fuck are
single
you talking to?
I thought we were talking about
Do
the Iran
you
deal.
think I'm some fucking neocon?
Wait,
fuck
so then-
this shit. Fuck all this shit.
So we're not talking about
Who
the Iran deal anymore.
Are you talking to right now?
So we're not talking about the Iran deal.
I don't give a fuck about Iran.
Oh,
Israel,
then why are we talking about this
any
deal
of these
then?
fucking countries? I hope they fucking burn. I don't give a fuck. You know what country I give about? America. The United States of America. I don't give a shit what Iran does. They can take their nuclear missile and shove it up their fucking ass. What I do know is that North Korea signed all these agreements, and they were going to pursue nuclear missiles and blah, 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 blah. And you know what? All these agreements can be written on fucking toilet paper. They don't mean anything.
Okay, I mean, if that's how you feel, that's great. But the UN was
that's how I
independently
feel.
investigating. The UN was independently investigating and verifying that Iran wasn't pursuing nuclear weapons, and they weren't under the deal. That's just the fact. I mean,
I don't give a fuck. The UN.
I know you don't care about facts. I know. That's why I said I don't like you. We've already established this.
The UN, who gives a fuck?
I do,
Okay,
because I don't
make that
want
a personal
states
thing. I
like
don't give a
Iran
fuck.
to have
UN
nuclear fucking
is a
weapons.
joke.
It's probably not a good idea.
The UN is a joke.
Okay, I mean, Iran wasn't pursuing nuclear weapons, and now they are. That's what I know. Okay,
Dude, no, listen.
Yeah.
They all were, and
No,
they
they
all
weren't.
still are.
Okay.
Okay.
Here are top two issues. Here are the top two issues with the Iran deal that you like so much. One, they could delay any inspection for 24 days. So if they're doing anything illegal, that against the sanction, they could just hide it
Wrong.
in 24 days. No, that's from the text.
I know that's from the text, but you can't hide the enrichment of uranium. The technology to do that is on a massive fucking
That's
scale.
a lie. You
That's not
can do that,
I can't.
and they
No,
have done
next
that.
topic. I'm gonna fucking kill myself on stream right now. I'm about to do it.
and the
Please
only
don't. You cannot
consequence
fucking
of-
enrich
Listen,
uranium in a secret
the
fucking
only
manner. It's not possible.
consequence-
That's why
the
we know
only
when North Korea is developing nuclear weapons every fucking time. We can see it with our fucking satellites. You can't do this in some dude's fucking basement. Fucking Uncle
fast.
Why are
Ahmed
you
can't
so?
go down.
Let me ask you. Why are you
Jesus
so
fucking Christ.
involved? Look, dude.
Because you're saying shit that's so fucking stupid.
think
You're making
we
like you think that
actually-
fucking
no,
skull
let me
face.
ask you
Well,
this.
you got the
Wait,
Metal Gear
let me-
Solid thing. You think
no,
skull face is gonna go downstairs and make a secret fucking nuke?
Let me drop
Wait,
issue
hold
number
on,
two.
hold on. I want to say this, and I'll let
What is
Zidane
happening?
go on right after. I actually think we agree on the military issue and our foreign involvement in the Middle East. Why are you so upset?
Because I agree with you on a spiritual, I'm 16 years old level, but the reality is so much more complicated than what we would like it to be. In my perfect libertarian world, we totally fucking leave the Middle East and we say fuck all those countries and who cares, and that's great. When you're a libertarian in high school, you've got your first Ayn Rand book in hand and you've just discovered objectivism and you're so fucking woke on libertarianism. But then when you get a little bit older and you see, okay, well fuck, what happens if we fucking leave Iran? Okay, if we
I'm older than you.
What?
I'm older than you.
Okay, well, your view on foreign politics is about that of a 16-year-old. Because the idea that the U.S. can just moonwalk the fuck out of the Middle East and give up all that influence to Russia doesn't really make well for the rest of the world. NATO's not going to trust us.
Why not?
because the destabilization of that region is going to cause us to lose a lot of allies in the area, and the geopolitical influence that we give up around the world is going to cause both NATO and the UN and the EU to lose faith in the United States. And generally, we want them on our side rather than on the Soviet or Russia side. Generally, is how it works.
Sounds like a neocon argument.
Okay, all right, I don't know, dude. If that's the conspiracy
memes, they say. Look, I'm just being honest. It's not even a dig or like a slam at you.
Okay.
But that's the same thing they say. Whoa, we can't. Of course we can't leave the Middle East. There's too much oil over here. There's too much geopolitical
I never said
influence.
shit about oil. Yeah, geopolitical influence is really important.
Well, that's the same fucking thing they say. So you might as well be fucking Bill Kristol when you say some shit.
Well,
like
that's fine. Then when we pull out of that area and more countries, more states fail, like fucking Syria did, you do. Because guess what? Because when these states fail, because when
the
these
United States of America, you know who's fucking failing? Our national infrastructure.
The entire fucking European Union.
I don't give a fuck what happens in Israel. What the fuck happens in Iran? What the fuck happens in Iraq? I give a fuck what happens in Knoxville. What happens in Cincinnati? What happens in Los Angeles?
That's great.
I don't give a fuck about any of these motherfuckers in America. I don't give a shit.
And if it was the 1800s, bro, that would be a real fucking woke opinion. But in today's world, all of us are interconnected. All of us have to live together. Our fucking products come from fucking China. They're manufactured in fucking India, and shit going on in the European Union impacts everybody in every single.
Like we can't make that low skill shit here.
I mean, we clearly can't because we don't.
Yeah,
do
we clearly can.
Okay, well, I don't know why it doesn't. If you
fucking
really
can
think
solve, we can't?
No, obviously we can't at the same
because of the systemic corruption and
oh my fucking god!
Honestly, you know why I love Destiny? Because I could just argue with him all fucking night. Literally, could just argue with you all night because I
well, let's not because
you know what actually kind of entices me because I feel like we actually agree on some of these things.
We absolutely do not agree. Oh my god!
What did we not agree on?
On literally everything.
Okay, so worldwide intervention. You're an interventionist. Then. I guess I was trying to give you credit, honestly.
I mean, like spiritually, I don't want to be an interventionalist, but you have to recognize the reality of the world for what it is. Like, I'm a big free markets guy, but I recognize that socialized healthcare is the best way to.
Why are you a free markets guy? You're a fucking socialist.
Because
why
I'm
the
not
fuck
a socialist
would you be a free
at all. I'm a hard capitalist. What the fuck?
Oh yeah.
Wait. Okay. Why do I get attacked by my lefty fan base for being a capitalist? And then I talk to people like you. Do you think I'm a literal socialist?
What the
fuck?
Would you be a hardcore capitalist? That has no job with anything that you've said tonight.
No, but I'm saying that like I can be a hardcore capitalist and still recognize that like single payer healthcare is the only way to provide healthcare. Like just because you have a certain philosophy doesn't mean it can't be informed a little bit by real world empirical data. Like much the same way that like I'm pretty. What?
You and Ralph actually agree on single-payer healthcare.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like
I'm
anti,
this, but I've talked about single-payer healthcare before, and I'm actually in favor of it.
Sure. I'm generally anti-interventionalist, but the idea that we can just moonwalk the fuck out of the Middle East.
Wait, you just skipped that. You just skipped our point of agreement and just go into the next.
Because like the agreements are surface level. Like I'm generally.
How it's at a surface level. Single-payer healthcare is pretty fundamental. You seem to be at pains to keep yourself from agreeing with me on anything.
Because it sounds like we disagree on like the underlying economic arguments for literally all of these things.
We can agree on a lot of things, but single-payer healthcare.
Because I don't care about your conclusions. I care about your thought process. I would rather disagree with you.
What does that even mean? How are you a political actor and you say I don't care about your conclusions? I care about your thought process. That is
because I'm not a political actor. That's not my goal. I've said this a million times.
That's what you said you were earlier.
No, I said I got into politics.
No, you said you got into politics. So if you got into politics, are you a political actor or no?
Oh my fucking god, I want to die. I got into political conversations, but my goal isn't.
Oh, now it's conversations. Oh, okay, I see. You're not a political actor. I see.
So I believe the exact term that I used earlier was that I got into politics. So if you want to say that I'm a political actor insofar as I'm involved in politics, sure, you can say that. But when you called me that.
I didn't say that.
When you just called me a political actor, what you're implying is that my goal is to persuade people over to my side. That's not my goal. I don't give a fuck about that. I don't make persuasive arguments on my stream, and my fan base fucking hates me for it.
You've been on here for 3 hours.
That's not what I do. What I care about is, hey, do these arguments logically follow, and are the premises sound. That's all I care about.
Yes,
that's
well,
what I do.
obviously you're not a politician if you don't care about persuading people.
That's all I care about. And I get tons of fans that email me.
Of
and
politics
real,
is persuading people. And if you say, "Well, I'll sit here and speak for 5 hours, and I'm not worried about persuading people,"
I'm not. That's not what I care about.
Why the fuck did you even open your mouth? Because there's no other point.
Because there are some people that like making the most correct arguments.
Well,
That's all I care
besides making money. I mean, if you want to make money,
yeah, I make money too doing it. Yeah, sure,
but...
I make money too doing it. It satisfies that as well. I get to debate people. I like that. I provide somewhat of a public service. People enjoy it. I get paid a lot of money for it, and it seems to have some value to society. It's that Japanese shit. All four things meet in the middle.
Wait. Where's the value to society? By the way, I'm not saying I have any value to society either, because I don't really think I do. But I would definitely press X to doubt that you have any value to society either.
Sure. So if I believe that a certain thought process is more valuable than another thought process, and I'm able to move some people over to that thought process,
dude, you're just some fucker that talks shit on the internet.
Okay. Words are just words. LOL. I guess. I don't know what you're trying to say. What was your final?
No, I mean, is that what you?
Do you think people on the internet aren't influential? You don't think that there are some people that listen to your show and walk away? Okay,
sure.
Well then if you think that you can influence some people, I can influence some people. If you influence some people to believe in things that you think are worth believing in, then you've made a positive impact on society. These things just logically follow from A to B to C to D.
Not really. I mean, positive. What does positive mean? Exactly?
Positive means that if you've got some person that didn't believe in a thought process and then they did believe in that thought process, the change of them not believing to believing is a positive contribution to society.
What is positive really? What does that mean?
So positive. Oh man, we're going all the way back to epistemology for this one, aren't we? Okay.
Positive mean really? What does positive actually entail?
So let's. Okay, meta ethics, okay? What can we know about virtues and goodness, okay? So let's say that we believe that we can say that we pursue a certain virtue in the world, okay? That we do things that we consider virtuous or good, okay? Now let's say that we want to compel other people to be good or virtuous. Let's say that by nature of our public discourse, we're able to persuade some people into our moral system. You would say that what you have done is a good act there. Now, if this exists in the context of a society, and these people are all participating in said society, then you have done a good or contributed a virtuous action to society. That's from the bottom up. That's what I'm talking about.
What system do you have that is envious where you can fuck your brother and your sister?
The moral system where I don't give a fuck what people want to do in their own homes. Where I don't care. I don't care.
Where you can fuck your sister.
Oh my God. Listen, dude, if you want to go fuck your siblings, that's on you. Knock yourself out.
I mean, that's your moral system, right?
Morality is relative, or do you believe?
I don't even believe in fucking morality, my dude. I'm a moral anti-realist.
Well, then why are we even arguing?
Because we're not going to go that fucking deep into this fucking podcast about fucking moral realism. That's not the conversation we're going to have right now, okay? But for all intents and purposes, okay, if we believe in error theory, which means we can believe that we can talk about morality, even acknowledging that it's fake, for reasons that are too complicated to get into this right now, okay? However, even if I don't believe that an objective morality exists, I can still create a moral system and I can make statements pertaining to that moral system. The same way that we can talk about a fictional world and make true or false statements regarding the fictional world, even if we acknowledge the fictional world doesn't exist. So I can say that I have contributed a positive to the world, that I've done a moral good, even if I don't necessarily believe that morals are real things. Does that make sense?
Not really, especially that last part that seemed completely.
Can we go back to super chats now?
Yeah, let's go back to the super chats, okay?
I mean, we can go back.
Fucking kill me.
You know what? Yeah. I'll be honest. And I know some people have, over the last hour or so, they're like, God, Ralph, what's going on? More fun than I've had in the last month has taken place on this show. I'll be honest with you.
Thanks, I try, my dude.
Even though I don't agree with you on a lot. But,
isn't this more fun than just screeching at SJWs all day? See, you should debate people. Isn't this more fun than talking about some dumb fuck with blue hair that's screaming at some?
I would say that. I would say that 1,000%. Yeah, but we don't do that much. Okay. But yeah, the problem is a lot of people won't actually come on the show, and I know you're friends with Hassan Piker and people like that. And I don't actually have any personal issues with the guy. But there are some people that won't really come on the show.
The problem is that like right-leaning fan bases go way too fucking hard when they hate people. It's insane.
Well, let me ask you. God damn, getting on another topic here, but don't you think that happens on the left too?
Nope.
Though.
Really? I don't want to speak out of place here because I could be wrong, but I am the person that I know that has been most witch hunted by both the left and the right. I don't know anybody else that's been in quite the position that I have. When the left witch hunted me, they went after my job and my income really fucking hardcore. When the right witch hunted me, they did the same, but then they also went after my family and went to like doxing and shit like that and tipping the FBI and whatnot. The left never did that to me, but that's a personal experience. Maybe for some people, maybe the left does try to like kill them.
Dox people. Look, I guess my stance is it's not okaying anything.
Mm-hmm.
But my stance is, if you're a figure on the internet, you don't even necessarily have to be political, although that does seem to drive more of the doxing and stuff, personal attacks.
Sure.
If you
I mean,
try
like,
to be
go ahead. Sorry.
a political figure on the internet, you're going to draw that type of attention.
Sure, but I mean, like, engaging, like, for instance, like, I'm permanently banned on Twitter as a result of, like, interacting with these types of people. So when people like Hassan ask me, right, and I've talked to Hassan about this, like, should I go on the Killstream? I'm always going to say no. It's absolutely not worth the risk to your online anything to engage with your types of people, because the people on the right are fucking vicious when it comes to, like, witch hunting the fuck out of people that they hate. And I think I've been linked a lot of stuff. I didn't accuse you guys of this because I didn't look into it enough, but, like, you guys have been involved in some, like, shady doxing shit as well, no? Or is that not true?
I have never been involved in shady doxing shit.
Okay, maybe not you directly. I've been linked a lot of shit related to your Discord server and shit.
A couple articles. By the way, I don't even really write nowadays, but I've written a couple articles that you might be able to classify as doxing, and I would talk about that. I mean, that doesn't really bother me, but so is the Huffington Post, so is BuzzFeed, so is others. I don't.
I think it's different when you talk about a professor.
Yeah, I would say it's,
committing a
it's a difference between exposing an online personality versus somebody's on my show. I don't even really write anymore. So I don't know. I don't disavow any of that though. So. I don't know. I mean, is that bad? Because the mainstream media does the same thing. So,
yeah, CNN basically doxed that one kid who made a GIF and threatened him.
Oh, the Trump wrestling, the WWE one that was edited. Yeah.
So I do remember, as far as explicit doxing, and I've talked about this before. I don't really care about doxing. I care about hypocrisy. So one of the only doxing incidents that you could directly tie to me would be what's his name? Elliot Lustig, I think
Elliot Lustig,
yeah, he's a Twitter personality, and I actually did go into who that guy actually was, and I don't regret that. I feel that he put himself on the public stage, and he said enough things to where
well, it was a matter of public interest because he was a very vociferous left-wing personality.
Yeah, I guess I don't know.
I've always showed that he was a hypocrite and what he was preaching versus what he was actually.
I've always been of the stance of if you try to make yourself a public figure and you do that people are gonna want to know who you are, and if you can't protect that.
So that you didn't post his public address. All you
no, it was never anything like that. I would never post somebody's address or tell people to go get them or anything like that. No.
All right, let's go. Let's wrap this up. I'm fucking tired. What do we got?
There's never. Look, I could read all these. I
okay.
Really know if I should.
Give me one more. Find one more good one.
This one. I'll give you this one and another. This one's kind of personal though, because I don't know anything about this. People seem to know a lot more about you than I actually do.
Oh yeah, people dig real hard for those personal insults. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know anything about this. Cool later says, ask Destiny about abandoning.
Because I moved to LA temporarily for my career stuff, and apparently that means I've abandoned my family as a result of doing so. But yeah.
Yeah, that's what, and I know nothing about that honestly. Not even if I did, I wouldn't go into that. Let me look through. There's some more super chats. Let me see. Somebody said Coach BTFO'd you. Which I mean, you know, the audience is obviously gonna say that. I actually do think Coach kind of did throw you for a loop, but let me look. Pharaoh Owen says the world isn't as simple as Destiny's shitty logic. He will never learn this. Killstream Semantics Edition, according to Universal Impurity.
Okay, one more. You got one more. You guys can keep streaming afterwards too. I just need to take off.
Well, yeah, obviously I know.
Okay.
I'm looking for a question here. Okay, how about this? This is actually a pretty good one. Firefoe says, Destiny has no morals. You can't have morals without religion. He only mimics what he thinks morals are without understanding it. He doesn't have a belief in anything. Only sucks the biggest dick he can find. Spineless.
Nice. Am I supposed to respond to that, or?
Well, I mean, if you'd like.
If you want to.
You don't have to.
The idea that you can only get morals from religion is fucking absurd. I don't know what I'm supposed to say.
Well, do you have a moral system?
Yeah, kind of, but I don't really want to get into it here.
Well, quickly. I mean, I know you've been more than generous. Even people that are friendly to our show have not stayed on this program this long. So I will give you all the credit for that.
Thanks, Ben. Sure. So if you care, and look it all up later or whatever. So what I would call myself hesitantly is something called a descriptive egoist. So what I believe is that people can only make descriptions or have desires that are related to what it is that they desire. So in some ways the position is vacuous because it just describes itself. But like I would say things like morality or normative statements, things that we should do or shouldn't do, these aren't real statements. These statements can't exist. Now, within the context of us all being creatures that have a certain set of desires, what I try to do is I try to maximize my ability to satisfy my own preferences. And it seems like the best way to do that is to ensure that everybody else can maximize their preferences as well. So for instance, let's say I live on a street with 10 other people. All of us have big TVs. It seems like the best way to keep anybody from robbing anybody else is to make it so nobody can rob anybody else. So you get this quasi-Rawlsian curtain of justice or social contract theory, whatever, that kind of emerges from that. That's kind of where my moral systems come from. So basically, any policy that I prescribe for society is basically going to say we need to find a way to make things as good for as many people as possible, because being in an overall better society tends to produce better outcomes for me and my family. That's like the broad fucking way that I go about talking about my my politics and my morals. Or I'm sorry, curtain of justice, veil of ignorance, whatever. Yeah.
Well, that's all right. Destiny, thank you very much for coming on. You know what? You were actually scheduled to come on a couple weeks ago, and I didn't know for sure if that was the day, and I got banned from Patreon. I mean, not Patreon, but Discord later that day, and I didn't know you had messaged me on Discord, so you were very kind to. I did see a message where, Ralph was just. I think it was from you. It was an email. Ralph was just trying to keep me off, or he was being a dick. Actually, no.
I don't think I said that. Somebody else might have, but I just assumed that we miscommunicated because generally.
Yeah, it was just a miscommunication, honestly. And you know what? I would like to have you back on sometime. Maybe not just with us, but maybe if there's some type of debate or something like that. I think that would be fun.
Yeah, maybe if Richard Spencer wants to come up, then maybe we can do that.
Yeah, I'm down for that for sure. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you coming on.
All right, I hate you guys, but thanks for having me on. I'll see you later. Peace out.
Feeling is mutual, buddy.
Yep, see you later.
My dude.
Bye-bye.
Later.
Fucking Christ.